Por favor, necesitamos que estén todos sentados para saludar la llegada de las autoridades.
We are going to greet the authorities, the officials who will be entering this room in just a few moments. Please take your seats.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Pedimos silencio, por favor.
I'd like to ask you to please be silent at this point.
Muchas gracias a todos.
You all. I'd like to thank you all for being here with us. I'd just like to ask you to stand to greet the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mr. Don Carlos Alvarado, as well as Mrs. Amina Mohammed, the Undersecretary of the United Nations, as well as Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiros, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of the Republic of Costa Rica, and Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC.
Por favor, tomen asiento. Muchas gracias.
Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
A todos ustedes,
A very warm welcome to all of you to this, the opening ceremony of the fifth meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development, which was organized by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. And this is being held here in San Jose under the chairmanship of Costa Rica. So we are joined at this table by Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiros, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, and Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Would also like to greet the Vice President of the Republic, Mrs. F.C. Campbell, other authorities from Costa Rica, as well as the honorable ministers and high officials of the member countries of LAC here with us today, permanent representatives of United Nations, colleagues from agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations, representatives of intergovernmental organizations, representatives of civil society, academia, the private sector, and LAC officials. We'd like at this point to invite Mr. Rodolfo Solano Quiroz to be so kind as to moderate the opening ceremony.
Gracias. 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 Muy buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mr. Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena, Deputy Secretary General of the UN, foreign ministers, heads of delegation, welcome to Costa Rica. It is a great pleasure for all of us to welcome you very warmly to this 5th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. Dear friends, this is just one more forum in this present context. This must be the beginning for us to decisively achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030 for Costa Rica as the temporary president of LAC from 2020-2022. It has been fundamental for us to carry out open and ongoing action of listening to other members. We have had a constant ongoing dialogue with all the representatives of civil society and its mechanisms, because this is a time to listen, and this is fundamental. We have also tried to, during our presidency, to try to have a rapprochement with other regions, associated regions, through operative and technical means. And mostly we have tried to come closer to the Caribbean region, so that we can show up their particular characteristics. And we have worked decisively to go have for a committee of South-South cooperation to an international conference, and this is fundamental in today's context. We have also promoted a process of recovery based on an innovative agenda for financing, for recovery, economic recovery, always using the perspective of regional banks, but also calling on them to think in a new way of understanding, a new way of creating mechanisms, fresh and innovative mechanisms that once and for all will allow us to do away with the old mechanisms that excluded the middle-income countries from opportunities for financing. We've always also promoted the protection of human rights, especially those of vulnerable people. And this has been a cross-cutting aspect of our process and activities. We have also, during this temporary presidency, tried to strengthen the implementation of the Agenda 2030. The speeches and discussions that we'll have over these 3 days may be discussions, but there must be a roadmap for concrete action, a roadmap to take decisions which will indeed have an impact on the quality of life of the citizens that we represent. And that is the objective of this meeting, that we come out of this meeting with concrete actions will substantially improve the life and living standards of the men, women, and children of vulnerable communities within our region. And now I'd like to introduce Mrs. Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, to welcome us. Dear Alicia, you have the floor.
Bueno. Muy buenos días.
Good morning, all. Your Excellency, Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, dear friend Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, dear Rodolfo Solano, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship, ladies and gentlemen, Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Vice Ministers of Foreign Affairs, authorities of LAC, representatives of the funds and programs of the United Nations, dear Rebecca, of course, welcome home, United Nations resident coordinators in the region. I'd also like to greet the dear regional directors that are here with us, as well as representatives of civil society organizations, and of course, all of my ECLAC colleagues. I extend a fraternal welcome to this 5th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. After these very difficult years, we are meeting, I think it's the first time that we're physically meeting again. And this tells us that perhaps we are finally coming from this unprecedented crisis caused by a pandemic and its impacts, which continues to affect the world, and especially our region, with profound health, social, environmental, economic, and political effects. It is so wonderful to have our dear Epsi Campbell, the Vice President of Costa Rica, here with us. This meeting has a very fruitful history. Almost 6 years ago, the member countries in Mexico City entrusted us with the challenging task of articulating a space for regional exchange, to see exactly where we are as respect to 2030 agenda and what are the singularities of this region. In the midst of this global uncertainty, we claim this forum as an indispensable space to address the urgency of an effective multilateralism, which will support regional integration and cooperation. And the main motivation of ECLAC in this 5th meeting is to listen to you. It's clear, to hear from you, our constituents, the emphases, the lessons learned, the challenges you have faced during this pandemic, and to see what we can do with the 2030 agenda, and especially to prepare ourselves for the decade of action. We want to listen to the voices of civil society, of women, youth, the private sector, whose commitment and willingness to participate really give tangible form to a decade of action and transformative recovery. Dear President Carlos Alvarado, you really are a dear friend. I'd just like to express my deep gratitude to Costa Rica and its people for the commitment that you have shown over these 2 years as President of ECLAC. Thank you very much, and especially for organizing this very important forum. We, and I must tell you that my whole family is here, we have a deep affection for this country, for Costa Rica, because San Jose welcomed us 30 years ago, 30 years since the Rio Summit. I came here and I was working with a civil society organization. And here in Costa Rica, I've made a family. Not families, but one family, just one family, I have to add. I had a family, I have friends, and we worked within the civil society, and for this reason, we feel as if we're at home. And you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President, we got to know each other at that time. We were really ferocious warriors. And I'd like to thank you so much, Minister Solano, for your marvelous work. You have worked so well with your team, and you have put all of your dedication. Of course, you have with you a wonderful team of men and women, Rodrigo, Carasso, Adriana, so many people who have been behind this process. I'd also like to greet Argentina, and especially Minister Santiago Cafiera, who is here with us and who will be here with us a little later, because this is the country that will take over the temporary presidency and will have the first meeting in September. And a part of this, we are convinced that this voice of integration and commitment to Latin American interests, it is such a confidence that you are taking over this presidency in September, as well as the presidency of the Commission of Latin American Caribbean countries. So there's an important synergy here, because we're living in times of nationalisms, and for this reason, we have overcome the impulse to have to work in isolation, but work rather in collectivity. So we have to have a weight in international and global affairs. With Amina Mohammed, we're sisters from different mothers. Thank you so much for the work that you have done. And this work reflects a great commitment to our region and its commitment to multilateralism. We're aware that the conflict in Eastern Europe could have prevented your presence among us. And yet you are here today, and we thank you so much for this, because we know that we do have a very difficult road to travel, and for this reason that we really value this gesture. Now in this forum, where the members and representatives of UN organizations and other regional coordinators have a great responsibility. We're facing a real change of era, and for this reason, we have called our document A Decade of Action for Change of Era, as we have discussed with you here in Costa Rica, because we're seeing structural and economic problems. Our region has been the most hard hit of the developing countries, with very difficult and cross-setting impacts. We have 31% of global deaths due to the pandemic. We have seen a deepening of differences with respect to health access, the territorial gaps and difficulties, disparities, global disparities between developing countries and developed countries have been deepened. And this has affected especially the middle income countries, which includes the majority of the countries in this region. We have seen greater difficulties in access to vaccines, financial difficulties, and difficulties in the capacities for recovery, economic recovery. So in September 2021, the advanced countries announced measures of about $2.5 trillion to recover their economies. And of course, much of this will go, we know where much of this will go. But for ours in our emerging world, we can only just $330 billion. Access to vaccines has been one of the most difficult areas where we have seen great ferocious nationalisms. Our region has been affected by the protectionist approaches for access to vaccines. Mexico called for a plan, for a new health plan. It was approved by the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, LAC, because we're having difficulties with respect to access to vaccines. We're not reaching 70%, which is what the WHO and PAHO need, for example. But we see that there are great internal disparities within our countries, especially the English-speaking Caribbean, which has not reached 14.7% of vaccination of their population. And this is a very great risk we see around the world, where the countries of Europe, we know that they're going to, without a doubt, place much of their resources not for development, but really for military security. And our region will be the great losers for this. Hence the urgency of a decade of action for this region that was so hard hit by a recession of 6.8% in 2020, and where we saw a reduction of the number of employed people. Our region has been the most affected, of course, also informality. I think our region where we had the greatest impact on this. This had led many women to leave the labor force, and of course they are burdened with having to care for their families in unpaid work. With respect to where is Maria Noel, for example? Yes, Maria Noel, she's here. We have to make women more visible. Maria Noel, has carried out attempts and campaigns to make this problem visible. We know there, Amina, as we were saying yesterday, that 4,090 women have been victims of feminicide in 26 countries in our region over this era of the pandemic. And we know that children, young girls have married before reaching the age of 18. Our region is one of the most regions that have seen the longest interruption in classes for children. We have left almost 56 weeks when the normal school year is 40, and this shows us that there is almost a generation that has lost the ability for learning and possibilities for learning and cognitive development. So the return to classes, face-to-face classes, is urgent and pressing, and it is more clear than ever that the care economy, as we said, that we have to work towards a society of care. I think that it's even more important than ever. Unemployment among young people has gone to 23%, and informality affects 68.5% of young people. So how are it possible that they should not be disenchanted? Why shouldn't we have difficulties in Latin America and the Caribbean when the young people do not see their opportunities and understand where they have to go? That there's a large proportion of our Latin American and Caribbean populations live in poverty. Millions of people are in poverty. Of these, 86 million people are living in extreme poverty. So, and this is a situation, it has brought us back 27 years, and the great inequality that characterizes our region has been accentuated. And this has led us to a possibility of disparity and inequality that we have not seen since 2002. So, ladies and gentlemen, our region has lived, we saw a very fleeting euphoria, because we saw in 2021 we'd have a great recovery. But no, this was just a very temporary respite. We wanted to have better prices for commodities, but the GDP will go to 2.1%, will drop to 2.1%, and we have great inflationary pressures. We have the rises of interest rates and greater volatility. And of course, there's increase in credit and loan servicing prices. So we're faced with a problem, a structural and economic problem, because our structure is based on low investment, low productivity, high level of informality and inequalities. And of course, this has led us to the prevalence of the culture of privilege.
Pandemic, the possibility that many homes, 66.7% of its inhabitants only have internet connection, and the remaining group do not. We're speaking about nearly 53 million homes that have no internet connection. What do they do? Where do these children study? How do their parents work from home? And dear friends, this is what I'm going to mention afterwards. This document of a decade of action for a change in era, which what it does is to balance the 2030 agenda, balance the 17 sustainable development goals. We've assessed 111 targets, and 68% of these targets have a low trend. It's not enough, and a third of them are facing serious setbacks. So our report, dear Leji, your proposal of a trillion GDP is included in this report because it includes the fact that we should capture critical factors such as paid jobs a natural capital and complexity of biodiversity and its ecosystems, and services that are offered to society, economy, and the planet. It speaks about the urgency of implementing strategic investments because our in public and the private sector, only 19% of the GDP is invested by our region, when the rest of the world invests 26%. We're at 17 points difference. So we have to be able to reach these strategic sectors to create jobs, to will lead to the reduction of the environmental footprint. And this is of basic services, of basic digital services. 1% of the GDP isn't that much. People should be able to access the internet. Renewable energies. Costa Rica sets a great example as to how to move forward in that, which are less expensive, more intensive in employment, and have a smaller environmental footprint. And electromobility is another big option, and continuing to invest in clean water and sanitation, because a lot of people do not have basic health sanitation services. Lastly, I think that it's urgent to be able to foster manufacturing and with an integrated focus of the ecosystems and pragmatic perspective. When we were asked by Mexico, we prepared this self-sufficiency sanitation plan, which is a roadmap to be able to strengthen regional capacity for manufacturing, promotion, and distribution of vaccines, where PAHO and LAC work together. And we hope that the region seriously will it will be able to produce its own vaccines, as Costa Rica does, which produces drugs, the Dominican Republic as well. We can create value chains and public-private consortiums, as Europe does with the EMEA, and be able to agree upon mechanisms of regional public purchases to establish a regional market and provide certainty to the private sector. Of course, it'll be necessary to be very cautious and not rush into fiscal and monetary adjustments that could lead to growth or more of a recession and a growth. But Costa Rica has been an example. It's mentioned the importance of having more international possibilities with regards to financial resources. This afternoon, we'll speak about attaining a multilateral agreement for development that includes a component of debt, of reallocation of liquidity, and innovative instruments such as the hurricane clauses that can be perhaps part of the new debt negotiations of the countries. We need to broaden that toolbox. Countries, middle-income countries, need to be included. We also celebrate that Costa Rica has created this initiative, this baseline initiative that is so important. This fund, economic relief fund, to reduce the consequences of COVID-19. This will require international solidarity and strengthening our regional banking systems and organizations that we're going to speak to today. Political commitment is key to move forward to new multilateralism that will lead to restructuring of economic and social power relationships, international and national ones, where development will gain more space and will face exclusive and excessive emphasis on market liberalization. The united voice of our region is today more relevant than ever. We need a common voice and be able to have effective multilateralism and cooperation. This is a singular point in time that forces us to redouble our efforts as Latin American and Caribbean communities. We need to have a vocation of closeness, integration, and brotherhood. Of course, we face many challenges, but there are many opportunities to be able to attain that desired development with a focus on equality, social justice, sustainability, democracy, and peace. And peace. We're the country, one of the only countries in the world that has decided not to have an army. It's a true commitment. And I'm convinced that it is possible for the region to raise a common voice in the midst of this historic challenge, because wars, pandemics, increasing extreme poverty and inequality is not encouraging. We run the risk of aspiring towards a fair future with the feasibility that is denied by each headline in newspapers. But I think we need to redouble our audaciousness and rebelliousness. We need to look at that calendar of social uprising that our region has experienced. This reflects that what is really unsustainable is a status quo of privilege and inequity. We have been told so many times that change is not feasible, that what's sensible is to surrender to the designs of those who always win. I prefer to evoke the words of author Bertolt Brecht, and I say, no, do not accept the usual as a matter of course, because in times of bloody disorder, of organized confusion, of conscious arbitrariness, of dehumanized humanity, nothing must seem impossible to change. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Madam Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of LAC. And I would like to welcome Epsi Campbell, Vice Minister of Costa Rica, Rebecca Greenspan, and the Vice Chair of Colombia, who is also here. I'm going to ask now the Deputy Secretary General of the United States, Amina Mohammed, to please take the floor. Madam Mohammed.
Her Excellency, the President of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado, Her Excellency, the Vice President of Colombia, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, Excellencies. I wish to begin by thanking His Excellency, President Carlos Alvarado, the State of Costa Rica, for hosting this year's Regional Forum, the second, I believe, on sustainable development, and for Costa Rica's leadership as chair of LAC over the past 2 years. It has been exemplary. Mr. President, you've been a champion of multilateralism, not only because of your voice at the global stage, but because of the actions that you've taken here in Costa Rica. From COVID-19 response to determined action on climate, you've taken bold decisions, even when unpopular. And that history will certainly vindicate you. I would also like to recognize the Vice President of Costa Rica, my sister, who has led on many occasions for women's rights, ensuring that no one is left behind. And your leadership to include people of African descent has reverberated around the world. And as an African woman, I'm very proud to have been behind that leadership. I would also like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to LAC, and in particular to my friend and my sister of another mother, Alicia Barcena. After 25 years of service in the United Nations and 13 years leading LAC, this will be her last big gathering as Executive Secretary of LAC. And while many of you may think that she's retiring, she's certainly not tired, and we will see Alicia. Alicia's leadership and energy have been instrumental for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I'm sure that we will all miss her deeply. Thank you, Alicia. Excellencies, we're meeting at a crucial time when our ability to achieve the goals that we set for ourselves in the 2030 agenda hangs in the balance. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought havoc to our societies and to our economies. The current conflict in Ukraine and the wider geopolitical dynamics are further destabilizing a global economy still reeling from the pandemic. Higher inflation, lower growth, disruptions to financial markets and global supply chains, and marked increases in commodity and food prices threaten our prospects of recovering from what was already the most profound crises in our time. Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the hardest hit regions by the pandemic. It has suffered much higher rates of COVID-19 infections and deaths than its share of the global population, and a 7.4% plunge in GDP in 2020 alone. Poverty and hunger are at their highest since the turn of the century. 3 out of 5 children lost a year to schooling during the pandemic. The region's structural challenges, extreme inequalities, low productivity, unemployment, and high informality have deepened with especially severe consequences for women and our young people. Latin America is now the most indebted emerging region in the world, with the average GDP exceeding 3/4 of regional GDP. And within the region, Caribbean nations remain tragically vulnerable to shocks. Last week, the IPCC report identified small island developing states and Central America as hotspots for human vulnerability. Yet these countries are still not given adequate access to climate finance, failing on the Paris promise and the global financial architecture, which today is just not fit for purpose. Excellencies, achieving the SDGs was never going to be easy. It was a paradigm shift in the way in which we dealt with development, but it is possible. Getting back on track will require policy choices aligned with the 2030 agenda and a clear emphasis on leaving no one behind. Public action and investments rely on strong institutions and governance models to deliver inclusive, sustainable growth and development. And here I'd like to recognize the presence of Rebecca Greenspan, our new leader at UNCTAD, who will be bringing the really important aspects of trade into these discussions that have been left behind. Excellencies, the Secretary General's report on our common agenda provides us with focus and propulsion to our actions. The 5th session of the Latin American Caribbean Forum on Sustainable Development must serve as an occasion to chart an ambitious path forward. This is a region that can and must lead the way forward. I would like to highlight 5 priorities to help inform our discussions this week. The first, we must build resilience against the pandemic and preparedness for the future. The overall rate of vaccination in the region at 65% masks deeper interregional inequalities. Vaccination rates in the Caribbean are at 14%. In Haiti, they're a mere 1%, but vaccines alone, we know, are not enough. This is a watershed moment to build stronger health systems by investing in primary health care and health surveillance systems, as well as greater production of vaccines and diagnostics and treatments into the future. Second, we must scale up and speed up investments in the protection of people and ecosystems on the front lines of the climate crisis. The Caribbean's extreme vulnerability to climate disasters is well known. Economic damages are 6 times higher than for other countries. Disasters occur 7 times more frequently here. And women and girls living in poverty, in particular in small island nations and least developed countries, are the most impacted. Building on the progress that was made in Glasgow, we need urgent efforts to reduce emissions, embrace a trajectory that keeps the global warming below 1.5 degrees, and build resilience against impacts that are increasing in frequency and severity. I hope we can demonstrate similar resolve to the one we saw last week in Nairobi in our preparations for the next climate conference, COP27 in Egypt, where climate adaptation, loss and damage, and its financing must be front and center. You can count on the Secretary General's support. He has been clear. Developed countries must urgently deliver on their commitment to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion per year by 2025. We will also continue to call for a more adapted cooperation with middle-income countries to redistribute liquidity, reform the global debt architecture, and support innovative instruments to improve debt repayment capacity. The Secretary General's report on our common agenda sheds light on an issue that is dear to this region, the need to go beyond GDP metrics to achieve the SDGs. In this regard, I would like to commend the Caribbean Development Bank as the only institution that currently applies a multidimensional vulnerability index in its operations. This should be a standard and adopted across all financial institutions. Third, we must supercharge just transitions in digital connectivity, energy, and food systems. The digital divide has become a new source of inequality and exclusion in what is already a highly unequal region. But as we bridge the divide, and the digital transition must become a driver of inclusion. And at this point, I'd like to commend Costa Rica in their efforts towards bridging this gap. Building sustainable and resilient food systems everywhere is urgent. And I know that Latin America can chart the way with its rich and diverse diet and immense agricultural capacity. The UN Food Systems Summit held last September has helped to put a spotlight on this critical transition. It is now time for this momentum to land at the country level in local communities. Renewable energy transition offers many other amazing opportunities. Fossil fuels are a dead end for our planet, our humanity, and certainly for our economies. Time has come to support countries in pursuing a just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. I had the privilege not so long ago to visit what has been a standard, I think, for the globe, to see Costa Rica's example of their renewable energy at over 90%. This would not only reduce carbon emissions, but create millions of jobs and close the gaps in energy coverage. We all know that these transitions will ultimately depend on partnerships at a scale that has never been witnessed before. But it is also an integration of the investments in these three areas that will produce the greatest multiplier effects on all other SDGs. It is why our UN country teams will support governments to convene all sectors and mobilize resources, expertise, ideas that can help change the game. The Escazú Agreement adopted here in Costa Rica is a great example of an invaluable regional instrument to hold all actors accountable for practices in the agriculture and extractive sectors. Excellencies, fourth, we must rebound from the huge learning losses of the pandemic to reinvent the future of education. Today, education systems across the world are being challenged. In some countries, the pandemic is causing a generational catastrophe. And everywhere else, conventional education systems are struggling to prepare learners for our rapidly changing world. And that is why the Secretary General is convening a summit on transforming education this September. The summit will help to mobilize action, ambition, solutions, and the solidarity that is needed to transform education between now and 2030. The Secretary General has appointed the former Minister of Education of Costa Rica, Leonardo Garnier, as his special advisor on the Transforming Education Summit. We count on the active participation of governments and leaders of Latin America and the Caribbean in the preparation of the summit. Finally, we need to accelerate gender equality and economic transformation. About 70% of the jobs generated from mid-2020 to early 2021 in the region were in the informal sector. Yet this remains an afterthought in economic strategies and metrics. Robust and decent job creation must be matched by social protection, and that social protection must be universal. It must also go hand in hand with ensuring equal opportunities for all women. Tomorrow we will be celebrating International Women's Day, and I will be joining a group of young schoolgirls to hear their perspectives, their expectations, and their aspirations. But this is not only about their future, it is about our shared commitments for today. The Secretary General has presented 5 transformative recommendations, repealing all gender discriminatory laws, promoting gender parity in all spheres and at all levels of decision-making, facilitating women's economic inclusion, ensuring greater inclusion of younger women, and following through on an emergency response to prevent and end gender-based violence. Excellencies, let me underscore the need for this discussion to be inclusive of our young men and those that are in power, holding those decision-making roles that can make a change for the transformation of the way in which we all live together. Excellencies, tomorrow I will also chair the meeting of the Regional Collaborative Forum of the United Nations. With the UN reforms now well advanced, I hope we will adopt an ambitious work plan to support countries across the region and agree on concrete deliverables. We will also discuss how the UN can continue to support Haiti as it faces another critical moment in its history. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Port-au-Prince to mobilize support for the reconstruction efforts. I was encouraged by the engagement of the international community. But I was so much more impressed by the ownership and the leadership of that government in their plans to move forward. Haiti is not forgotten, but Haitians are also tired of the missed opportunities. This is the time to ensure Haiti recovers better. Mr. President, Excellencies, in many ways, Latin America and the Caribbean have given birth to the Sustainable Development Goals. And in that, as the world faces unprecedented challenges, we need your leadership to ensure that we rescue the SDGs and that we build a future that is of peace, of dignity, and of prosperity. Together, I believe that we can do it. I thank you. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por sus palabras y por acompañarnos, señora Amina Mohamed, vicesecretaria general de las Naciones Unidas. Tengo el honor de invitar al uso de la palabra al excelentísimo señor presidente de la República de Costa Rica, don Carlos Alvarado.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Excelentísima señora Amina Mohamed, vicepresidenta general de las Naciones Unidas. Honorable señora Alicia Bárcenas, secretaria ejecutiva de la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe. Señora vicepresidenta de la República, doña Epsi Campbell Barr. Señor canciller de la República, ministras y ministros de gobierno que nos acompañan el día de hoy, señora vicepresidenta de Colombia, señora Rebecca Greenspan, excelentísimos señores y excelentísimas señoras jefes de delegación que nos acompañan el día de hoy,
ambassadors who are accredited for the here with the government of Costa Rica, special guests, dear friends. I must confess that this is the first time in a long time that I am here at a hotel meeting forum room with a large group of people, and it's a true change of what I've been used to. But it's a room full of individuals from the community of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as friends and partners from other regions, in which we can gather as friends and a fraternal community. 2 years ago, exactly yesterday, was the we could say we commemorate the first case of the first COVID case in Costa Rica that was reported when we were thinking that we saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Then now there's another tunnel that now quickly emerges along the way. So before beginning my opening remarks, and I wanted to ask a special request, a personal request, a dear request for all of you. It's not from me as President of Costa Rica to you, but as a member of the LAC community. And since we're so lucky to be together and that we can shake hands and speak to each other face to face and comment, which is something you can't say when you raise a comment or your hand in a Zoom conference or in a chat box. So now that we are physically together, I wanted to ask you for a dear favor. I wanted to ask a dear favor of you. Please, each of you, think and act. And think about, when you think and act, think about your strategic contribution within this meeting. What is your grain of salt? What are you going to contribute? What are you going to take back home? And what is going to change and why? Why is this important? Because we represent a larger community, a community much larger than what is here in this room. Those are the ones we represent. If I am sitting here, I'm doing that in representation of that child who's very vulnerable in the region. If I'm occupying a seat here, I'm also representing that woman who is a victim of inequality in the region, the greatest inequality. If I'm here, it's because I represent that person, that Afro-descendant community member, the indigenous community member who feels excluded, who feels that they are a victim of racism. If I'm here in representation of that youngster who is looking for more opportunities, for that company that may provide employment to many, for those environmental defenders. If I'm here, I am here for them. And that is why I have a responsibility of giving the best of myself and making a contribution. Must be accountable, especially today. That is valid always, but especially today. At times in history of our humanity, of our globalized humanity, in the midst of war, uncertainty, and despair, and where humanity finds itself at a crossroads, which many of us understand. We know that there's a single brave path amidst that. And amidst that, the single brave route is peace. There's no other route. And the greatest act of courage is in the capacity to dialogue, to find a solution through dialogue for the problems that we have within the world and as a region. The last few years have shown us that this world is interdependent. There is no single country, a single community, a single person who can survive alone. The pandemic set the state, or showed us that that was the case. We can't survive without medical care, without vaccines. We wouldn't be able to survive without good economies in our countries, and we cannot be able to continue unless the entire population is vaccinated. It's in the interest of anyone that human being that lives on the other side of the world should be vaccinated, even though you don't know who that person is, but it's in your best interest. So today, with the new events, this interdependence is exacerbated, because all of our countries in the region must prepare for a cost increase of fertilizers, of supplies, of all of our cultural, our farmers are going to feel the pressure of a price increase. And if there is no response to this, this may lead to tremendous pressure in our food security in our region. all of our countries will be impacted by this increase of costs of fossil fuels, and a response to be able to reduce the price of hydrocarbons is to increase the use of them. That will impact the fossil fuels, will increase and deplete the environment even more, making it more damaged than it already is. Economic recovery and the fight against climate change, attention to health needs, protection of human rights has to continue to be a priority for our government actions. And Latin America is in an immeasurable position, in an enhanced position to be a leader, to decide where the world is going to go, what direction it's going to take. And it's up to you to make that decision. Leaders, but people, individuals. Our political situation, our diversity allows us to lead, pave the way. The first step is to decide to do that. And the first step is to accept the consequences of leadership. Leading is not taking the easy road. Leading is to take the road less traveled by and taking your country in that direction. We must understand that the strength of our democracies is broadly found in its institutions. Many times, leaders are weakened by the perception of the vote chastisement. But democracies are built on votes, but they can also be destroyed on votes. But based on votes. But what truly destroys democracy is leadership that is there to represent people. We speak about threats to world peace, world security. What is the worst threat to the world security? The worst one. The worst one. The worst threat that our world faces today is that we have been told, we know that science has shown that we are destroying our planet. The home where we live will soon cease to exist, and us as well. Main threat to our global world today, the loss of biodiversity, desertification of farm land, and we won't be able to feed our population as a result. And even before all of the conflict that has escalated today, last year, levels of investment in weapons was again exceeding the Cold War era. If we think about the main threat that affects us isn't the destruction of the environment, it's this lack of understanding, disbelief of humanity, not being able to understand. Solutions and answers must be found in multilateralism, in the community itself. That is why our action is key. We are all part of that community, and we can all build that new global agreement, a new response, provide a new architecture and response to our challenges. It's new discussions will no longer play an important role. Financial institutions that order set that establish order among countries that were created after these institutions were created. We need to resolve climate problems with our climate, but do it fairly. There will be no other solution. There are strong asymmetries as well in our countries that we experience that are leading to social upheaval. That was mentioned now by Madam Barcena. Inequities abound in our region and has grown in Costa Rica. For example, inequity is one of the main threats that or the main reasons for this rupture of our social thread. And we need to be able to provide to ameliorate this. And it's also growing among different nations. And when there's crises, the winners, be it a health crisis, military crisis, they always seem to already have all of the resources anyway. How can we change this? How can we do that? Today, here, we have the best minds of our region that are called to lead and say how, in peace and with great strength, we can change all of this. Women, girls, indigenous communities, Afro-descendants, the disabled individuals who are at a disadvantage of opportunities in our society and planet must be subject of our attention. Society has been impacted by its fiscal opportunities, its high indebtedness. Climate change also leads to more investment. At the same time where COVID ruined our economies. How are we going to face this? That's one of the answers that has to arise from this meeting. One of the main problems in Latin America and the Caribbean is the constant dilemma and debate of funding for development. We always speak about funding for development, but they continue to be concrete examples or concrete answers continue to be limited. We need to go quicker. We need to
scale up. And we also need to innovate our system, because we are one of the regions that has the greatest sets of responses, for example, to climate change, with respect to past solutions as far as nature is concerned. We are one of the regions with the greatest number of forest and natural resources, the greatest level of carbon capture by our oceans. Our environmental potential and our social potential have to be recognized in these investments. Today, with a greater moral authority and with a greater force, we have to ask for explanations. Why are so many millions of dollars spent in weapons when we are not fighting against a major threat to humanity? Let somebody explain to us. And we're being silent. We're not resolving the problem. We are representing a child, a girl or boy here We have to explain to this girl or boy who has their future behind them, can we tell them that we were silent and we did not take action? We have a moral responsibility. So, fortunately, LAC has not been silent on this. Well, at least Alicia has not been silent on this, and I thank her for this. LAC has demonstrated that there's no lack of resources. That, on the contrary, there is excess liquidity. There is excess liquidity. So what's the matter? What's happening? This forum can explain what exactly is happening and can propose solutions. It must propose solutions. So for us in Costa Rica, it has been an honor to be pro tempore presidents of this. And we are involved in this innovative task for the sustainable development. And we are interested in having concrete proposals. Alicia mentioned that. And this forum was an example for this. Alicia talks about this in this document. So I'd like to have a lot of copies of this because it is working with support agenda for concrete proposals for the economic republic, the recovery of Latin America and the Caribbean. Our main focus must be in action. Many citizens in democracies become frustrated when they see that the forums are always just talk shops and empty statements. But there is no change, no action. And this undermines our democracies as well. We need to have concrete actions that will change the lives of citizens and improve them. Political action and diplomacy must no longer just be a set of the talking points that people expect us to come up with. We have to raise the bar higher than what is expected of us so that we can change the lives of people positively and be useful for history and humanity. And that is what Alicia has done in her leadership and the work of Alicia and LAC. We're here to take this to another level again. National fiscal structures, reduction of tax evasion, the exertion of special drawing rights, debt equity swaps, environmental swaps, and social improvement, the creation of a multilateral agency for credit rating. Because sometimes one has the impression that sometimes the credit agencies do not realize that there is a pandemic, despite the efforts made by governments, and we're continued to be castigated, to be punished, and asked to pay more, despite the efforts, and despite the endogenous shocks. This really punishes the girl and the boy that we represent. There are multilateral funds that are financed by developing countries, as we proposed in the FACE, that is the COVID economy relief fund. We have to raise our voice on this as well, because it is the selfish interest of the world that the world should become better. It is in our own interests, because when our countries talk to us about migration, questions of refugees, and that is not really the origin of the problem. This is only the consequence of it. This is what happens when we have problems of employment, unemployment, And we have problems of instability, political instability, whether it be and other types, economic and social. These are the consequences. This is not really the root of the problem, the origin. If we want a better world, all of us, whether in a centrist, selfish interest, and I think the best way of becoming selfish in an interconnected world is to work in solidarity. We can express solidarity through a moral vocation. The economy of accumulated does not really guarantee any security for anyone because the world is interconnected. The best way of being intelligently selfish is to act in solidarity. And whether it is with personal interest or conviction, even better. Amina Mohammed said that we have to leave behind the old criteria. And she said something that really struck me when she talked about Agenda 2030. And she said, woman in Africa, when they said that the 17 SDGs was very complex, and the response of the woman was that reality is in fact complex. So perhaps the economy of immediate satisfaction has led to unidimensional and facile solutions, but that does not transform things. The complexity and understanding complexity and accepting this complexity, this is what transforms, changes. So therefore, it is important to have the importance of having people from so many areas and representatives, regional representatives, banks, different sectors. It is so important that they can have an impact on what the United Nations is doing in our respective countries. Multi-dimensional work demands more from us. It presses us to do more and to study more, to communicate amongst ourselves better, because the truth is more difficult to explain. But there's no easy way out to truth or no easy way out to doing what is right. So we are at a crossroads in the world, and we are being called upon to be better. So my appeal to all of you is to let us demand. We are in this complex time. Let us rise to the complexity, recognize the complexity of the times that we're living. And if you allow me, please allow me to recognize a friend from Costa Rica for all the work done in the LAC. My dear friend, Alicia, thank you so much for walking and working along with us on our struggle for ideas. Thank you for the energy that you have displayed. Thank you for the positive attitude, and thank you for your struggle for the good causes. Thank you for using information and analytical skills for the benefit of the entire region, including all of us, and trying to opt for the better way. Thank you for your inspiring work. Thank you for everything that you have given us in this region, and the gratitude, your hard work and your dedication. And the result of this, the government of Costa Rica has asked to confer her the decoration of the Juan Mora Fernandez decoration and the grade of Great Cross, Silver Cross.
El cual es uno de los mayores honores.
This is one of the greatest, highest honors that is conferred by the government of the Republic. My friends, at the last session of the United Nations and General Assembly, I said, how are we going to explain to the next generation that while vaccines were not arriving in a pandemic and there was a climate emergency, the world was investing more in armaments? How are we going to explain this and so many other things? Alicia's example is the best. It is an example that we must underscore for all of us, today and always. Let us not be afraid of leading as a region. Let us not be afraid of choosing the best way forward. If this use of fossil fuels and gas, if it is so necessary for us, let us try to do away with it as possible. Try to use clean sources of energies and generate far more jobs. Let us do that. Let us do far more other things. And that is the aspiration to a better and braver world. And it can start here in the courage shown by Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish you a fruitful forum. Good morning.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your remarks. At this point, we have concluded the inauguration of the 5th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we will continue with the agenda, and at this point, I will submit for your approval the provisional agenda for this meeting, which was distributed by the Secretariat electronically. You have in your respective folders the document LC stroke FDS .5 Rep 1, which was circulated by the Secretariat with the provisions of the rules of LAC, and which is entitled as the provisional agenda, which is now being submitted for your consideration. If there are no observations or comments to this by the participants, I'd like to ask you that we should approve this by round of applause. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Now, continuing the and I keep on to the approved agenda, and I would like to call upon Alicia Barcenas, Executive Secretary of LAC, to present the document entitled A Decade of Action for a Change of Era. That's the 5th report on the progress and regional challenges of Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Dear Alicia, please, you have the floor.
De esto que me acaba de decir el presidente de la República. Qué emoción.
Well, I'm so overcome by what was the Secretary of the President of Costa Rica has just said. I've been so overcome by this. Thank you so much. This document, then, yes, okay. Well, this document that I'm going to present to you will have this document, which is called A Decade of Change for a Change of Air, which was developed by the entire LAC team here. I'm just a spokesperson for this document. I'd just like to say that the central messages that you will find in this document, and which I can't really see because this Spanish, is it changing to English? I'm not sure. The English is changing, but it's the Spanish is not changing. Oh, yes, okay. So, all right. Here we have it. Here we have it. So what are the messages, the central messages in that document? First and foremost, that you're seeing, as you said, Mr. President, that we see growing global disparities between developing and developing countries. This region has been the most affected, hard hit by in all developing countries and all developing regions. But recovery, which really concerns us. So we don't need only a grain of sand, but we need actually a roadmap, because we want a recovery. But this recovery is following a model that has already shown its structural weaknesses. Many countries are, of course, they're looking towards good prices for the commodities, and they're hoping for recovery through this. And we also believe that in this document, we have given you an assessment of what has happened, what is happening with the Agenda 2030. We have evaluated the 11 of the 17 SDGs, and many of these are 11 of these are really not insufficiently implemented, and almost a third of these are actually, frankly, suffering from setbacks. And this is what we discuss in the report. And for this reason, we need a decade of action. Under Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed has talked about and called for this many times, and it is more important now ever than ever. Of course, we have economic gaps. Disparities. We have 1% has 50% of global wealth. Consider this. So in our region, as I said, our region has been most hard hit with some internal disparities of vaccinated. Now we have the gaps, as a climate gap. Of course, we have 8% of emissions, and despite this, we are the most hard hit, especially Central America and the Caribbean. Of course, we have the gaps in a crisis response, almost $15 trillion for recovery, and we do not have these capacities. Unequal access to vaccines. We have an observatory on vaccination, and these are figures from the 4th of March, the 13th of February, and I think the 4th of March figures will also come up. You see Chile and Cuba, 89% of vaccination. Costa Rica at high levels of vaccination with but the curve is going down, and we see in the Caribbean, for example, some countries in Central America are still not vaccinated, that have still not reached 20% of their vaccination. Let us not even talk about Haiti, less than 1%. So when we look, the world is asking for us that 70% of the population should be vaccinated so that we can overcome, at least reach what we call herd immunity, but we're not reaching there, and that is very important to state this. We are the hardest hit region, and we're saying this with the information that we have to hand, as the President has asked us, and all of you have asked us. Latin America felt the hardest. We see the comparison. We led 6.8%, and the very fleeting recovery that we had in 2021, which was important, which was 6.2, but in 2022 we're going back to 6.1. And employment, which is so important to come out of inequality. Well, we cannot have employment coming back. We're not recovering at the same extent as GDP, and debt exacerbates the problem. We have to look at the problem as far as debt is concerned. Well, we're in a bad situation because in the region, and you can see that this region is the most indebted of the developing world. And UNCTAD, of course, Rebecca will help us to compare all of this, because it's, as it happens, we are the region which is highest indebtedness level, and also we are the region, especially in the Caribbean, that is have very high costs for total debt servicing. Roberto, we talked about Jamaica yesterday. Jamaica has to pay 61.1% of its revenue, export revenue. It has to pay in debt servicing. So So it's 40% left for everything else. So we are in a very serious situation in our region.
And inflation has us all worried, because inflation, especially with food and energy, hurts households the most, the poorest households, that is. So we're facing a very serious inflation issue, and our central banks are raising the interest rates as a result to counteract that problem. And we hope that we can attain the goals of the central banks by 2022, but nothing is sure, and inflation is rising, and poverty. I mentioned poverty, extreme poverty, in my opening address. 32.1% of the world is poor, 86 million people. We assess this every year, how poverty evolves based on household income. It could have increased more if it weren't that the government took. It could have been worse, but emergency relief funds were put into place by the governments, with cash transfers, and they attained 45 billion dollars, but 93 billion. So this the government acted quickly in a very short period of time. But we face more uncertainty, difficult inflation, and we're thinking about public expense, and it's a very high one. And Chile, for example, some countries, such as Chile, substitutes right now its emergency relief funds to deal with inflation. And I wanted to also say hello to our dear friend Marta Lucia Ramirez. We were speaking yesterday about Colombia and what it has done to move forward within this crisis. Gender inequalities, that's really something. I said that women were pretty much ousted from the labor market, but this is the problem. Here are the figures. We have a setback of 18 years with regards to women working in the labor market, because they had to be at home taking care of their children, of the elderly, and the fact that schools were closed. This is all very elusive. So how do we view these SDG indicators? The report is a sort of traffic light, where we show that only 1/3 of the 111 targets are currently on course. So only 32% are advancing at a steady pace. At least we're not attaining 30%, but at least they're moving up. It's a horrible report card. So 22% of them, 22% represents setbacks. So, and we run a risk of further setbacks. So this report is very detailed with regards to each target. So it's important to look at this and measure. Remember, what you don't measure doesn't exist. We have to face this. And together with the UN systems, and we have our SDG gateway, where we disseminate this so we can see how the region moves forward, and combines official country figures, if we have them, and figures from other sources, and voluntary reports that you send us each year, because this region has presented their reports in a very continuous manner, and we assess what goals we attain with our current trends.
Yes, of course. The 17 and 4 still. So we have three silent crises in this region. And you mentioned this, President. We have the crisis of the LAC, the loss of more than 1 year of school in so many children, and that is very serious. The increase in gender violence and the exacerbation of terrestrial and by marine diversity as well, and well as the problems for women, as I mentioned before. And I said the exacerbation of terrestrial and marine biodiversity as a result of illegal activities, and often combined with killings of environmental defenders and activists.
So we are risking a lost generation. We've lost 56 weeks out of our school year, and our school year is 40 weeks. We've had the greatest interruption of the school year, more in this region, Latin America, than any other area in the world. And we've also lost cognitive abilities that are so important, and a burden of care tasks. So how are we going to open up bars and restaurants and not schools? I think it's too much. Well, both are important. I know that, but still, come on, schools. And the other is that we run the risk of school dropouts. 85 million children missed out, or 23 million children could not return. Sorry, 3.1 million run a risk of not return it. And
a third of women, 1 in every 3 women is a victim of physical violence, and the 33.3 women. So we still have 33 seats in parliament. Of course, we're very politically active as far as women are concerned, but we must work towards a society of care. And that is what we're trying to seek here, a society of care, not the care economy. That's something completely different. We want a society of care. And of course, we have to fight against violence and promote political participation by women. It's a society of care. Because it is not fair that women should be the ones always looking after the children and old people. This is a commitment of the entire family and the entire society. We need, therefore, to work towards a society of care, which will take care of itself and take care of others. And what we have learned in the pandemic, we have also learned that we need to have a more equitable distribution of power so that women can have more time available to them, so that can increase productivity and well-being. Our region has greatest wealth in biodiversity. So we have it a flash, but in the document, it's just a little detail here, but in the document we can have information from FAO and other sources. So this region has the greatest number of marine ecoregions. Of course, no, they're very filled with plastics, unfortunately, but we have to free these regions from plastic. But we have the Mesoamerican reef system, which is the second largest in the world, and a fourth of the world's mangroves. We also the region with the highest number of terrestrial ecoregions, 24% of the total, 23% of the world's forests, highest 20% of indigenous people are in these forests. The forests that are in the hands of indigenous peoples are the best conserved forests. So what are the problems that we have? What are the goals that we'll not reach? We have changes in land use, overexploitation of species, climate change, invasive alien species, and pollution. And the loss of forests is very seriously. So many million hectares lost, the annual 138 million hectares of forest lost. They have the annual rate of deforestation. We have had some recovery. Of course, FAO can say this better than I, but there is continued risk to the forests. So we need incentives. We need to have incentives in order to truly act in favor of biodiversity. In the pandemic, it was very difficult for us. We saw the environmental sector was even more hard hit. Why? Because the political commitment to the environment was not really there. 11 countries decreased their environmental budget by 35%. Of course, it was not very high, but it went from 0.4 to 0.2 GDP. So we're very bad in a bad situation. We have a great illegality, illicit cultivation, mining, etc. And we do have opportunities. The Caribbean does have opportunities. Caribbean first.
Deuda por acción climática es una posibilidad.
Environmental debt swaps.
So we've proposed a reduction of the debt in the Caribbean by 12%. In truth, we're speaking about $6 billion. It's not too much to create a Caribbean resilience fund for adaptation. So the Escazú agreement, we're in the same country where the Escazú agreement was signed. It already entered into effect last year at the first COP. And the first COP is in April this year with more metrics for ecosystems. The director of the Statistics Institute of Mexico and Colombia are both here. They've made tremendous headway with regards to ecosystem accounts. And we also need a system to measure and protect nature, protect 80% of forests need to be well protected because remember, they are in the hands of indigenous communities. And nature-based solutions, blue, green, etc., and institutional capacities, these are all issues of great importance because we're facing an urgent need of a change in production and consumption. And we've spoken here about Target 17, institutional goals, implementation means where we stand. Our region is truly a region that's committed with the dear DSG. We are committed, especially with the 2030 agenda and volunteer reports. 17 countries of the region have organizations or agencies, presidential agencies, and 15 have ad hoc mechanisms that follow up the 2030 agenda. And our region has presented 28 voluntary national reports or national reviews. 14 presented them more than one. But this year, we expect Argentina, Dominica, El Salvador, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, Suriname, and Uruguay to submit their national reports at a workshop that we hold Wednesday. So our region has advanced tremendously, and that this meeting where the president is calling to us for action, it's an opportunity where we see the confluence of groups, of regions, Central America, the Caribbean, Spanish-speaking Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean. I want to thank Rodrigo Mirka, who's the first chair of the forum, and we work together with Mexico as well. Many interest groups who are present today, they're interconnected. Everyone is invited to this meeting. All voices should be heard. The elderly, men, women, the disabled, migrants, the indigenous communities, everyone is welcome. And it's important to have the importance of data. We need SDG Gateway is available to all of you, and it helps makes monitoring easier, oversight easier, and it shows you what each of us at the UN are doing. And ECLAC stat, it refers to statistics and combines maps with statistics. So data is presented in the actual geospatially, so we could see where the actual problems lie in each country, and the regional digital agenda, which is also important. Target 17 refers to the fact that we need infrastructure, but we also need an e-government. An example, in Mexico, e-invoices became 0. Meant that we had a rise in our GDP by 0.17% just by instating electronic invoices. More people were being taxed. So this is a mechanism for accountability. So emerging technology, regional markets, we need a regional market that is digitized and political dialogue to harmonize regulations. And thank you, President Alvarado, for mentioning this. The development funding agenda, you and Vice Chancellor Solano and Chancellor Solano, have been defenders, pioneers with regards to this. And we know that this trust can be funded with special drawing funds because the bank can have special rights for allotting, for assigning funds, and being able to broaden the possibility for more loans, expand instruments, reforming the multilateral debt systems, as well as credit rating agencies. We have 3 private ones. Well, how about if we had a public one, a multilateral credit rating agency? Contingency clauses, new instruments, bonds, or new products. And this has been attained through the UNDP and women's bonds, SDGs, and the Resilience Fund of the Caribbean. So to end, this document is available for all of you to comment on. Remember, it's a live document. Nothing is written in stone until it is. And we will look at all your comments. Tell us if we left something out. We have tried our best. And I want to thank Mario Chimoli, who helped me coordinate this magnificent document. Raise your hand, please. Mario, you have been instrumental to this task. So many countries always said, how about our common agenda? What is that? Is it competing with the 2030 agenda? No, it's not a competition. What it does, it complements, it fosters, because it draws on certain strategies. It looks at employment, productive capacities, digitalization. The 2030 agenda does too, but our common agenda presented by the Secretary General also refers to the urgency of multilateralism, the urgency of gender equality. And that's why, dear friends, today we are presenting this document today and submitting it for your consideration. Thank you.
Agradecemos a la señora Alicia Bárcena, secretaria ejecutiva de la CEPAL, por la presentación de.
I'd like to thank the Executive Secretary of LAC, Alicia Bárcena, for this important document that invites us to action. So now we will be hearing the comments to the document. The distinguished President of the Republic, His Excellency Carlos Alvarado will give his comments, as well as other specialists who are not able to be here with us physically, but are present virtually in this forum. We have Mrs. Maria Mascato, Professor of the Institute of Innovation and of the University College of London, and Mr. Enrique Iglesias, Deputy Executive Secretary of LAC. You have the floor, Mr. President.
Once again, morning to all of you. Madam Mina, Alicia, Rodolfo, and Enrique Iglesias, former Executive Secretary of LAC, and Professor Mariana Mazzucato, economist and professor at the Institution for Innovation and Public Purpose at University College London. I once again thank you for your virtual presence here. And I'd like to refer to the fifth report on the 2030 agenda of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean of Sustainable Development, which is of tremendous importance for our work together and that we need to develop in the next few days in the search of solutions to address the critical stance in which we are and look at the future of sustainable development and well-being for our society. I would like to begin by acknowledging the importance of this report. It is about a document that addresses from different angles and dimensions the impact suffered by countries as a result of the pandemic and due to the extended pandemic disparities that exist in recovery efforts, as well as the challenges that we face in taking the route of inclusive development and the implementation of the 2030 agenda and being more resilient. So looking at different impacts of this crisis in detailed, we see the different asymmetries as a result of these consequences, symmetries among social groups and countries. And this confirms that the levels of inequality, structural inequality have been sustained through times, and they fostered negative consequences. And it reveals and it shows us that we haven't been able to make good recovery efforts for inclusive, for comprehensive reconstruction. For this to be a reality, investment must be systematic and aligned with the sustainable development objectives and should consider the need to mitigate and adapt to climate change. If we don't there are costs at not addressing the profound issues we face today. The call is clear. This is a time for action. If not, we are going to continue to compromise our future for the next generations. So we require more access to funding and international recovery for that. For 2 years after the pandemic, we still don't see enough of a response in the multilateral scenario to foster good recovery options for countries, especially low-income countries and middle-income countries, including countries in our region. So it's imperative to look at new types of multilateralism and in a new global with a new global perspective. So our development must be more sustainable. We need to rebuild better. So once again, we need to remember that we need to execute innovative and special proposals for countries with the higher level of indebtedness to establish stimulus measures without further increasing the burden of their debt, so that the countries with little fiscal movement to be able to respond to the needs, to their recovery needs. We're going to now look at more in-depth proposals. We have our fund, the FACE fund, and other funds that have been proposed to the international community. These proposals must be now taken to action with the purpose of attaining recovery to accelerate adaptation of productive systems aligned to the 2030 agenda. So let me just make a parenthesis here. We believe that initiatives and proposals don't have impacts. Well, in May 2020, Costa Rica launched together with Dr. Tedros the initiative of the Free Technology Repository for COVID. And it's an initiative that was launched. And as a result of the contribution from Spain,
I'm just throwing this out to you because the ideas must be promoted.
Because we need to also consider funding mechanisms, because it may sound ambitious. Another good proposal mentioned at the pre-COP in San Jose before the Spain's COP and Chile's COP was for the coalition for people of nature, for nature and people, for protection. This initiative began in 5 countries. We said that it was too ambitious, and it was a global initiative that has more than 85 countries subscribing to it. We have to move good ideas forward. They may seem ambitious, but it is worth it. With regards to mechanisms for implementation of the 2030 Agenda, I would like to emphasize 2 aspects at a national scale: the creation and updating institutional arrangements, and including SDGs in the national development plans. So this has been executed in a timely manner by the planning ministry. The recovery for voluntary national reports 2020 allowed that contributions of the private sector be better attuned to decent labor and employment. So this reminded us that we can't go further in the recovery with regards to this report, and it should serve as a starting point for a true roadmap. Now, regarding institutional arrangements, in Costa Rica, we have emphasized joint work with local governments as key stakeholders to be able to adapt the 2030 Agenda to the territory, and adapt it and scale the economy so that its economy will be a 3D digitized, decentralized, decarbonized economy by 2050. So that's why we established agreements based on legal competencies with different national government authorities. We looked at the experience of the regional Canton Pro SDG network for fulfillment of the SDGs. So as a result, it worked on contributions to the 2030 Agenda through participatory processes where citizens are key players. So another aspect to emphasize is the need to address more domestic, the role where women and domestic care have as important a role as men do. So equality and women. Now, Mina said that we addressed the economy of care, and she said that we have to speak about the society of care, and it's truly a different focus to the extent if we see it only as economic focus and think about it with money, it's going to be limited. How about if we perceive this from a focus of rights? Because if you perceive it based on a rights focus, the discussion and of discussing resources and financing has a whole different context. But when you address the society of care, the right to care, and try to resolve this as a society, it definitely impacts women, children, protection of children, protection of the elderly, and benefits the economic growth of our society. So the report mentions this, as well as my comments with Mina. These are all important aspects that we need to address and that we could build upon in Latin America and the Caribbean. As Alicia mentioned, various times, our region must go from a culture of privilege to a society of care, must move in that direction. And this is something that Latin American, the Latin American political class needs to predicate. Also, it needs to walk the talk. We need to eradicate privileges and be more, act in a more solidary manner. I want to also mention that together with Ecuador, Panama, and Colombia, we now announced the Pacific Marine Corridor to strengthen that region and make this area a biosphere, an UNESCO biosphere, with the backing of strategic partners. Together with France and the UK, we are members of this coalition. This is a case where Latin America has been a proud leader, and I am very happy, and I congratulate Panama and all of our efforts, Panama, Colombia, and Ecuador, in the creation of this marine corridor. This was one of the greatest commitments, tangible results in conservation that arose as a result of the Glasgow COP. And this is where Latin America has a tremendous capacity for leadership, for showing, for paving the way. I must also mention, as we stated, the importance of the agreement of Escazú and the first meeting of the parties that will be held next April. And our perspective is for the right to democracy be strengthened, transparency of the state, and the exercise of human rights as well. It has an important potential to help, together with agreements and through governance, for inclusive economic, green, solidary growth. So we need to continue to support ratification processes that continue to exist in the states of the region and in Costa Rica, because some people have said that that's not important. This agreement has to be agreed upon, has to be ratified, not only because it has Costa Rica's name on it, Escazú, because it's an essential policy within the protection and transparency framework. There's no excuse for not ratifying the Escazú agreement. And I have to say this in a very critical manner. We would be ashamed, and if Costa Rica, the fact that Costa Rica does not ratify it is an embarrassment for the country. It has to be ratified by Costa Rica. The report makes us see that the attainment of economic growth, that at the same time allows us to move forward with the SDGs, must be intertwined with strengthening social political systems. So the lack of public services, of universal access to essential services, undermines efforts for modernization, and it undermines trust and credibility of our democratic institutions. So that is why we need to move forward and establish solid states of well-being that will be able to provide our populations with access to services and universal access to essential services, and transition these societies to more sustainable societies of consumption, and helping our labor sectors as well. So this baseline is essential for productive innovation and attracting sustainable investment. We will only attain this significant reform by implementing multi-dimensional agendas, development agendas, that will translate into programs that convey actions in different local and national realms and are based on concrete proposals at a regional level, as well as multilateral. Today, more than ever, We are changing the path, looking for a truly new roadway for a decarbonized green society. And because this is a scenario that's unpredictable and ever more complex now more than ever, that this is hard in a region that has the highest levels of economic inequality throughout the world, that faces the worst, and it faces the worst crisis of its type in 100 years. But it's something that we cannot lose sight of. We need to continue to look at to remain committed and work together. I want to thank the team of LAC for this wonderful report. It gives us much food for thought. The point of departure, if one had to summarize, is that it's a highly unequal land. It's a poor region, but it has tremendous potentials for services, but that are not distributed fairly. And it's important to ask why COVID impacted Latin America so heavily. Why was its impact felt differently in Latin America? Why did it impact Latin America differently? But I also view it with tremendous hope that Latin America was able to, and the Caribbean were able to overcome. And we enter a new phase with a lot of hope to continue to find solutions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for your comments. We'll now continue with Professor Mariana Mazzucato, who is professor and economist from University College London. Mariana, we welcome you to our region. I promise I'm not going to speak in Italian. Thank you, because I speak Spanish with an Italian accent. But thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, President Carlos Alvarado. And my dear friend, Alicia Bárcena, Secretary of LAC, and visionary, truly, and Madame Mohammed, and Enrique Iglesias. I would like to just mention that we are always innovation driven and inclusive, and I'm going to continue my presentation in English.
Muchísimas gracias.
I'd like to thank very warmly Professor Mariana Mazzucato for her comments on the document. I now have the great pleasure of calling on Mr. Enrique Iglesias, former Executive Secretary of LAC, for his comments. Please go ahead, Mr. Iglesias. Thank you. Mr. Iglesias, I think your microphone is in mute. We still can't hear you. So we're just sending you a request for you to open your microphone. I think the technicians are coordinating this. All right, I think it's good now. I think it's okay. Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Don Enrique. No? Oh. Can you hear me now? Okay, please go ahead, sir. Good morning to you, sir. Once again, Don Enrique, just press the button again, please, sir. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Thank you. So I think the microphone is charged. So I'm going to be very brief. First of all, I'd just like to thank very warmly the president and my good friend, the president of Costa Rica. And I like to say that is a great pleasure for me to speak or at least address you in Costa Rica, even though it is in this virtual format. Thank you very much, Alicia, for inviting me to participate in this event. I'd also like to greet Amina Mohammed and all the friends who I can see and hear from here. I listened with great interest to the presentations, and I'd just like to make a few general comments on this. First of all, I would like to say that it is wonderful to see the very intensive work by the ECLAC and the enthusiasm with which they have attacked this work and the importance given to this study. I think this is a fundamental change, and to bring about the need to bring about a fundamental change in our region. And I think the institution has an excellent work. Secondly, and this is also linked to what I just said, is that, you know, when we look back many years, we have to note that many things have changed, many things have been done. And there have been changes from the world at that time. There have been great steps forward with respect to productive systems and advance of technology, communication. And in fact, we can say that in these 65 years have indeed been the richest as far as concerns the creation, production and innovation in humanity. And I think that this has to be pointed out. And thirdly, and we have to look at the deepening of the basic problem of inequality and disparities, the great inefficiencies that we can see everywhere in the planet. Interestingly, it is the United Nations that has incorporated into public debate the whole question of solidarity. And the poverty, the question, the problem, the question of solidarity and the commitment of the society and the need to support others is the concept. It's a great contribution from the United Nations, and it's a great game changer. Today, in public discourse, we see that we are seeing a great tendency, a great and growing tendency to talk about the questions and problems of inequality and disparities. So we have to bear in mind three aspects that have beset humanity. This nationalisms is one of those, and these aspects that have beset humanity, and in especially difficult times. The fourth point that I just like to point to, and which is also linked to the first ones, is that there was an inclusion of the whole question of interaction, the concept of interaction. We see today, we see actions, but you don't know where they originated, because all the actions are a combination of efforts from others. And I think that this has been incorporated as one of the great elements. We have to note, and something that concerns me is the idea that we have to the question of the change of era. It is something that is important. Unfortunately, in the history of humanity, changes of era have always come accompanied by violence. In fact, in some cases, a great violence. And if we look back at the 20th century, for example, from the First World War, the beginning of the First World War to the end of the Second World War, we have seen millions of people die. And this concept then, that the change of era, which comes hand in hand with turbulence and violence, we have to look at this. Today's world must work towards the objectives that have been pointed out in the LAC document. But there's one consideration that comes first and foremost, that is peace amongst men. I think it is important to remember that. It is a great commitment, because we cannot put this only in the hands of the politicians. It's this first priority of peace. All of the society must become imbued with this need for peace. Women, for example, young people, religions, associations, we must understand that we are entering into an era, a new time, but we must at the same time avoid the tragedies that we have seen in history when we look back at the past. We cannot go back to the violence that has brought about changes of era. We owe this to humanity. We have to ensure peace first and foremost, and that must mobilize us. At least just a little word for you, sir, for you, madam. We have spent almost the same number of years in LAC. It was, I am I'm happy that we have both had the great honor of participating in a great cause. I appreciate very much all that you have done, the innovation, the commitment to the objectives of the United Nations. But I thank you so much for your personal contribution, your personal commitment. And I think that we are united in this. I was motivated by the same feelings. I spent very many happy years. There were problems, but there was the conviction. We had the conviction that we were working for a good cause. This is work for a good cause. I would like to congratulate you very warmly and wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, don Enrique, por sus comentarios.
I'd like to thank President Alvarado, President Mazzucate, and Mr. Iglesias for their valuable comments regarding the document of executive action, fifth report, executive action for an era of change, fifth report on the regional progress and challenges in relation to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we hereby end the morning session. I'm going to give the floor to our chief of protocol for the corresponding instructions. Thank you, Chancellor. We are very, very short on time, so we are going to skip the coffee break and continue. We're going to thank the President of the Republic, Madam Mohammed and Madam Farsana, and without leaving, we request that you please go get a cup of coffee, a snack at the end, but we're going to quickly just change the stage in 5 minutes. So our coffee break isn't skipped. We have a 5-minute coffee break and then, but please don't go too far.
Estrategia territorial para una economía inclusiva y descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo, que es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas de los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio de Trabajo podrá hacer 3 cosas fundamentales. 1, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento
de las universidades en los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Soñamos con una Costa Rica de 2050 que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los hombres y mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño, también hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a realizar el país. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra nación.
Vamos a dar inicio a la siguiente sesión de trabajo. Invitamos a las delegaciones y participantes a que tomen asiento, por favor. Ya está la mesa principal compuesta. Hay un orden de intervención de las delegaciones y deben estar en sus lugares, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Simplify. Think about what really matters, what brings us all together, what is truly essential to a life well-lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, our space. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica, life's essentials, family.
Cuando vivimos en un país así, es natural que nos importa cuidar, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como nuestra gente. Así que, porque amamos el país, porque extrañamos el frío de la montaña, de la playa, o un simple pura vida. Porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Agradecemos a las delegaciones que tomen lugar en sus asientos, por favor. Necesitamos cumplir con los tiempos de cada panel.
Please, everyone, back to your seats so we can continue.
Ale. Por favor, agradecemos a las delegaciones que tomen lugar.
Take your seat so we can continue with the next work session. So we'll now continue with we're now going to continue with the agenda, the fifth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We need the delegations to all take their seats.
Perfecto, vamos a dar inicio en este momento a esta sesión de trabajo.
We're going to begin the next work session. I'm going to give the floor to Luis Irañez, Secretary of the Commission, who will be the Secretary of for the meeting. And will take the floor. And the moderator will be the Costa Rican Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy, Pilar Garrido.
Aló. Ahí sí. Bueno.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now, this session, where we're going to hear the comments from the different delegates, will be led by Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica. So we want to just explain the procedure for commenting. There is a list of speakers that that previously registered, and of the countries that are here physically present and countries that will connect virtually, and they will comment after the countries that are in the room. And at the end, we will hear comments from countries that are here in person, but not from Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm going to read the list of delegates who will make use of the floor who are here on site: Cuba, Antigua and Barbuda, Colombia, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Peru. Afterwards, countries that are with us virtually: Argentina, Grenada, Chile, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bolivia, and Mexico. And lastly, the British Virgin Islands and the United States. Then Brazil and the Dominican Republic. Good morning to all of you. We're going to begin our panel. We heard the document that was presented by the Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena, speaking about the challenges faced by our region. We still have much to work towards: inequities and productive transformation, low emission economy, resilience, close of the digital gap, the gender gap, So public policy makers experience these challenges every day and understand them well. So we're going to give the floor to the Vice President of Foreign Affairs, Marta Lucía Ramirez. She's the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia.
Ya. Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning. I'd like to thank Costa Rica profusely from hosting this event. I'd like to thank President Alvarado for his invaluable comments, his team, Vice President Epsi Campo, and all of the ministers that were with him, and to thank Executive Secretary Barcelona for her for everything she has done for the past few years, her great commitment, and to Mr. Iglesias as well for shedding light on what we have to do. Alicia, we believe that you're an excellent, that you presented an excellent report, but I have to frankly say that I think that we need more analysis of South America's situation, because we are all concerned with Central America and the Caribbean, but there are many countries that also face disparities in South America, and they need that individual diagnostic. They need to be able to analyze carefully, because those are certain countries in South America. In 2015, when we embarked on this work, on all of this work, I remember that we said that we never thought that 7 years we would face the pandemic, this catastrophe that is still in existence. We speak about the post-pandemic, but we're still in the midst of the pandemic. In Latin America, one of the most, one of the areas with the greatest inequities has definitely been hit hard with the pandemic, and it's working earnestly to place the 2030 agenda on the table, but it's been very hard hit with regards to fatalities. For every 1,000 inhabitants, many have died. Also, setbacks with our GDP and setbacks in terms of poverty. So we have to now take tangible action. We are all overdiagnosed. We know that the prescription was different in every country. In Colombia, for example, President Duque at the helm increased monetary relief efforts, family aid packages, packages for the elderly. But this was simply a Band-Aid to be able to overcome the lockdown. So we know that our challenge is to recover economic growth that should be truly inclusive, not only economic growth that is based on macroeconomic and GDP indicators, but as the General Secretary of the UN has stated, as our dear friend Amina and Alicia have mentioned, we need growth and development that goes beyond those indicators. And that is why we need to share experiences here and challenges. We need to be able to have value chains that are more focused on taking advantage of our potential in Latin America and the Caribbean, an area that is so rich in diversity and natural resources, but with but that does not have enough capabilities to put that in action to become competitive. And this is one of our greatest challenges. We need more on international marketing, international trade, because the report should mention that more, because we have a market within our own hemisphere, so we need to be able to meet that demand, that internal demand. If we have all these valuable natural resources, we can't continue to export them without added value to Asia and other markets. We have to see how we process them here and how we leverage on the market demand that goes from Alaska to Patagonia, and how we're able to do that through state acquisitions, and that way our SMEs can have true inclusive economic growth and possibilities and create jobs. When we speak about inclusion, it's essential to speak about women. If there's something we're proud of, in addition to being able to handle and address the pandemic and deter its impact on the less favored societies than what it could have been, would have been a disaster. We're very proud of what we've done with gender equity. So here we are focused on economic autonomy among women. Latin America and the Caribbean have to have women become protagonists of their own economic space or economic actions, because a large 50% of women are 50% of the population that has been ousted from the economy, or that is kept out of the economy. They're women. So we need political decision makers to play a more active role in gender equity that is truly based on a budget, allocated budget with good accountability, and making sure that economy towards women or women's economy is scaled up, and women-run companies are fostered, because women have great potential in creating more jobs. We need our SDGs to be reported on. Colombia, for example, has reported on its SDG commitments, but we're facing a new scenario. That's the impact throughout the world of this conflagration between Russia and a true country, Ukraine, that is in such a precarious situation. This is bolstering the inflation of energy prices, and this is going to have deleterious consequences on the world's economy. So we have to now focus more on seeing the opportunities within our hemisphere with the resources that we produce, but also looking at funding. What Professor Matsukato said is very important. So where's the development bank here? Our commercial banks continue to fund as they do, as if nothing were happening, as they have done in the past 10 to 15 years. We need a development bank that will truly generate that added value that we are in dire need of. And another challenge is the informal employment sector. It's just gone up dramatically. In Colombia, for example, President Duque has focused on gender equity, but on identifying ways to resolve informal employment or informal workers. We have to think about a more solidary employment model for government to be able to promote associations among small producers and scale them up and transfer them or have them transition from informality to formal employment. So we have many tangible experiences that have allowed us to overcome that. Colombia has experienced 10.6% GDP growth, despite pessimistic projections of LAC for Latin America. We are sure that this year we are going to experience again growth that exceeds that of the region. We calculate that we will be above 5% in our GDP. Investment has been very important. Amidst the pandemic, a whole investment matrix was established for non-conventional renewable energy sources. And I think we all have to be champions of this. We have to advocate this because given this military crisis that's leading to many countries at the brink of war, and imagine an expense, a terrible expense, what war represents. And let us, please, we need not to stray our sight from inclusive development to war. We have to continue to focus on sustainable development. Colombia knows that migration is a difficult issue. We have many migrants from all over the world, especially from Latin America. And I just wanted to mention the importance of another SDG 15. Now, we also need a recipe that's clear as to how to strengthen institutions in the face of migration, how to make sure that democracy counts, that the freedom of citizens also to express themselves and choose their jobs, to go and protest, to choose their leaders is actually a reality, is not something that you wish for. Because today we know that unfortunately many of our countries have denied their citizens basic human rights, the essence of democracy. So we deem that it is important to know that migration goes hand in hand with lack of economic opportunities, but also lack of rights and democracy. So we must continue to work on that and attain social progress in that area, and to be able to meet the Sustainable Development Agenda, where we know that Latin America is one of the least greenhouse gas emission producers, and yet it's an area that has assumed more commitments to CO2 reductions by 2030, and much more than the developed countries that are the main emitters. So this agenda for development, this agenda for democracy is very important. So I want to congratulate President Alvarado and his minister, his chancellor, Rodolfo Solano, and this network of Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, and Panama at their association to strengthen, to foster inclusion. So Alicia, your report was wonderful, and it will go down in history as something that we will always use to strengthen our internal agenda and hopefully continue to share the experiences of each of the different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. I now give the floor to the next speaker, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Investment of Cuba. Thank you so much, Mrs. Maria Piral Garrido, Minister of Planning and of the Economy of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of LAC, it is an honor for me to attend this fifth meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development. The recently presented report shows that we will not achieve the SDGs if we do not change our means of achieving the development, if we do not change our traditional patterns of consumption, and we do not have equal education for young people, for an equitable, sustainable development and a more just world. Latin America and the Caribbean has much to contribute for the transformation, and therefore forums such as this are very important. We'd like to congratulate ECLAC and the Costa Rica for its pro-tempora presidency for the excellent organization of this forum and the work done. And then on behalf of the government and people of Cuba, I would like to express thanks and special thanks to our dear Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcenas, for her untiring effort to achieve sustainable development in the region, and which she has done the last 14 years at the very helm of ECLAC, and to place place at the disposal of our countries our professionalism and work, and working hand in hand on the spot with our countries, so that this region can be the region that we all want, a peaceful and unified region in the face of the challenges of the region. And we have an ecosystem which is linked to and which has been suffered from unjust international policies. Thank you so much. Alicia would like to reiterate our commitment to compliance and achievement of the SDGs, and we have every will to continue to concentrate our efforts in this direction, as well as to continue to support through solidarity and cooperation with other corporations if they so desire. We'd like to reiterate our commitment despite the complex scenario to which we have been beset with for more than 70 years. We have been suffering from an unjust blockade imposed by the United States government, together with complex and inhuman situations that have been imposed upon us. And this hostile policy against Cuba has only been exacerbated over time, and in the last few years this has been unprecedented. And as you can see, the application of the Helms-Burton law, the inclusion of Cuba in the arbitrary list of countries that are responsible for terrorism, and the 243 measures that were taken by the U.S. in the most critical part of the COVID-19 pandemic, and which have not changed so far. We must particularly stress the impact of these coercive measures on our national efforts to overcome the pandemic, and which have hampered our access to medical equipment and medical inputs, which have not only affected our trade, but also the initiatives of solidarity that may have been sent by others. Despite this, we are continuing to implement our national development plan for economic and social development by the year 2030. And this is in keeping with the SDGs of the UN. And at the same time, we've been working to recover from the pandemic without leaving anyone behind. More than 89% of the population has already been vaccinated, and we give the necessary doses with vaccinations that were developed by Cubans, 100% by Cuban doctors and scientists. We are using the new technology and innovations for development. And this has been possible through the educational system of Cuba, which is public, inclusive, and free of cost at all levels. And this has been supported by an extensive network of educational institutions. That means that we have a highly qualified population, which has allowed us to cooperate with other countries through a program of scholarships for academic training with various countries, especially Africa, Asia, and Oceania, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to stress the importance for development of having gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Cuba has a national mechanism to promote women, and which is responsible for complying with the SDG 5, which is a multidimensional approach with the participation of all of the sectors that are incorporated in a cross-cutting way in the National Plan on Social and Economic Development from 2030. And it has rests on a legal framework as part of the Constitution. In 2020, the government approved the National Program for the Promotion of Women, which includes and follows up international commitments made by the country, including the strategy of Montevideo for the implementation of the regional agenda on gender. We are now involved in the process of popular consultation to approve a new family code, which will be more inclusive and fair, and which will increase the rights of Cubans and of all regardless of sexual orientation or gender. We also aim for plurality, equality, and non-discrimination, as well as solidarity, as well as the highest interests of girls, boys, and adolescents. With respect to the conservation of the marine and terrestrial ecosystems, we have been working with a multi-sectoral approach, bearing in mind the vulnerabilities coming from the position of Cuba as an insular country is in part of the regulatory framework and its provisions for conserving these ecosystems. These efforts have also decreased the pressure on the tourists and economic pressure. We also have a national program on biodiversity, as well as the national plan for protected areas. Despite the progress, Cuba is not satisfied with this, and we do recognize that there are many great challenges ahead of us in achieving the SDGs. Carlos Alvarado, President of Costa Rica, has called upon us to think about how we can contribute in this forum to the solution of problems that we have facing us. We believe that the solidarity of Cuba can play an even greater role at this point by contributing to the development of health and education systems in the region by supplying vaccines against COVID-19 and by defending our commitment to never leave anyone behind. Latin America and the Caribbean can always count on Cuba, which will continue to advocate in favor of multilateralism in the search for concerted solutions and cooperation and solidarity in order to deal with the challenges of development, promoting partnerships with the countries of the region as well as international community. It is only in this way that we can achieve the change, the area that we are called upon to bring about to ensure that Latin America and the Caribbean will be the region that all will aspire to emulate. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, ministro. Y a continuación.
Okay, next we're going to hear from the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Antigua and Barbuda, Ted Green.
Floor is yours.
Thank you and good day to my colleagues. With this being my first intervention, please accept warm Antigua Barbuda greetings and best wishes for a successful event. I especially want to offer thanks and appreciation to our host minister today, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, beautiful country of Costa Rica, and special mention and thanks to Ms. Alyssa Bassina, our Executive Secretary, and her team. Allow me today, Chair, for the benefit of my colleagues, to proffer a progress report on the challenges and achievements of Antigua Barbuda with respect to our journey along the path of the 2030 SDGs. It is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Antigua Barbuda, through our international trade unit, has successfully spearheaded Antigua and Barbuda's efforts towards the participation and presentation of our first VNR under the theme, Build Forward Stronger. This report details the nation's experiences, including successes, challenges, and lessons learned regarding the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals thus far, with a view to accelerating its implementation. Our 5Ps approach, that is people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership, was used to detail the nation's progress. The report was officially presented to the UN membership at the institution's high-level political forum on sustainable development convened last July and gave detailed snapshots of the nation's progress related to all 17 goals. Key findings I'm pleased to report includes the nation's commendable performance in majority of the targets for the goals related to people, where specifically substantial progress have been made in goals number 3 That's good health and well-being, and goal number 4, quality of education. Significant progress is also attained in goal number 16, as peace and justice and strong institutions, along with goal number 7, clean energy. The nation is deemed to be on track to achieving these goals by 2030, albeit with some policy interventions and acceleration in some key areas. It is also fair to report this morning, or today, that fair to moderate progress was observed and recorded in the targets related to the goals: number 1, poverty; 5, gender equality; 8, economic growth; 9, industry and innovation, infrastructure; 10, inequality; 11, sustainable communities; 13, climate action; goal number 14, life below water; 15, life on land; and 17, partnership. And this including, of course, the existence of challenges, mainly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The need for acceleration, either in the form of policy interventions, resource allocation, or implementation initiatives to reverse the fallout from COVID, have all been recognized. I want today to place on record our abiding thanks and appreciation for the assistance received or provided by the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean in Trinidad. And we look forward to continuing a very close working relationship as we tentatively look to 2026 as the year for the presentation of our second VNR. We are also in the process of designing a communication strategy which will guide future stakeholder interactions and engagements, all geared towards leaving no one behind. And we are also in the process of putting together a website dedicated to the implementation of the SDGs, and that will be launched shortly through the support and assistance of LAC. Chair and colleagues, not only do I wish to account for the ongoing actions and successes, but I also want to take this opportunity to advise and inform on future actions and future projects. Recognizing the goals form the blueprint of the achievement of our resilience or resilience building and a better and more sustainable future, particularly in the post-COVID world, my ministry and government, we are set to lead the nation's participation in the following projects, expected to commence in the first half of 2022. 1, a MAPS mission in collaboration with the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in Barbados and with LAC. This review is very timely as Antigua and Barbados is currently in the process of updating our medium-term development strategy. Secondly, advancing innovative financing solutions in the Eastern Caribbean under the United Nations Joint Sustainable Development Goals Fund, which is being facilitated by the UN Resident Coordinator's Office in Barbados. Our third project, taking place on the auspices of the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda is set to be among pilot countries of our region for participation in the Recovery Planning and Policy Coherence Project. This will see national stakeholder consultations beginning within the next 30 days or so. And those, in short, colleagues, provide an explanation or snapshot of Antigua and Barbuda's journey along the path of the SDGs. We are pleased today at the 5th meeting of this forum to present these snapshots, this account of achievements, of challenges, and certainly of our intentions. I look forward to hearing other countries' reports on this very issue and see ways in which we can cooperate, collaborate, and certainly join forces in making our region a stronger one, notwithstanding our challenges, making our region a better place, a more livable place for our people. So, Chair, if it pleases you, this accounts for Antigua and Barbuda's report and update at this stage. Thanks.
We'll now give the floor to the Director of Planning and Budgeting, Isaac Alfi from Uruguay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, President Alvarado. I thank you and this beautiful country for welcoming us. I would also like to greet Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena. Thank you, first of all, for your remarks, for the work you presented. You truly described the scenario well. It's a great honor for Uruguay to take part at this regional meeting where we address one of the pillars of the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 in the context of our region. If we remember our last meeting, we are probably in a better scenario compared to how we were at our last meeting dealing with the pandemic. And we have all, as countries, embarked on a recovery strategy. So I just want to reiterate what Madame Bárcena had said, but recovery is still wary, and the impacts of this recovery are enormous challenges that are going to be evidenced in the next few years by our society. So for Uruguay and this rest of the world, Uruguay has been especially hard hit. We are dealing with a very uncertain future about what effects are going to be experienced by Uruguay as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Uruguay considers the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs as an essential tool to attend challenges associated to development in a multi-dimensional, cross-cutting, and comprehensive manner, where it collaborates with society to obtain answers for the end objective, which are the Millennium Objectives, and leaving no one behind. So that's why it understands that working together within our region to obtain enough funding and execute this agenda is essential, and we can't lose sight of the value of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. So we have to remember the main source of funding always comes from economic growth. Economic growth is what we should endeavor to achieve in a region which is clearly far from its potential. We must also remember that economic growth also depends on stability, on specific stability. It needs institutional stability, macroeconomic stability, solid modernization, reforms, and quality education. Uruguay is committed with all of this. It is committed with the implementation of the agenda, considering this as a state policy, and it's also committed with frequent reviews and issuance of reports about what we have done and what is left to do. In 2021, Uruguay presented its fourth voluntary review as part of the UN Economic and Social Council, and we have a fifth report that we're preparing for this year. So it's a way of assessing our work tool, as we said before. Despite the challenges and pandemic-related needs, which we already addressed, we're all impacted, entire globe and the region. The region was dealing with structural gaps and vast inequality. And they are they're well referred to in the report. Well, some things grew, but there's nothing new. What happened was that, as the report says, we've experienced a setback of many years. So, if not re-embarking, we have to again tread treaded upon path. So Uruguay has made efforts as part of its policies to address this challenge. It focused on people. To appease the impact of the crisis, it prioritized early vaccination and with a campaign, and it was the first region that included teenagers in the vaccination scheme and was able to provide continuous support for its workers and companies. Now, in general, countries spent more resources during 2020 and 2021, but it spent more in 2020 than 2021. It's the opposite of what most countries did. And this has to do with the severity of the situation, or the fact that Uruguay was doing relatively well during 2020, except towards the end of the year. And 2021 was when it was hit the hardest. So support was provided not only for people, but as I said, for vulnerable workers and companies through a state relief program to avoid the loss of latent loss of capital. We need to continue to work and make efforts in our policies and associate that with the 2030 agenda and establish recovery strategies to COVID-19 to avoid duplication of work and optimize our resources. We understand that the report that was presented includes important aspects for the future. The impact of the pandemic, how to face it, impact to climate change and environmental degradation, challenges tied to employment, to labor, unpaid labor, informal labor, and the society of care, tasks related to caregivers. So Uruguay has made some headway in various aspects. The country has a lower percentage of workers that are employed in the informal sector before the pandemic. So the network of public safety, which was created ad hoc. Sorry, it wasn't created ad hoc. It was in place for about a century. So we call it the old age retirement pension. But this is what helped us attain this, and it was unexpected. So before ending, we want to congratulate Dr. Bárcenas from the start. In 2008, when she became Executive Secretary of LAC, she's been a key player in reviving interest in the region and identifying creative solutions to common problems. We understand that to face the current challenges, it's essential to reinforce actions having to do with attainment of the 2030 agenda and work together for the region to recover, but to begin to recover better and show its true potential for the future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much to the Director of the Office of Planning and the Budget. I'll now give the floor to José Rubas, Vice Minister of Planning and the Economy of the People's Ministry of Planning, Venezuela. Thank you very much, Minister Garrido, Minister of Planning and Political Economy of Costa Rica, Your Excellency Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of the LAC, distinguished representatives, member countries, agencies of the United Nations, and members of civil society present. For Venezuelan, for the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, it is an honor to form of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. We'd like to wish you all the possible success. In the present international scenario, the questions that are being dealt with this in this forum are particularly important in the context of the pandemic and COVID-19, which is has impacted the achievement of SDGs and in search of leaving no one behind and the sharing of good practices and learned joint learnings, and all of these questions are essential for the challenges that we face. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored social and economic inequalities and disparities, as we have seen in the presentation of the Executive Secretary, and progress and in reduction of poverty and other achievements have been very hardly impacted. So we have illegal and inhuman reactions against the population of Venezuela, which makes it difficult to have full access to inputs and basic services for our peoples. In this new global scenario, it is therefore important to have sustained public policies that will be mechanisms that will accelerate the implementation and follow-up of the Agenda 2030 based on solidarity, international cooperation, and social development, which is respectful amongst nations. The Republic of Venezuela will continue to follow its inclusive economic and social model, giving priority to the needs of the people of Venezuela in health as a target, a very great important objective. We have 10 million of food packages that have been given to households in Venezuela. We have a CLAP. We have more than 4.5 out of 5 children, girls and boys that are becoming in security, social security, access to school, biodiversity. All of this is part of the government economic and social plan for the nation 2020 up to 2025. And these plans have been created in keeping with the SDGs of Agenda 2030. They have many types of progress, and progress has been made, and especially in Venezuela, as was stated, we are using this important regional opportunity to once more call for the lifting all of these sanctions that have been eroding the progress that we have made for the full implementation of the SDGs in our countries. And lastly, Honorable Executive Secretary, we agree and fully endorse your commitment to achieve the SDGs in keeping with Agenda 2030 through integration and consultation within the region and the sub-region. The Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela would like to congratulate you for your extraordinary work at the helm of this regional organization. And of course, we are always ready to work hand in hand with LAC for the benefit of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Minister. We'll hear now from Gerardo Torres Zelaya, Subsecretary of Foreign Affairs, Secretary of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras.
José.
Thank you.
Good morning, ministers, dear guests, the main panel, Madam Barcenas, and representatives of the government of Costa Rica. Thank you for this invitation. On behalf of the government of Honduras, we would like to thank LAC on behalf of President Xiomara Castro, and thank you for your visit last week to Honduras. That was truly helpful. We started this the government started its new term only a month ago. So I just wanted to also mention some issues that were mentioned during the morning session, however. See, Honduras experienced an important institutional and structural change of democracy coming back to us. Democracy in the sense that it wasn't one political party over of winning over another party. It was the end of corruption, the end of corrupt government, the result of a mobilized and organized democratic participation. After 3 attempts, we finally attained democratic elections, always betting on peace. What we found, or what we attained with that political victory on November 13th with President Castro, is a country with a budget where 50% is earmarked for paying debt that exceeds $20 million, that increased $15 million in just a few years since President Zelaya's term. As a result of a constitutional mandate, we have to pay this debt and then refund the state. So we have very few resources to execute urgently needed policies in Honduras that experiences 74% poverty. Unfortunately, the enormous debt that we have hauled for 12 years has not impeded development. It has impeded development. It's not reflected in poverty or access to social programs within the country itself. This profound crisis experienced by Honduras, this high indebtedness, was the result, as Costa Rica's president said, as a result of the silence of the international community, because all of that money that was given to Honduras was supposed to be paid back by a supposedly accountable government, that what they did was use the money instead of reducing poverty. They used the resources to repress the population, a population that was in need and desire of democracy. So corruption was key in mobilizing Honduras's population to bet on democracy, and we achieved it. So despite an enormous deficit and the fact that most of our state agencies are now state-run agencies are bankrupt, well, we continue to tread along, and President Castro sends her regards. We thank President Alvarado for attending the inauguration, and our main commitment is upholding human rights, keeping that at the heart of our political agenda, of our development agenda. We consider that human rights, right to land and right to services, an essential right. So Honduras defends its mountains, lakes, rivers. Berta Cáceres, for example, her effort symbolizes that fight of Honduras's population where more than 5 million people have been incarcerated for defending their natural resources. So President Castro declared an amnesty for these individuals that were unfairly imprisoned, but our friends want them prefer impunity and want us to sentence them to 12 years in prison. So you can't defend your natural resources then. So this new administration, said the president this morning, after ratification of the Escazú agreement, well, after that, and with consultations for the SIDA protocol in my country, that has not been addressed for some time now. So this has to be something that Honduras addresses. We also know that we have to remember what a coup is in Honduras, who was responsible for the coup, how it happened. So we need to strengthen our institutions, strengthen our government agencies, so that those people who dare embark on a coup no longer dare do that. So right now, the government is focusing on health. 2 million children were excluded from school because they were not able to access the internet or for biosafety reasons. We believe in Honduras in fighting against poverty and reopening the agricultural sector. But this is possible only if we rethink. Well, we do want to say hello to Simon, who is in Honduras, but this will be possible only if we focus on how the SDGs have been addressed up until now. Much of what Honduras presented as a result of the SDGs were tied to political clientelism, conditioned monetary transfers, but conditioned to political participation in defense of the prior political regime. Those are not SDGs. It's not sustainable development. So we need LAC's support, the support of all of you, brothers and sisters, Latin America and the Caribbean, for Honduras, which attained a political victory, to be able to translate that victory in true development. The country that we have is dealing with the grievous situation, but we know that with your support, we have hope, and it's hope for our current president, Castro, and I know it will lead to positive outcomes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, subsecretario.
Secretary, I'll give the floor to Ambassador José María Juarez, Permanent Representative of Peru to the United Nations and former Foreign Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I would like to refer to some of the figures that were given to us by Alicia Bárcenas, as well as other speakers, to give us an idea of where we stand. For 2021, we had a growth of 6.3%. And Alicia Bárcenas has told us that LAC is projecting a growth of 2.1% for 2022. And very rightly, she points to the recovery of 2021 as an ephemeral or fleeting recovery. In Peru, we have always referred to periods of this type as really a mistaken sort of growth. fallacious. Now, with respect to national measures undertaken for achieving the SDGs and Agenda 2030, the study made by the rigorous study made by LAC shows that there's 60% of insufficient trends, and this percentage can be, in fact, increased if we do not adopt systematic and rapid measures and to fight against these setbacks. We'd have an increase of a third of if without measures undertaken, these setbacks would be increased by a third. And I think the report gives us a figure that it considered to be very important, and that is inequality between 2020 and 2021 grew by 0.7% in 0.7% in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in the face of this increased in the disparity, Latin America is the most unequal region, where there's most social injustice, where the most exclusion, where the most disparity in the distribution of income. But the data given to us by LAC is even more important, because it tells us that there has been an interruption in the process that started in 2002, and when there was a decrease of the level of inequality in this very unequal area in which we live. So this question of 0.07% in the increase of inequality is very much more serious as far as economic and social implications are concerned. There is no doubt that our countries, in the face of the pandemic, have had to pour large financial resources to finance our efforts. In this way, we are in an effort to palliate a situation where these processes of a regression of poverty would lead to an increased impoverishment of the middle classes. The LAC study gives us some very important facts. It tells us, for example, that one country, which is Chile, in the region, has managed to have an indicator whereby the monthly average transfer of rate of coverage has gone beyond the poverty value. So this means that monetary transfer have indeed been below the poverty line, whereas the transfer in Chile has been above the poverty line. And this is despite all the efforts made by our respective countries. As Alicia Bárcenas and LAC shows, and we have to reconsider the information and the central data repository. I think that Alicia's data comes and shows us that we need to have a centrality, which is even at least as important, that is centrality of policies that have to do with the policies that our countries need to do, and which are channeled towards having a decade of action, which is the objective of LAC. Now, what is this decade of action going to consist of precisely? LAC is placing at the disposal of governments and has thrown out a proposal for a new style of development, which I think is in keeping with the proposal of the UN Secretary General's proposal, Antonio Guterres' proposal, that we should have a new international global compact. Consequently, I think we must have an important period of reflection about other elements of this political centrality, which we figure in the report, and which say that in the action post-pandemic, it should be we should not necessarily follow the pre-pandemic patterns, because if we want to have policies of growth which are going to follow the exactly same format, it is going to be very difficult for us to get a reduction in poverty, which And in fact, for as far as poverty is concerned, we have gone almost a decade back. So Peru thinks that we must really think about a new type of development, as the LAC is proposing, and for economic and social transformation in the region. We must have essential elements. We have to have the structuring of the economic and social poverty power relationships within our countries. We have to deal with the problem of violence against women. We have to look at the setbacks and lack of progress on gender questions. The idea of gender is not only a question of sectoral policies. In fact, it refers to social power structures. We cannot subsist with money transfers. If these money transfers or place us back into a situation of how to deal with the problem of poverty reduction. And in the last 2 years in Latin America, we have assumed that an economic and social model has as a byproduct poverty, marginalization, and exclusion, and that the only way to resolve this was through programs of compensation. I believe that this increases the exclusion. A new style of development should therefore substitute monetary transfers and replace it with social development. We should have the dynamic and the concept of social development, which will necessarily imply generation of decent work. And in conclusion, I'd like to note that integration and regional cooperation has been weakened over the last 20 to 30 years. And it's time that we recover this. The fight against the pandemic has shown us that whole set of national strategies and initiatives. The added value of cooperation, regional cooperation, has been almost inexistent. However, from the standpoint of the real facts and processes, many countries in Latin America, including Peru, Latin America and the Caribbean as a whole, for our region, therefore, we have the possibility to reevaluate the question of regional integration and sub-regional integration for cooperation, especially in the face of the new need to have new financing facilities, as was stated previously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. We give the floor now to Antonio Francisco da Costa Silva Neto, Ambassador of the Brazilian Embassy here in Costa Rica. Thank you, Madam Chair and Minister Garrido. I would like to also send greetings to the Executive Secretary of LAC, Alicia Bárcena, and the rest of the panel, and thank Costa Rica for its hospitality, its permanent hospitality, since I've been here, ambassador here for 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, obviously I'd like to congratulate Costa Rica and LAC for organizing the 5th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development that Brazil considers to be essential for discussion of the 2030 agenda based on the perspective of the nuances of our region and for excellent exchange of visions and purviews that is always in benefit of our societies. Brazil is completely committed to implementation of 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and its objectives. It appeals to profound transformation within our society, and Brazil has responded to reforms of structural reforms and economic strengthening that we hope will be more prosperous by balancing economic, social, and environmental imbalances. So In the midst of the greatest global crisis in many decades, the pandemic, Brazil has faced even more obstacles because, and now sustainable development became more imminent. Current scenarios have forced us not only to return to normality, but to combine long and short-term reconstruction measures to truly leave no one behind. This is what Brazil is doing. Let's take a look at the fiscal expense, economic policy, what Brazil has done to help the most vulnerable maintain companies afloat has been, and bolster employment is as significant as OECD countries. But structural reform needs to continue to be a part of the agenda, as well as the civil service structure. Dear colleagues, in the environment, Brazil has made a large effort to address different challenges faced by its biomes and strengthen state capacities to fight illegal forest fires in the Amazon. It also seeks to develop its bioeconomy, which has a great potential to help individuals out of poverty and stimulate the economy. And it's the safest way, we think, to attain the SDGs and sustainable development in the country. Once again, we need to combine short and long-term measures to benefit sustainability. So in the midst of all these challenges, Brazil remains committed to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. It has worked on initiatives with the objective of execution of the goals of the 17 targets, in addition to promoting actions at a federal level and actions to promote its SDGs that we refer to a more sustainable Brazil, agenda for a more sustainable Brazil. In the past few years, Brazil has made headway in building national indicators for SDGs, as well as being able to provide more metrics within the states. We've also forced more dissemination of its achievements to a broader audience. That way, governments and the private and civil sector will be able to track where to find us and where we stand within the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Together with our neighbors, we are working with them to be able to share best practices. Since we face so many similar problems, it has to serve as an inspiration for our decision makers to benefit our societies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'll give the floor at this point to Ambassador of the Dominican Republic in Costa Rica, Marilyn Cordero Diaz. You have the floor, madam. Honorable Minister, Maria del Pilar Garrido, Mrs. Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of LAC, Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and high authorities of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, heads of delegation, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to representing His Excellency Roberto Alvarez, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic, in this 5th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development and the monitoring of Agenda 2030 in the region. I now greet you formally on behalf of the government of the Dominican Republic. I'd just like to congratulate LAC for having convened this important meeting, which allows us to look at the challenges and progress for the implementation of Agenda 2030. Equally, I'd like to express and extend my gratitude for the report, the fifth report that has just been presented to us. To Mrs. Alicia Bárcenas, our great gratitude and thanks for all of the years that she has dedicated at the helm of LAC. She has led us to the working towards progressively towards the achievement of SDGs. Indeed, she is the first woman to occupy this post. As a consequence of the pandemic, the Dominican Republic has faced many difficult times, and these can be reflected in the economic, social, environmental, and institutional spheres. Despite this, our country has made a great effort to achieve the alignment and harmonization of initiatives for strategies to ensure sustainable development. Over 90% of our efforts are dedicated to the SDGs, especially object 3 on well-being, 6 on peace, justice, and solid institution, and SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. These details are in the voluntary national review for 2020 to 2021. There's a growth in equity and respect for the environment. The government of the Dominican Republic has decided to refocus its priorities to activate its activities to have greater impact on the living standards of peoples on around 3 major pillars: improved access to decent work, quality health care, and extended coverage of health care, as well as the quality of public services, as well as the creation of a space for discussion in the implementation of institutional reforms in order to create greater stability, efficiency, effectiveness in public administration and in the functioning of the state. In this way, we set out the most far-reaching initiative for with giving independence to the judiciary, as well as public instances for arbitration, as well as ensuring the fight against corruption and impunity. However, uncertainty has gained ground with new challenges in this international context. And among this, obstructions in supply chains, rising costs for energy inputs, inflationary pressure, which have an impact on the countries, as well as the military crisis in Europe. And for this reason, the government has taken additional measures to deal with these new challenges and to try to recover and sustain the growth rate that it had previously had, as well as to improve the living standards and quality of the population. We have used a large number of public policies for social protection for the unemployed and the poor, increased liquidity to deal with, to avoid a banking crisis due to insolvency of companies, as well as other efforts aimed at different sectors and other cross-cutting sectors such as SMEs. This is in keeping with a middle range vision to bring about policies that will have positive impacts on the economy. Therefore, the government has set as an objective the improvement of living standards with policies that will deal with impacts and concrete results with measurable indicators whose targets are constantly being reassessed. The planning of the public sector is therefore has become a flexible and dynamic sector which is adapted to the circumstances and which can correct deviations. We have policies that are aimed at the final objective, which is improvement of living standards, as I said before. This is in keeping with the lines of action of the National Development Strategy, as well as the prioritized targets of Agenda 2030. Another important step is the Partnership for Democracy, which has been signed by the heads of Costa Rica, Panama, as well as our country. And the objectives are in keeping the need to promote economic growth in the region in the framework of democracy, human rights, and the SDGs. Thank you very much.
Gracias, embajadora. Ahora tenemos el comisionado presidente.
Now the Guatemala will take the floor.
Envío un cordial saludo para la presidenta.
I'd like to send a welcome to Minister Garrido and Executive Secretary Barcena and all present. With the commitment to transforming the country, Guatemala has developed two strategies. One is to coordinate and execute, to be able to balance social inequities and in the environmental and economic realm as well. And SDGs are now part of our political planning, and there are 16 strategic development goals with 10 targets. They're interconnected, and as a result, we have replicated its effects dealing with development and improved results. Regarding education, by 2030, we have to ensure that all children be able to have access to free, equitable, quality schooling that will allow for effective schooling. And this target is part of SDG 4, which includes inclusive education to promote learning experiences for everyone during everyone's livelihood. Harmonized targets as well were established to uphold this priority. So we also have 5 issues or 5 topics that we address. We address schooling through our preschool, through the grammar schools and high schools and technical vocational schools. We also have schools where we teach we also make sure we teach civics in schools and hire qualified teachers. We address SDG 11, making human cities and settlements more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Now, in this regard, 85% of local governments in Guatemala have a municipal organizational plan, and it's important to execute them. But this is a planning instrument of the local government where guidelines and regulations for land coordination or land organization is executed. And public and private investment is also addressed. Loss of lives as a result of natural disasters is also addressed, as well as reduction of conflicts. Since land will be better regulated. So problems are addressed and we move forward in attaining development results. We'll be able to impact national development priorities such as poverty reduction, better access to healthcare, and encourage employment, access to clean water and natural resources management, better food security, and better land regulation. SDG 6 ensures the availability of water and sanitation for all. The goal for 2030 is equal access to sanitation and water through the reduction of pollution and landfills and residual and wastewater. So as a country, we propose to establish a strategy for food security to eradicate malnutrition and reduction of diseases, as well as establish projects and plans for socioeconomic development at a country level within the framework of the National Crusade for Nutrition. Guatemala has has established the implementation of water and sanitation offices at a regional level. So it's a technical agency that provides oversight for its water resources and sanitation services. So this allows the service to better render services and and contributes to social conflicts by improving governance and providing better better access to water and sanitation. So this type of coordination improves and contributes to the reduction of malnutrition indexes. It improves the population's overall health as well. So the President of the Republic, Dr. Alejandro Yamatei, has instructed us at a municipal level to be able to work with 25 strategic partners, cooperation partners, to develop an implementation and strengthening process for the SDGs. Now, the water sanitation regulation is a framework that we definitely believe will reduce vulnerability and the deleterious effects of climate change and help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. There are many challenges dealing with conservation of Guatemala's biodiversity, but degradation neutrality and larger challenges for economic recovery, those areas that are constantly degraded, such as a result of deforestation and the agricultural barrier becoming narrowing. So the government endeavors to close inequity gaps and protect the planet, eradicate poverty, and achieve sustainable prosperity for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to our Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador, Mirano, Peru. Thank you very much. Mrs. Maria del Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of the Government of Costa Rica, Mrs. Alicia Barcenas, Executive Secretary of LAC. I would like to just extend my great respect to you and a warm hug. Now, representatives of all of the countries represented here, dear friends. At the outset, I'd like to thank the government and people of Costa Rica for being so kind as to host us in this forum. It is the first of this magnitude post-pandemic. And I'd also like to thank Mrs. Alicia Barcenas for her hard work, her leadership, and the great legacy that she's leaving us. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador, Alejandra Gil, I'd like to thank you for inviting us to this 5th Forum of the Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development. This shows us the great relevance of Agenda 2030 as its objectives on the means of achieving sustainable development in all its dimensions. The government of President Nayib Bukele is conscious of this, but we are also aware that post-COVID recovery is very complicated for many countries and complex, and this is a threat to us that we were not able to look at in previous fora. It is therefore important for us to have actions that will lead to more productive and concrete results in keeping with the commitments that we had made and which we had accepted globally. And we want to avoid the failure to comply with these. We need to look at actions, the most adequate actions, in order to improve the lives of our citizens there, as well as their health and well-being. These are in keeping with the pillars and dimensions that are part of Agenda 2030, the economic, social, and environmental considerations enshrined in this. But the government of my country has worked hard to change and improve public health effectively, and we have done this in integrated work, and we are now seeing good results from their efforts. And this has led to international recognition through organizations such as the WHO. We have built a hospital in record time and to give aid to patients suffering from COVID-19. In face of other challenges that we have had, we are taking other actions to deal with this. For the implementation of actions, or with a cross-cutting approach, the most insignificant of this is this has been promoted by the Office of the First Lady, that is to have development of early childhood in El Salvador. And from this, there are other actions such as the law on the birth for giving help to mothers before and after the birth of their children. And we have therefore continued with actions apart from this, we have got the actions to COVID-19. The efforts of the government has led to the supply of medication in all of our health facilities, and we're very proud of this. Also on health, we have given the greatest possible budget to this sector to give help to those needing attention and health services. We have modernized health services and extended them, and we have executed a national plan for the humanization of health services, among other efforts. And these actions are not only keeping on an SDG 3 on health and well-being, but it also helps us towards a SDG 10 for the reduction of inequalities. Also, in education, we are having digital modernization, not only transformation of classes to virtual classes, but also the strengthening technological knowledge of new generations. And this has allowed us to work towards SDG 4 on the quality of education. As SDG 9, we have built a national library, and we have set up and implemented other actions, positive actions. And lastly, in keeping with the last report of the OECD and LAC on the prospects for the Caribbean, of Latin America and the Caribbean, the possibilities for economic development, we think that we're on the right road, but much remains to be done. Generation of jobs, economic support to families, especially those that are particularly vulnerable, as well as efforts to extend trading opportunities in all sectors, including for the small businesses, for example. All of these are giving truth in keeping with SDG 8 for economic growth and decent work. Dear friends, so the government of El Salvador, public investment is key because it has a direct and indirect impact on the quality of lives of our citizens. We reiterate there our call to facilitate opportunities for financial supports and technical supports that will allow us to achieve the SDGs and to achieve the indicators that lead to the SDGs. And I'd here like to speak to the work of the Res Rep of the United Nations in El Salvador, as well as the team. Very important work, not only work to support us as government, but also to the private sector and to all sectors of society, and which has allowed us to work together. The commitment of my country on the Agenda 2030 has been strengthened under the mandate of the President Bukele. We wanted to work in coordination with other national institutions as well as United Nations systems. And then this would like to announce that we are going to be presenting a new VNR in this document, which will be launched in the high-level forum on sustainable development, which will take place in July this year, and which will show the progress made by each country in achieving SDG and Agenda 2030. Today, more than ever, we must ensure that no one is left behind, and to ensure the benefit of all in times where solidarity is a preconditioning for achieving progress for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, viceministra. Y ahora tenemos.
We'll hear now from the head of multilateral policies and SDGs coordinator in Paraguay, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you and President Alvarado for the invitation, for your warm hospitality here in Costa Rica. And I'd like to also greet the Executive Secretary of CEPAL, Alicia Bárcena, and congratulate her on the excellent document that she just shared with us. The Deputy Secretary General of the UN, Mina Mohammed, and all high authorities, ministers of foreign affairs present at this meeting. Since in 2015, after the 2030 agenda was adopted, Paraguay has worked tirelessly to fulfill the SDGs and move forward in building a more prosperous, fair, and sustainable, inclusive society. This reflects the commitment with the 2030. As a result, a national SDG commission was established to include the 3 state powers at the highest echelons and include the 3 pillars of sustainable development. This urgent transformation represented a milestone for the country, since it was given a structure, to make decisions, with regards to SDGs that could result in tangible benefits for citizens. Also, in the past 3 years, we also addressed the SDGs dealing with nature and the environment. So my country presented its second voluntary report in July 2021. Preparation of this important report meant carrying out a self-evaluation, where we had to look at the achievements that we had attained at a country level, and since the first report was presented. And at the same time, we're able to raise awareness about the different challenges that we face in the future. So the idea is to face these problems together, looking towards 2030 and beyond. Now, based on a methodology that's based on empirical solid data, and with contributions from all sectors of society, this report has been an important point of inflection for the country, because it is for people by people. We understood that in order to work and be able to be on the path for more inclusion and resilience, we need to join efforts. So the drafting of this report highlighted efforts made in creating tools to allow linking policies with SDGs, and also working in a multi-sectoral manner to be able to attain innovative solutions for national and local development challenges. So it also showed that there are still many gaps in the country, and that require great efforts to provide solutions for structural problems that have impacted the country for many years now. These goals, or these gaps, were widened as a result of the pandemic and the difficult circumstances in which we have been submerged, dealing with the hope of a continent that has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, as a result of the demanding efforts in strengthening our healthcare system to be able to reach the most remote areas in our country. The relative headway done to overcome the sanitary crisis is the result of many efforts, but it's also it's also a fruit of the dedication of essential hospital and medical workers. And so these are values that are all instilled within the 2030 agenda. We are aware of the many challenges that we face now heading into 2030, aware of the need to establish common policies and standards to allow the free flow of people without disrupting sanitary barriers. We need to mobilize trade and tourism and act decisively and be able to travel the road of sustainable development and rebuild the social thread as a result of the damage caused by the pandemic. Now, we're nearing the end of the pandemic, but the scenario that we face is hope because we understand that initiatives that when we work together, initiatives can be replicated and have great and bear great fruit. They can be replicated nationally and locally. But it's challenging. We have to continue to work together to foster resilient recovery that is also sustainable and inclusive, and go back to normalcy through cooperation projects that will help reactivate our economies and contain and provide more aid for the most vulnerable by strengthening the health sector, allowing for safe human passage and food security, and inclusion of productive agricultural chains and digital access, and for both the youngsters, for both young and old. And the society of care is also important, being able to care for disabled, for the elderly. So there's a long road to tread, but to reach our destination, we will need to work collectively in a horizontal manner with citizens at the heart, and an end goal of all public policies that are implemented, particularly those that are the most vulnerable. It is only in this way that we will be able to build a better future for present and future generations. Today, more than ever, there is a pressing need to continue to join efforts towards the fulfillment of objectives that appeal to peace, solidarity, cooperation, respect, and tolerance among countries as fundamental values that are intrinsically tied to sustainability. Thank you.
Now we proceed with Guyana with Minister Ashni Singh. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, allow me to express my appreciation to the government of Costa Rica for hosting this very important meeting. Guyana sincerely regrets being unable to join you in person, but we're happy to be able to join virtually. I also take this opportunity to thank the Executive Secretary of LAC for the excellent preparations made for this meeting and for the presentation of the report on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Madam Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic with its multidimensional impacts has disproportionately affected our region, with small island developing states bearing the brunt of the pandemic given pre-existing high vulnerability and low resilience. Guyana has taken note of the observation made in the report that despite improvement in some indicators, progress towards 68% of the 111 targets evaluated is insufficient to achieve the SDGs by 2030. The fact that progress has gone into reverse on almost a third of these targets is cause for alarm and should compel us to move with new urgency to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and the targets. While we will eventually emerge fully from the pandemic, there are some long-term impacts that we will have to be aggressive and proactive in addressing. These include the consequences of the loss of more than a year of schooling for an entire generation of students, and the social impact that pre-existing inequalities have occasioned during the pandemic. Bridging the gap between the short and medium-term responses to the pandemic, while simultaneously building a resilient and inclusive world will require a transformed development model. Guyana therefore welcomes ECLAC's elevated focus on the importance of a decade of action and draws attention to the fact that we're already 2 years into the final decade before 2030. In the context of the foregoing, I'm pleased to take this opportunity to elaborate briefly on some of the initiatives that the government of Guyana is taking to further the achievement of the SDGs. First, recognizing that food systems are critical not only to the elimination of hunger and the reduction of poverty, but are also linked to the achievement of several of the SDGs, Guyana is giving heightened attention to the agri-food sector with a view to increasing the quantity and quality of output and to reducing food insecurity. Complementary to national efforts, we're also spearheading the CARICOM Agri-Food Systems Agenda, which prioritizes regional food security and nutrition. In this regard, CARICOM heads only just last week met in Belize at the 33rd intersessional meeting of heads of government and reaffirmed their commitment to the 25 by 25 agenda. This agenda aims to reduce the region's food import bill by 25% by 2025 and will require both private and public investments, including through national budgets. Guyana will be hosting an agricultural investment conference between the 19th and the 21st of May 2022 to accelerate the progress of identifying alternative financing solutions aimed at increasing agricultural production and productivity. Second, as a low-lying coastal developing state with the attendant vulnerabilities to climate change, Guyana has crafted a unique development model as a response to the climate crisis. In this regard, we are pursuing a low-carbon development strategy, the LCDS 2030, which simultaneously facilitates sustainable economic development while combating climate change. The LCDS is premised on the REDD+ mechanism and commits to the preservation of our rainforests as a means of lowering carbon emissions globally. Our LCDS 2030 takes account of environmental services, water resources management, climate resilience, biodiversity, renewable energy, the marine economy, and land management. Third, conscious that the pandemic has engendered learning loss, the government of Guyana is providing tangible support for learning from nursery to tertiary levels for broad-based human capital development. This support includes the provision of 20,000 online scholarships in more than 187 programs that can be accessed from 15 reputable academic institutions across the world. The areas of scholarship include vocational training, undergraduate, and postgraduate studies. These efforts, along with other social safety nets such as childcare subsidies and cash grants, aim to enhance learning outcomes and capacity building. Fourth, and importantly on the global stage, if we are to change our development architecture to achieve meaningful and sustainable development, then how we determine eligibility for development financing must take account of the multidimensional nature of vulnerabilities. The beyond GDP argument is now old, and globally we need to move beyond this discussion if we are serious about sustainable development. I would like to reiterate Guyana's call made by President Ali and once again urge that the work on developing a robust and credible multidimensional vulnerability index be brought to a timely conclusion and finalization, and that we move swiftly as a global community to incorporate the MVI into the framework for determining eligibility for development support, especially concessional financing. Only then can we say that we would have transformed the development financing architecture for a sustainable way forward. Madam Chair, these are but a snapshot of the initiatives that the government of Guyana is undertaking in furtherance of the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. We recognize that the achievement of the SDGs requires partnership at various levels, and we remain committed to working with the United Nations system to accelerate action. Madam Chair, as I conclude, please allow me to reiterate our appreciation to ECLAC for its continued efforts, and in particular our appreciation for the passionate leadership provided by Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena, and in particular for the outstanding support she has provided to the countries of the Caribbean in addressing our peculiar vulnerabilities and in advancing our development agenda. Excellencies, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And now we proceed with the forum in its virtual phase. And we have with us the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Oliver Joseph from Granada. Ok, y ahora vamos a continuar con...
So we continue with the Minister of Social Development and the family of Chile, Carla Provilar. Go ahead, please, Minister. Hello to all of you. It's a great honor for me to greet you in this fifth forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. I'd like to particularly greet the President of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohamed, and especially the Executive Secretary of LAC, Alicia Bárcenas. And the world in the past 2 years have come up against a very serious health crisis that has really put our health crisis and our health possibilities to the test. I therefore think we must have the profound conviction that the roadmap for sustainable development is particularly important to achieve sustainable development for economic and social development, as well as the very important environmental context. We must deal. There are so many problems with which we have to deal. There are many tasks that we have to undertake, but we must recognize that the interpreter apologizes because she's not hearing the sound directly in her earphone. It's very difficult, therefore, to interpret what is being said at this point. For example, overcoming poverty, economic growth, and environmental targets. Nevertheless, the pandemic has had a negative impact on this process, especially but not exclusively economic, social, and health sectors. The government therefore rapidly took action for SDGs, for example, health, decent work, and many other SDGs. But as soon as we had made this diagnostic examination, we realized the impact would be even greater than we expected, because it would affect other objectives that were not immediately visible, such as education, gender inequality, and others, which was made it quite obvious that, and has underscored the inequalities of the most vulnerable people, such as people who are living in poverty, older adults, and people with disabilities. I think that we can state clearly that the state was not prepared to deal with the magnitude of the crisis, and the responses were not easy. The national and global scenarios were characterized by great uncertainty. We have had to pull together with the society, civil society, the private sector, and the government, and we have had to recognize that beyond and above and beyond our legitimate preoccupations. We have had to work together with other countries. We have tried to reverse and negative trends and work for the protection of revenue, the increasing employment, the reduction of negative impacts on the economy, and improvement of the educational system. We have had to have a network for social protection, which will allow families to have benefits to deal with the adverse events that will imperil their well-being. And we have worked decisively to increase these benefits. However, the action of our ministry was not only limited towards dealing with the pandemic, but we have worked to make sure that those who are invisible should be made visible, especially older adults and vulnerable families or indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, and this has been an enormous undertaking. We were never alone. We had support from the civil society organizations, and they have always worked with us in these 4 years, and especially during the pandemic. We have strengthened our links with those who are committed to helping and recognizing the role of organizations, foundations, communities, and territories that very often come even before the actions of the state. As a minister of the civil society and the family, I can state that partnerships are very important so that we can leave no one behind in the recovery process. The global response to COVID should become a basis for the urgent agreements that we have to make to deal with other threats to humanity, such as climate change. We know that the opportunities are sometimes hidden, but crises can show them, and they are only apparent once we work together to overcome them. With respect to the formal aspect of the implementation of Agenda 2030, we are happy to state that much of our attention was given to responding to the health crisis. Now we have taken on for once more the task of dealing with the other issues facing the countries. We have set up the first national Agenda 2030 network, which has more than 49 public institutions from the various powers of the state, so that we can place this roadmap and the definition of the work and tasks of our countries. We have different state initiatives, and we have also set up social, environmental, economic, and social sectors. And to study the advance of SDGs in Chile, we have representatives of civil society, academia, experts, and NGOs, private entities, and other relevant sectors. In all of this, we've always had the necessary help and guidance of the United Nations system, which is represented in Chile. And in this context, by virtue of what is established in the ongoing constitutional framework, with 2021, we set up we set about the implementation of SDGs, and I can assure you that this was approved by the President of the Republic. In the initial part of this document, you may find a contextualization of the agenda and the global as well as the national situations, and then followed by the basic elements. And we have the very heart of the matter is presented, that is with 2 pillars in keeping with the challenges that have been identified, that is sustainable growth and climate change. People are placed at the very heart of development issues, where 4 lines of actions to identify and come together the policies and other relevant actions undertaken by actors in the society within keeping with the targets and objectives of the sustainable development. We have a group. We have also the main indicators that has given an overall view of the situation with priorities and emphasis that have been updated. We think that the simplification of the communication will lead to the adoption of Agenda 2030 in the regional, national, and global. We have very ambitious goals. We must not, cannot deny this, but we must reply and respond to the needs on the behalf of the government of Mr. Pinera, and on my own behalf, I'd like to thank you and thank ECLAC for the work that it has done. And in conclusion, I would like to say that despite beyond the emphasis that our government has placed, our country will continue the roadmap, which is a true agenda for sustainability, which will place great responsibility on our inhabitants and the region and the world at large. We know that it will be not an easy task. We know this. We know that this is going to be difficult, but we are no more stronger than when we work together. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ahora también. We're going to now hear from the Minister of Multilateralism and Cooperation from Panama. Good morning. Our action in Panama has been framed by the unexpected COVID pandemic, which has led to setbacks to many of our attainments. So given this national emergency has led to our reinventing ourselves and dealing with challenges and looking for different cooperation actions in a creative and solidarity manner. Panama has worked firmly on the 2030 agenda through a decree that includes sustainable development initiatives and creating an interinstitutional commission with participation of the civil sector for support and follow-up of them. We presented twice our voluntary national report within the framework of high-level political fora in 2017 and 2020, reporting on the headway attained and gaps that we still need to fulfill the SDGs. So I'm happy to mention that we will soon present our third voluntary report. These reports represent a healthy effort allowing us to identify where the gaps lie and where weaknesses stand and where we have to focus our greatest efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing climate change is one of our priorities. Panama began to increase activities towards a blue economy, taking advantage of its large coastline, marine coastline, through national policy for its oceans. We've also advanced proactively in being able to, before 9 years of, before our deadline of 2030 is upon us, we have been able to, 9 years before, protect 30% of our global marine land in order to face our climate crisis in a comprehensive manner. We've also become only one of 3 countries in the world that are carbon negative, signing along with Bhutan and Suriname. Our regional conservation strategy and sustainable use of biodiversity and marine resources and coastlines, we have signed an agreement with Costa Rica, Ecuador, Colombia, and Panama. And on the other hand, this is an essential pillar. This is key to eradicating the pandemic in our region. We faced many challenges, the digital divide, most of all, especially in rural areas, which significantly impacts access to state-run education. This year, today, our students have return to on-site school as an essential step to continuity of education and developing their social skills. The Republic of Panama reiterates its commitments with the promotion, protection, and execution, allowing the execution of human rights among women to continue to promote gender equity. We're working towards towards equal pay, and despite the dramatic situation faced by women in post-pandemic labor realm, Panama is part of the International Coalition for Equal Wages, led by the ILO and UN Women. To end, we think the role of LAC as a regional organization that presents us a clear picture with recommendations and alternatives to attain sustainable recovery and continue to fulfill the 2030 agenda. So, as an example, to be able to accelerate fulfillment for the 2030 agenda, we need to establish better measures and continue to contribute to our action plan to favor people and the planet. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Sandy Phillips Peters, which is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, who will deliver the ministerial speech on behalf of Minister Kaisel Peters from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. I first wish to follow other delegations in convening appreciation to the Republic of Costa Rica for hosting today's meeting and the superb hospitality and the warmth of its people. For the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, leaving no one behind and improving the quality of life for all Vincentians are not just catchphrases or slogans, but the driving forces behind much of our action. Our development agenda, in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goals, which puts the people at the center. St. Vincent and the Grenadines' commitment to the SDGs is being implemented primarily through the National Economic and Social Development Plan. A multiplicity of other development strategies and action plans exist in education, agriculture, health, environment, and other thematic areas, which are deliberately designed to align the country's development objectives with the related global sustainable development goals and targets. This integration is essential, localizing the SDGs and specific units in the Ministry of Economic Planning and the Ministry of Sustainable Development exists to coordinate the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the SDGs in the state. Over the years, the country has achieved measurable and significant reductions in indigence and poverty. Thousands of Vincentians continue to experience tangible quality of life improvements based on the growing economy, increasing educational and job opportunities, improved health and environmental management, targeted interventions, and a strengthening social safety net. The government is also increasing the numbers and types of incentives it provides specifically for youth in an attempt to reduce youth unemployment. Efforts to strengthen a culture of entrepreneurship are also on stream through grant funding and free training businesses and development of green and blue industries. Undoubtedly, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has held fast to its development commitments despite hindrances from climate shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the 2021 La Soufrière eruption. There has been progress on reduction of maternal mortality, access to secondary education, reduction in HIV transmission, increased access to electricity, clean water and sanitation services, and reduction of gender-based inequalities. Through pragmatic initiatives, agriculture and tourism are rebounding, and growth is expected this year despite the persistent challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Nonetheless, climate change still poses a threat to the survival of or viability of SIDS. COVID-19 has led to significant loss of productivity, particularly in tourism and the services industry, which has led to a struggling tourism industry. Furthermore, the climate shocks, such as hurricanes and floods, continues to have negative impact, not only on the daily lives of Vincentian, but the greatest insistence of economic growth. Similarly, the eruption of the La Soufrière volcano has further exacerbated food insecurity. These combination of exogenous threats indeed require robust initiatives to build resilience and reduce vulnerability. Evidently, the great challenges to achieving the SDGs for St. Vincent and the Grenadines are external and tied to our ability to mitigate and withstand natural disasters, which can only be comprehensively addressed through regional and international cooperation. To this end, assistance is required in mitigation and adaptation, debt relief, development finance, technology transfer, capacity building, cooperative partnership, and genuine systematic reform. We are encouraged by the various reforms in the UN development system. The headway is being made towards the development of a multi-vulnerability index and the increased commitment by some states to counter the climate crisis, of all which will go a long way with achieving the SDGs in the region. In this context, I must recognize the establishment by CELAC member states, a collaboration with ECLAC, the CELAC Fund for Climate Adaptation and Comprehensive Response to Natural Disasters, to assist CELAC members with being able to respond to natural disasters. St. Vincent and the Grenadines still believes that achieving the SDGs is possible, but urgent action is needed in this final decade to make it happen. Let us not slow down and lose sight of this important global mandate for the well-being of all humanities. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, San Vincent and the Grenadines. Y ahora vamos con
We're going to now give the floor to Carlos David Guachala Terraza from Bolivia, Vice Minister of Planning and Coordination of the Ministry of Planning and Development, Bolivia. Good afternoon, Executive Secretary Bárcenas, Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, President Carlos Alvarado of Costa Rica. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Ministers. The plurinational state of Bolivia would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts made by Costa Rica and ECLAC in the organization and execution of this meeting, and the fact that we could still hold it virtually as a result of the pandemic. So we are part of the regional community that is reporting on the SDGs attainment in the region. So in Bolivia, we've been implementing a social, community, productive economic growth to attain tangible progress in reduction, poverty, and inequality, closing the gap between the rich and the poor, fight against food, access to healthcare, and greater achievements in education, access to housing and basic services, and consolidation of solid institutions, among others. Our progress was threatened in 2020 by the de facto government that executed a coup d'etat. But our government was able to rebuild and rebuild after that coup, and now we have embarked on the road to economic achievement, trying to attain a fair society. That's in order to fulfill the commitment that to our 2030 agenda and attain the established targets of the SDGs, Bolivia has established the 2025 Patriotic Agenda that is very similar to the 2030 Agenda. Executing the patriotic agenda is a shared responsibility of all government levels, the civil sector, social organizations, and the private sector. The first implementation phase was through the Social Economic Development Plan for the 2016 through 2020 period, and will continue for this next 5-year period, 2025. The most relevant achievements up until now are the following. Between 2016 and 2019, Bolivia reduced the percentage of extreme poverty from 19% to 12.9%. Between 2019 and 2020, COVID-19 pandemic management by the de facto government led to a setback of 0.8 percentage points in our indicator. But after we returned to this government and growth in 2021, we were able to reduce this to 11.1. This means that we had a reduction of 2.6 percentage points compared to 2020. In order to ensure access to healthcare by all people without exclusion, we implemented a universal free healthcare system, which is one of the main policies of our government. Now, this policy, together with other complementary programs, helped the infant mortality rate to go down from 24 to 21. Now, the 4 to 17-year-olds who attended school went up. It went up to the school attendance rate rose 9% as a result of the implementation of a socio-community productive model. So the school enrollment rates for 19 to 23-year-olds has also risen from 35.4% in 2015 to 43.6% in 2020. Gender equity, we highlight headway in laws that have been passed with the creation of an interinstitutional commission that is responsible for execution of comprehensive public policy for a decent life for women. And within this realm, women and their political participation, 2020 elections resulted in a growth of seats occupied by women in the plurinational Congress, going from 47% in 2014 to 48.8% in 2020. Access to clean water and sanitation services. We've made noteworthy headway, especially in access to improved water sources due to the implementation of a program called My Water in its different phases, and clean water and sanitation in peri-urban areas. In 2021, 87.1% of the population had access to improved water sources. 63.2% had access to basic sanitation services. With regards to the unemployment rate, in the fourth quarter of 2015-2016, employment was below 4.9%. Yet in 2020, we saw there was a significant setback since the level of unemployment by the fourth quarter that year attained 8.4%. This is a result of the reduction of the economy and measures as a result, or restrictions that resulted from the pandemic. So with this contraction of the economy, as a result, we did revert the situation by fourth quarter of 2021 with an unemployment rate of 5.2%. So we were able to make significant progress in reduction of inequality and closing the gap between the rich and the poor. The Gini index went down from 0.46 in 2016 to 0.39 42 in 2019. In 2020, progress also experienced a setback. Inequality went up to 0.45 in this indicator, or with this indicator, based on measures adopted by the de facto government during the COVID-19 pandemic. This meant that households experienced lower income due to the lack of economic activity. During 2020 and 2021, income inequality went down to 0.42. Regarding the different goals faced by Bolivia's plurinational state in the next few years, we include the following. To revert the negative impacts of bad government administration in 2019, to create Bolivia that has more economic and social opportunities to benefit the newer generations, to build a country, Bolivia, with better economic and social opportunities for the new generations. The future of Bolivia will be based on economic diversification with industrialization and exports, modernization of its production, and equitable distribution of income, consolidation of citizens' rights, and examining fundamental rights of all Bolivians and protection of Mother Earth. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Viceministro.
I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister. Now I'll give the floor to Santiago Cafero, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, who now has the floor.
Muy buen día. Me da mucho. Señora.
Honorable Executive Secretary, dear friends, colleagues, we give a great importance to the Agenda 2030 and the 17 goals adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2015. And this has been translated, among other things, in the setting up of a mechanism, an institutional in nature, with coherent public policies and the mobilization of budgetary allocations. And this has been implemented by Argentina. We have presented 2 VNRs to the high-level forum, one in 2017 and one in 2020. And in this high-level forum in 2022, we will present our 3rd VNR. At the same time, we are monitoring the implementation of Agenda 2030. We can see the country reports that have been presented. In this way, Argentina is showing its conviction to continue with this roadmap towards sustainable development by sharing its reports and by monitoring together with the international community our progress and using possibility for participation to exchange our experiences with all international organizations and civil society organizations. We will soon be assuming the pro-tempore presidency, and we'll also be organizing the 6th and 7th forums of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. We will deepen the good practices that have been achieved over the past 5 forums. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the government of Costa Rica for the leadership that they have shown over these last 2 challenging years for the region, and also for the enormous effort made for the continuing the agenda of LAC, despite the difficulties of the moment. The Latin American Caribbean, we must have more robust regional strategies. The crisis that we have been going through has shown and accentuated the structural inequalities in our various societies. But an agenda for public policies, we have 2 responsibilities, double responsibility. Our first priority is to ensure inclusive and sustainable recovery over time, and ensuring that the benefits of the new economic growth should you should not deepen the concentration of wealth and into the hands of a few, as well as social exclusion. At the same time, we must work and together in solidarity and have coherent international agreements that have a transformative effect. Investment for equality and improvement of the quality and coverage of public service is indispensable in the austerity, and the control of collateral damage should be do not really fit in with the difficulties that we're facing now. We are living through a systemic difficulty which affects girls and boys, old people, especially young people and women. The productive and food systems and environmental systems are important, and we must recognize the needs of the most vulnerable people in societies. President Alberto Fernandez or his government has decided that we have to work with the people who are lagging behind, and then we can reach the rest of the population. In the Congress of the Nation and the 1st of March, we talked about the need to have integral development and building the very foundations for our future. Of course, we will find similarities and difference amongst us as we go forward. But I think that this will be a sure way with gradual but continuous achievements. So in this horizon, as we look forward to the temporary presidency of LAC, we have, and for this reason, we have a work plan for the recovery from the pandemic, to ensure food security, dealing with disasters, and a plan for food self-sufficiency for Latin America and the Caribbean. Argentina think that such as LAC and CELAC are fundamental for making progress towards political, social, and productive integration based on physical and energy integration, scientific and technological integration, and adaptation to climate change. There are many challenges faced on us as a region, and the best and most intelligent way to deal with this is to leave aside our differences and focus on what unites us. As I said, Latin America has a future, and this future is based on unifying our efforts. Let us work together then for integration and unity of Latin America and the Caribbean. I cannot leave without saying and stating that this is the last intergovernmental meeting that we're having with Alicia as head of ECLAC. Her leadership has been indisputable. So it has put sustainable development into national, regional, and global considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We now will hear from Marcelo Ebrard Casabon, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and then Camila Cepeda-Lizana, General Director for Global Affairs at the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Good morning. I'm very pleased to greet my esteemed colleague, the Foreign Minister of Costa Rica, Rodolfo Solano. Thank you for hosting this event and for inviting us, as well as the splendid job you have done in organizing this meeting. I'd like to also greet foreign ministers and heads of state of Latin America. Thank you so much. And I also want to greet ECLAC's Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena. Now, I want to begin by acknowledging her incredible work. She's done a truly extraordinary job. I could see it for myself as pro tempore chair of CELAC during 2020-2021. You've done a wonderful job, Alicia. We're going to miss you at ECLAC, and you leave with all of our acknowledgement or recognition, and we are very proud. And I'm so proud to say that you're from Mexico. You've done a wonderful job. We are very concerned about sustainable development and the 2030 agenda, because the pandemic has meant a setback in almost all fields, and our chances of facing it in the short term are not what we would have liked them to be. We're into need in this world that we face especially given the Russian invasion of Ukraine and all that it means. Now more than ever, we're going to have to work together. The main point is that we make common cause, and that is why this meeting is so important. This meeting on sustainable development. Mexico, in order to face the pandemic, did not significantly expand its dependence on debt or the weight of debt in its fiscal balance. So for that and other reasons, we have a rate of domestic savings that's on the rise, also due to our pension funds. We also have a scenario, we have a margin because of all the decisions that have been made to face the impact of the pandemic in this convulsive world that we live in. We have a margin perhaps that's greater than what Mexico had historically at another point in time in the past. I remember in the 80s with the debt and the 1990s with a series of political phenomena. So we have that margin, but we still can ask ourselves, so what should we do? Where are we heading towards? I think that much of what is proposed in the 2030 agenda will only be possible if we act together in Latin America and if we're able to include the Caribbean as an increasingly important region for us and for the rest of the world. For example, President Lopez Obrador of Mexico proposed at the Security Council that in order to increase the relative weight of multilateral institutions, the main one, the United Nations in the world, well, just as President Biden and the European Union and many other countries placed a threshold, a common threshold, where all large corporations and billionaires would have to pay taxes instead of these tax havens. Because what does this mean? Well, in a nutshell, there are two tax regimes, one for the vast majority of the population and the other one a tax haven or preferential tax haven. But Mexico enthusiastically supported this proposal, as well as many countries that are here at this meeting. And the result was that all corporations would have to pay. And that way we would establish a threshold. But we need to establish a floor, and we can't allow people to live on less than $2 a day. It's barely the level of survival. And now we have almost 1 billion people that earn up to $2 or less a day. And this is what we're talking about. I'll explain this. It's our scenario. In Latin America, the number of poor people is going to grow. And much of what we've gained in the last decade has already collapsed with the pandemic. So what do we propose? That the G20 countries contribute approximately 0.2% of their GDP, that the 1,000 largest corporations in the world contribute 4% of their profits, that no more than 100 multi-billionaires also contribute 4% of their profits. Then we can create a large fund that would allow us to support these individuals I'm referring to, and we could directly provide support to them regardless of the country where they're from. That way we would establish a global world standard of fighting against poverty, and therefore one of solidarity and human fraternity. So that way our institutions would become stronger. Is this feasible? Yes, I think it is. That wealth exists, but we need to find it together. We need to present it at the G20 now in Indonesia. We're going to share the details of that. We're going to promote it. We're also going to add additional measures to provide more liquidity to those and liquidity and better conditions for all countries that are dealing with a lot of debt pressure and can't do what the richer countries do, which is simply increase the issuance of their currency. We can't do that. So there has to be an option of fairness and an approach to equity to access monetary possibilities since we're experiencing inflation all over the world. So what kinds of actions are we thinking that we can take together? such as this one I mentioned and other initiatives presented by many of the countries that are at this meeting today. And that way we can substantiate them and present them at a global level. As I said at the beginning, LAC, for example, supported us in the community of Latin American and Caribbean states to be able to obtain a plan for sanitary self-sufficiency and produce vaccines in Latin America and the Caribbean, and so as to not forget the lessons of the pandemic. The plan is now in place. We already have it. It's up to us to carry it through. It's up to us to operate the Climate Adaptation Fund. We're one of the first regions in the world to have an adaptation plan. Much has been said about it. Very little has been done. Latin America and the Caribbean has a fund of more than $4 million. This is one of the funds with more resources that the region has today, and it's increasing every day. Many initiatives were presented with ECLAC support. I'd say the same regarding the integral development plan that we worked on for Northern Central America, so that we would have alternatives for growth and economic development. I'd like to say that Mexico is in the best disposition to support the initiatives coming from Latin America and the Caribbean. We are brotherly people, and it's our only possibility in a world where the strategic and geopolitical balance is changing. All we have left to do is act together. If we do not do that, there will be no possibility for our vision to have an effective impact on the world's international bodies, simply because of our relative weight. So I celebrate this forum and count on Mexico's support. Thank you, Costa Rica. Alicia, a hug. Friends, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Antes de pasar a darle la palabra a nuestra querida.
Before giving the floor to our executive secretary at LAC, we have two clear messages. The first one is that so recovery won't be ephemeral and fragile. We need to transform our productive matrix. And this happens by putting sustainability at heart in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, as Marianne said. And here we've encountered the need for our economies to be ever more resilient, to have lower emissions, to be able to create greater inclusion, reduce our gaps, and provide more blue and green jobs, and orange, looking at cultural heritage in our region, where women play roles of protagonists, and youngsters can help close innovation and productivity gaps by proposing and optimizing and using the fourth industrial revolution as an opportunity with greater digitization of our economy. Also, in acknowledging the need of a new architecture of care, of well-being that is required to be able to revisit sustainable development through new sustainable instruments, through not by issuing more currency, not through the sovereign debt, but through greater cooperation by establishing a transformational relationship in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is where we've always, where we share a common denominator with ECLAC, and where Alicia has been a great example. The second key message that I wanted to also add is to acknowledge in Ms. Barcena that she's been our voice at many meetings, and it's been a voice that's passionate, that's lucid, she's warm, she's it's a tremendous voice of value that places our interests as a region at heart, and she will bear our admiration for all, and will always remain dear to us. We're going to close this very productive work session by giving the floor to Alicia Barcena to provide her analysis and conclusion.
Quito, lo siento, si no, no me ven. Bueno, amiga.
Dear friends.
Delay. Esta mañana hemos escuchado sus intervenciones y reflexiones.
We heard your speeches and thoughts this morning, given the seriousness that our world currently encounters. this will be my last multilateral meeting as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. So I'd like to share some thoughts of my almost 14 years at the helm of this wonderful institution, where I've been able to interact with you, member states, the civil society, and stakeholders of the private sector. Agencies, funds, programs, resident coordinators had the honor also of leading the fruitful and dedicated work of hundreds of women and men who have worked every day for the just development of our people. I closed a cycle of 26 years at the United Nations in various capacities. I worked under the leadership of Kofi Annan, Ban Ki-moon, and Antonio Guterres. And it's a journey that where I've met exceptional colleagues, and without them, I couldn't have done my job. Allow me, before my departure, to share reflections on this journey, which has been the greatest honor of my professional life. I'd like to thank Amina Mohammed, who came back to be with us today and share these important thoughts of you, the countries. And I'd like to state that she is a great example of a woman who's dedicated, committed to development, to what we're doing, that ECLAC and regional commissions are now in greater contact with national realities. She's always stated that what's important is going to work out on the field, and that's what we're trying wholeheartedly to do. Thank you so much, Amina. ECLAC is a unique institution of the United Nations, first, because it is headquartered in the south of this continent. It is an institution of, and the member belongs to the member states and is at the service of the best progressive causes to contribute effective, timely, and pertinent ideas, I would say, that respond to our current context. Second, because it researchers with its own methods, and it also generates data and statistics based on official sources. It designs innovative comparative indicators as well. And today, we're making headway with geospatial statistical data, and I want to emphasize that. Fourth, because we have a long intellectual tradition of challenging models that claim to be universal, but are based on assumptions that have little to do with the reality or the context of our region. ECLAC is an essential part of the economic history of Latin America and the Caribbean, with the tradition of 74 rigorous years of heterodox thinking, rigorous thinking from the South and for the South. And speaking of tradition, I want to mention something that Gabriel Boric mentioned in Chile, and it's from Mahler. It says, tradition does not consist in the worship of ashes, but in the preservation of the fire. My aspiration is to preserve the fire of this institution, to keep it alive, in which we have placed over the years equality at the heart of the development agenda, because inequality defines our region. It's the most unequal one in the world. And that's why this year we've analyzed inequality from all angles, explored all the ways to close the terrible gaps that our region that still scourges our region. Since I arrived at ECLAC, and glad many of you didn't realize that, we challenged orthodoxy because the predominant vision was to choose between economic and efficiency and equality. Equity wasn't confused with equality. We didn't have outstanding work of Piketty, Matsukato, or Samuel Bowles. And the most orthodox analysts were still ignoring the evidence that inequality is inefficient and that it is necessary to equalize, to be equal in order to grow, as well as grow in order to be equal. So that's why we established, or we drafted this position paper in 2010, Time for Equality, Gaps to Close and Paths to Open. And together with you, because this interaction is like this, we've elaborated a progressive ideology for our region under the urgency of a change in the method of development or the style of development with a realistic outlook, considering that as the globalization process intensified in a technological, financial, and commercial realm, the world economy was increasingly impacted by economic crises. I entered in 2018, entered ECLAC in 2018 with the worst economic crisis, and we're again undergoing another crisis, and that has worsened our structural gaps and the threats are real. It's created wider political gaps as well. So that's why we've proposed equality agenda based on the possibility of exercising universal entitlement to rights as a normative framework, but also a development agenda that's functional, because equality is functional to development. We've also outlined an agenda that's based on progressive structural change and the need to make headway and promote broad agreements for development, showing that we can do that with tangible proposals. Costa Rica truly inspired us with 8 sectors, dynamic sectors to boost investment, where we could underpin growth, create employment. We're at a very low unemployment rate. We have to increase 7 points to be able to create growth, create jobs, and reduce the environmental gap. And create jobs. It's the master key to fighting inequality. We've proposed concrete fiscal measures, which include fight against tax evasion, and this also has to be coordinated. The 2030 agenda says that we have to coordinate our economic, industrial policies, environmental policies as well. And that's ECLAC. That's what ECLAC does. It's an organization that is integrating policies, changing the profitability among sectors, internalizing externalities, and taking care of non-renewable resources. Since I'm a biologist, well, because I'm a biologist, that's what I was trained for at university. And after many ecological struggles, I soon understood that economy is something external and not an integral part of development policies. But today we know that environmental degradation is causing irreversible costs and damage to our future. So inequality was not chosen as a central variable arbitrarily, but from the best evidence of our region's painful history. Inefficiency and equality are not opposed. They are reinforced when the creative impulse of society, its institutions, and the interaction of a myriad of plural actors clash with the monopolistic power and control over the dissemination of knowledge exercised by small groups. And it leads us to another element that we introduced in the past 14 years, the relationship between economic structure and power, and links to a past history of privilege and exploitation. And furthermore, political and economic inequality end up being normalized and included within the rules of society as unwritten official rules, effective rules of that contradict rules. The rules of, we call this the culture of privilege that perpetuates class gaps in access to assets, capital, appropriation of natural resources, and elite capture of institutions, including advantages in tax schemes. It's a legacy of the colonial period. We spoke about this with the SDG, with the DSG, sorry. And we spoke about the fact that we need to decolonize that, decolonize ourselves. We have to escape from these patriarchal economic domination schemes, and our Latin American and Caribbean history has to build alternative paths to society where citizens are the subjects and not the object of a transformation. This is the greatest challenge facing our generation, especially future generations, to broaden freedom, create equality, and building democracy, rebuilding solidarity between the middle and popular classes, and ensure citizen security. In 2 words, create hope. But we must be alert, because when political action doesn't change anything important in society, indignation of some and perplexity of others arises. When expectations of well-being are frustrated, when a promise of more and better public assets collide with restrictions of austerity, when it becomes evident that the world that we live in, that the institutions of politics do not govern the central impulses of economic performance, that the level of our income depends more on the outcome of global speculative games, than on the course dictated at the ballot box. The representative institutions of democracy suffer with that. And this reality shows us profound asymmetries, both external and internally. We have a very marked negative negative implications for society. So internally, these asymmetries are expressed in structural heterogeneity, where we have fewer companies on the technological frontier that generate literal employment, but contribute to the GDP. And at the other end, SMEs create more than 68% of jobs, but often precarious, informal, and disconnected from technical progress. So we have an enormous work to do. So we're going to require broad social agreement and headway where all of society can play a role. And ECLAC has not only opened the door to analysis, but to concrete proposals. And I want to thank resident coordinators who have supported us with these specific proposals that I'd like to mention. The Comprehensive Development Plan for Northern Central America and Mexico, which is a plan that addresses something that's truly important, the structural causes of migration, so that migration will be an option and not an obligation. And there, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico, in December, we were asked to come up with this plan, and the 20 agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system, and the 4 resident coordinators, we work together to join these initiatives. Second, the health sufficiency plan, the health self-sufficiency plan that was prepared by ECLAC at the request of Mexico to be able to recover our capacity to manufacture vaccines, drugs within the region. We have these capacities. We have 6 regulatory agencies that can serve, level 4 ones, that could be the key to creating a regional platform as Europe does, the EMA, why can't we aspire to something like that? Consortiums, public-private consortiums to produce vaccines as well, and creating stable markets and production chains, as Mexico and Argentina mentioned with AstraZeneca, for example. We can coordinate a platform for regional public acquisitions. That's important for scaling purposes. 3, the Caribbean First Initiative was proposed first in Cuba in 2018, and we see that the difficulties and financial constraints of tied to climate vulnerability require the solidarity of the entire region. So listening to the voices of the Caribbean, their demands, reassessing and strengthening the Caribbean as a fundamental part of our region is important. So they have to be at the heart. It's an initiative of exchange debt for climate action and creating a Caribbean resilience fund to address investments required to adapt to climate change. 4th, funding for development from the regional dimension was headed by Antonio Guterres, Canada, and Jamaica, where ECLAC, together with Costa Rica, is making concrete proposals that we'll look at this afternoon, so I'm not going to address that now. And then finally, the regional agreement on access to information on public participation and access to justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, known as the Escazú Agreement. I say this loud and clear. It's an unprecedented treaty that seeks to ensure a healthy environment and sustainable development for present and future generations through more informed, participatory, fair, and inclusive societies. And it's the only agreement, the only international agreement, the first one that acknowledges the need to protect environmental champions. It is the only one, and it is what we want. We want to invest you the first conference of the parties that will take place in Santiago in April 2022. I'd like to mention, dear colleagues, that I'd like to close this brief, I hope, intervention. And I want you to just remember 5 key messages. The importance of continuing to focus on equality, not only in terms of poverty, but also in terms of wealth, because inequality conspires against development, rights, and democracy. The importance of environmental sustainability as a fundamental part of development strategies and not as an externality, hand in hand with the that's based in hand with innovation. And we should design within this region metrics that are more inclusive, that incorporate the contribution of the environment and the complexity of ecosystems and their services to the economy and well-being. The importance of the role of states and policies is that's fundamental, especially because it's the only way of creating distributive instruments, and the urgency of achieving greater regional integration to have a single voice with pragmatic and depoliticized initiatives that unite our capacities with the Latin American and Caribbean identity, that should lead us to address the development agenda from the perspective of our region, from the periphery, and I'm going to say it myself, as the General Secretary says, as a revolutionary, with that warm, rebellious nature, always a rebellious nature, and with greater regional integration and with a willingness to learn and explore all capacities that we have to work together. And fifth, to maintain gender equality and women's autonomy at the center, and the importance of moving towards a society of care. That's what we need, a society that will care for others, that will care for the planet, that will care for itself, care for the elderly, children, and when they do these tasks, that not only women do these tasks of care. Friends, we have exchanged lessons learned, paths, successes, and mistakes. But above all, we've imagined from our different points of departure a better future for the people of our region, where equality, sustainability, and justice will cease to be an unattainable aspiration and become the common ground of our coexistence. Another distinguishing feature of our discussions has been the rigor of our data. We have to continue to always, with agencies, with countries, to always garner good data. Participating in this forum has allowed the LAC team, me in particular, to open windows to the understanding of the multiple facets of our continent. Within the framework of our dialogue, they become collective learning experiences and resonate echoes of our own tangible realities, and reveal so many times that those features that supposedly make us so distinctive are in truth common to all of us. I'd like to conclude this brief conclusion or brief thoughts with a voice of Eduardo Galeano, his historian, which I believe are vital. It says, "May we be worthy of your desperate hope. May we have the courage to be alone and the courage to risk being together. Because a tooth out of one's mouth is useless, nor a finger off one's hand. I hope that we can be disobedient every time we receive orders that humiliate our consciousness or violate our common sense. I hope that we can be so stubborn so as to continue to believe against all evidence that the human condition is worthwhile, because we have been badly made, but we're not finished yet. I hope that we can be capable to walk the windy paths despite the falls and betrayals and defeats, because history continues beyond us. And when history says goodbye, she says, not goodbye, but see you later. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after these moving words, there's little that we can say. I'd like to thank Alicia and the ECLAC. We'll just have a break at this point. We'll come back at 2:30. 2:30. So enjoy your lunch. See you then.
Faster than lost in some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. Time to recharge, to reclaim all the pure and vital for real happiness. To get our priorities straight, rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that purpose. To give us what we all need, to feel truly fulfilled, to find balance, to be at peace, to discover the thrill of just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself. Visit Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here. A menudo es llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables, pero regresan por el amor al pueblo. Siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo, donde actuamos con el corazón y te invitamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Es poder recibir
para este momento.
Todos los protocolos para que volver a turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros. Por Costa Rica. Para más información, ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
The normal is no longer normal. But then, we pause, we simplify, we think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Alguien define su ser cuando redescubre lo vital, su verdadera esencia, la naturaleza que le hace ser quien es. ¿Quién soy? Soy la concentración atractiva de belleza, bosques, playas y biodiversidad. Vivo en el corazón de América. Me custodian dos mares. Soy el verde profundo que atrae por igual a quienes buscan descanso o aventuras. Soy mucho más. En mi esencia viven la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. De brazos abiertos que le da la bienvenida al futuro, las oportunidades. Soy una nación única, alegre y solidaria, que se expresa a través de la diversidad. Una del talento humano de un pueblo. Gente con orgullo que no le teme a los desafíos. Soy una nación gobernada en paz, con una democracia consolidada. Defiendo la salud, la educación, la superación de hombres y mujeres como pilares de la felicidad. En mi esencia están la preservación y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Un ejemplo para el mundo. Respiro las bondades de mi tierra y conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, siempre capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Soy una nación confiable, creíble, deseada por el valor de lo que hago. Me distinguen el desarrollo humano, la innovación y una comprobada competitividad internacional que me permite exportarle calidad al mundo. Quien me conoce se asombra, se admira. En mi esencia concentrada se encuentran mis grandes aspiraciones. Soy un país que atrae a conocedores que buscan el valor de la excelencia y el compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Tengo mucho para ofrecer a aquellos que quieren comprar, invertir, producir, desarrollarse. Cuento con los recursos humanos y tecnológicos necesarios para ello. Me redescubro mirándome hacia adentro. Me encuentro en lo vital, en lo verdadero. Redescubro lo importante. Soy verde, soy felicidad, soy solidaridad, soy paz, soy talento, soy innovación, soy calidad, soy diversidad, soy concentración. Soy Essential Costa Rica.
La Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo. Es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone en relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas en los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio de Trabajo podrá hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, toma decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes. La información también nos permitirá realizar una segunda tarea y es identificar las necesidades de talento humano en los territorios para poder ir un paso adelante preparando la fuerza de trabajo de manera que podamos responder a las demandas del aparato productivo. Y tres, debemos lograr conectar a esas personas y su talento con el trabajo.
Tanto la Estrategia 2050 como nuestra reciente actualización de la Constitución nacionalmente determinada, que son los compromisos específicos que define el país para acompañar las metas globales del Acuerdo de París, priorizan la generación de nuevos empleos de alto valor agregado vinculados a las economías verde, azul y naranja, con un enfoque de creación productiva que genere crecimiento verde en el mediano y largo plazo, lo que permitirá aprovechar ventajas que tenemos en descarbonización y resiliencia en temas como energía renovable, protección de la biodiversidad y economía del conocimiento.
Para las universidades públicas, la estrategia de desarrollo económico territorial presentada por el Ministerio de Planificación constituye sin duda un insumo muy valioso para engarzar lo considerado en el planes de la educación superior universitaria para los próximos 5 años. Esto porque la estrategia ofrece insumos relevantes para fortalecer la presencia de las universidades de los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Soñamos con una Costa Rica de 50 que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los hombres y mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño. También hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a materializar esa visión. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra matriz productiva para hacerla más digitalizada, más diversificada, para hacerla también más descentralizada, activando más espacios económicos en nuestro país y alejándonos de la hiperconcentración, poniendo en valor toda la riqueza de los territorios y también una economía descarbonizada que nos ayude a acercarnos a esa nueva ambición que tenemos como país. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta estrategia. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta Costa Rica al 2050.
When normal is no longer normal, what us? We simplify. We think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Cuando vivís en un país así, es natural que nos nazca cuidarlo, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como a nuestra gente. Así que turistea porque amás este país, porque extrañabas el frío de la montaña, ir a la playa o un simple ¿qué? Pura vida, porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Modern life moves faster than ever. We've lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge, to reclaim all that is pure and vital for real happiness. To get our priorities straight, rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise. To give us what we all need, to feel truly fulfilled. To find balance, to be at peace, discover the thrill of just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself. To visit Costa Rica, life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables, pero regresan por el amor al pueblo, donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo, donde actuamos con el corazón y te invitamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona de volver a abrir
es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Para que ustedes puedan venir a vivir.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar.
Y a sentir la felicidad de turistear.
De todo lo demás, ya nos estamos ocupando nosotros.
Hemos estado preparando para este momento.
Hemos trabajado los protocolos para que el turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
Vamos, listos, ilusionados y venimos de nuevo.
En Costa Rica. Vamos a turistear.com.
Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. Es la forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro. Se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables. No regresan por el amor del pueblo, donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo.
Ahora allá afuera, don Nixon. Venga, mira si me oigo yo. Sí. No hay ruido ni nada.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar.
Y a sentir la felicidad de tu ser.
De todo lo demás, ya nos estamos ocupando.
Para este momento.
De salud hemos trabajado los protocolos para que el sea tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
Listos, institucionados, de nuevo.
Costa Rica. Vamos a turistear.com.
The normal is no longer normal. What then? We pause.
sí. 1, 2, 3. Probando sonido, sí. Ok. Sí. Prueba de sonido, sí. Sí. Prueba de sonido. Ok. Sí. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Ok. Sí. Prueba de sonido. 1, 2, 3. Sí. Ok. Sí.
hombres y mujeres como pilares de la felicidad. En esencia, está la preservación y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Un ejemplo para el mundo. Respiro las bondades de mi tierra. Conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, siempre capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Una nación confiable, creíble, diferenciada por el valor de lo que hago. Me distinguen el desarrollo humano, la innovación y una comprobada competitividad internacional que me permite exportarle calidad al mundo. Quien me conoce se asombra, se admira. En mi esencia concentrada se encuentran mis grandes aspiraciones. Soy un país que atrae a conocedores que buscan el valor de la excelencia y el compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Tengo mucho para ofrecer a aquellos que quieren comprar, invertir, producir, desarrollarse. Cuento con los recursos humanos y tecnológicos necesarios para ello. Me redescubro mirándome hacia adentro. Me encuentro en lo vital, en lo verdadero. Redescubro lo importante. Soy verde, soy felicidad, soy solidaridad, soy paz, soy talento, soy innovación, soy calidad, soy diversidad, soy concentración. Soy Essential Costa Rica.
Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo. Es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas de los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio de Trabajo podrá hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes. La información también nos permitirá realizar una segunda tarea y es identificar las necesidades de talento humano en los territorios para poder ir un paso adelante preparando la fuerza de trabajo de manera que podamos responder a las demandas del aparato productivo. Y tres, debemos lograr conectar a esas personas y su talento con el trabajo.
Estrategia 2050, con nuestra reciente actualización de la Constitución nacionalmente determinada, que son los compromisos específicos que define el país para lograr las metas globales del acuerdo del país, prioriza la generación de nuevos empleos de alto valor agregado vinculados a las economías verde, azul y naranja, con un enfoque de gestión productiva que genere crecimiento verde en el mediano y largo plazo, lo que permitirá aprovechar el avances que tenemos en descarbonización y resiliencia en temas como energía renovable, protección de la biodiversidad y economía del conocimiento.
Para las universidades públicas, la estrategia de desarrollo económico territorial presentada por el Ministerio de Planificación constituye, sin duda, un insumo muy valioso para engarzar lo considerado en el Planes de la Educación Superior Universitaria para los próximos 5 años. Esto porque la estrategia ofrece insumos relevantes para fortalecer la presencia de las universidades de los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Soñamos con una Costa Rica 2050 que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los hombres y mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño, también hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a materializar esa visión. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra matriz productiva para hacerla más digitalizada, más diversificada, para hacerla también más descentralizada, activando más espacios económicos en nuestro país y alejándonos de la hiperconcentración, poniendo en valor toda la riqueza de los territorios. Y también una economía descarbonizada que nos ayude a acercarnos a esa nueva ambición que tenemos como país. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta estrategia. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta Costa Rica al 2050.
When normal is no longer normal, what then? We pause. We simplify. Think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Cuando vivís en un país así, es natural que nos nazca cuidarlo, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como a nuestra gente. Así que turistea porque amás este país, porque extrañabas el frío de la montaña, ir a la playa o un simple ¿qué? ¡Pura vida! Porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Modern life moves faster than ever. We've lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge and reclaim all that is pure and vital for real happiness. To get our priorities straight and rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise. To give us what we all need to feel truly fulfilled. To find balance, to be at peace, discover the thrill, just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this choice, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself. To visit Costa Rica, life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro. Se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche. Donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables. Pero regresan por el amor del pueblo. Donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo. Donde actuamos con el corazón y te invitamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona es volver a abrir.
Es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Ustedes puedan venir a reír.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar y a sentir la felicidad que tuvieron. Todo lo demás, ya nos estamos ocupando de nosotros.
Nos hemos estado preparando para este momento.
Los protocolos para que volver a turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
Estamos más que listos e ilusionados de vernos de nuevo.
Turistear por Costa Rica. Vamos a turistear.com.
The normal is no longer normal. What then? We pause. We simplify. We think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Alguien define su ser cuando redescubre lo vital. Su verdadera esencia. La naturaleza que le hace ser quien es. ¿Quién soy? Soy la concentración atractiva de belleza bosques, playas y biodiversidad. Vivo en el corazón de América. Me custodian dos mares. Soy el verde profundo que atrae por igual a quienes buscan descanso o aventuras. Y soy mucho más. En mi esencia viven la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. Pueblo de brazos abiertos que le da la bienvenida al futuro, a las oportunidades. Soy una nación única, alegre y solidaria, que se expresa a través de la diversidad de culturas. Talento humano de un pueblo. Gente con orgullo que no le teme a los desafíos. Una nación gobernada en paz, con una democracia consolidada. Defiendo la salud, la educación y la superación de eres como pilares de la felicidad. Están la preservación y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Un ejemplo para el mundo. Respiro las bondades de mi tierra. Conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, siempre capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Una nación confiable, creíble, diferenciada por el valor de lo que hago. Me distinguen el desarrollo humano, la innovación y una comprobada competitividad internacional que me permite exportarle calidad al mundo. Quien me conoce se asombra, se admira. Mi esencia concentrada se encuentran mis grandes aspiraciones. Soy un país que atrae a conocedores que buscan el valor de la excelencia y el compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Tengo mucho para ofrecer a aquellos que quieren comprar, invertir, producir, desarrollarse. Cuento con los recursos humanos y tecnológicos necesarios para ello. Descubro mirándome hacia adentro. Encuentro el novedad, el verdadero. Redescubro lo importante. Soy verde, soy felicidad, soy solidaridad, soy paz, soy talento, soy innovación, soy calidad, soy diversidad, soy concentración. Essential, Costa Rica.
La Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo. Es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas de los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio de Trabajo podrá hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes. La información también nos permitirá realizar una segunda tarea y es identificar las necesidades de talento humano en los territorios para poder ir un paso adelante preparando la fuerza de trabajo de manera que podamos responder a las demandas del aparato productivo. Y 3, debemos lograr conectar a esas personas y su talento con el trabajo.
La estrategia 2050, nuestra reciente actualización de la Constitución Nacionalmente Determinada, que son los compromisos específicos que define el país para lograr las metas globales del país, prioriza la generación de nuevos empleos de alto valor agregado vinculados a las economías verde, azul y naranja, de dimensión productiva que genere crecimiento verde en el mediano y largo plazo, lo que permitirá aprovechar ventajas que tenemos en descarbonización y resiliencia en temas como energía renovable, protección de la biodiversidad y economía del conocimiento.
Para las universidades públicas, la estrategia de desarrollo económico y territorial presentada por el Ministerio de Planificación constituye, sin duda, un insumo muy valioso para engarzar lo considerado en los planes de la educación superior universitaria para los próximos 5 años. Esto porque la estrategia ofrece insumos relevantes para fortalecer la presencia de las universidades de los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Soñamos con una Costa Rica que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los hombres y mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño. También hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a materializar esa visión. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra matriz productiva para hacerla más digitalizada, más diversificada, para hacerla también más descentralizada, activando más espacios económicos en nuestro país y alejándonos de la hiperconcentración, poniendo en valor toda la riqueza de los territorios y también una economía descarbonizada que nos ayude a acercarnos a esa nueva ambición que tenemos como país. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta estrategia. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta Costa Rica al 2050.
When normal is no longer normal, what then? Us. Simplify. Think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Cuando vivís en un país así, es natural que nos nazca cuidarlo, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como a nuestra gente. Así que turistea porque amás este país, porque extrañabas el frío de la montaña, ir a la playa o un simple ¿qué? Pura vida, porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Modern life moves faster than ever. Lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge, to reclaim all that is pure and vital for real happiness, to get our priorities straight, rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise. to give us what we all need to feel truly fulfilled, to find balance, to be at peace, and discover the thrill of just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself, to visit Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. Es la forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables, pero regresan por el amor al pueblo, donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo, donde actuamos con el corazón y te invitamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona de volver a abrir
Es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Ustedes puedan venir a reír.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar. Todo lo demás, ya nos tocamos en nosotros.
Para este momento.
Hemos trabajado en los protocolos para que volver a turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
Estamos más que listos e ilusionados de nuevo.
Por Costa Rica. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Normal is no longer normal. What then? To simplify, to think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived, like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Alguien define su ser cuando redescubre lo vital, su verdadera esencia, la naturaleza que le hace quien es. ¿Quién soy? Soy la concentración atractiva de belleza, bosques, playas y biodiversidad. Vivo en el corazón de América. Me custodian dos mares. Soy el verde profundo que atrae por igual a quienes buscan descanso o aventuras. Soy mucho más. En mi esencia viven la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. Pueblo de brazos abiertos que le da la bienvenida al futuro, a las oportunidades. Soy una nación única, alegre y solidaria, que se expresa a través de la diversidad de culturas. Cuna del talento humano de un pueblo. Gente con orgullo que no le teme a los desafíos. Soy una nación gobernada en paz, como una democracia antigua y consolidada. Defiendo la salud, la educación y la superación de hombres y mujeres como pilares de la felicidad. En esencia, está la preservación y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Un ejemplo para el mundo. Respiro las de tierra. Y conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Soy una nación confiable, creíble, diferenciada por el valor de lo que hago. Me distinguen el desarrollo humano, la innovación y una comprobada competitividad internacional que me permite exportarle calidad al mundo. Quien me conoce se asombra, se admira. En mi esencia concentrada se encuentran mis grandes aspiraciones. Soy un país que atrae a conocedores que buscan el valor de la excelencia y el compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Tengo mucho para ofrecer a aquellos que quieren comprar, invertir, producir, desarrollarse. Cuento con los recursos humanos y tecnológicos necesarios para ello. Me redescubro mirándome hacia adentro. Me encuentro en lo vital, en lo verdadero. Redescubro lo importante. Soy verde, soy felicidad, soy solidaridad, soy paz, soy talento, soy innovación, soy calidad, soy diversidad, soy concentración. Soy Essential Costa Rica.
La Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo, que es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas de los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de estos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio trabaja por hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes.
La Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un mismo norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios como el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo. Es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas de los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio trabaja podrá hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes. La información también nos permitirá realizar una segunda tarea y es identificar las necesidades de talento humano en los territorios para poder ir un paso adelante preparando la fuerza de trabajo de manera que podamos responder a las demandas del aparato productivo. Y tres, debemos lograr conectar a esas personas y su talento con el trabajo.
Estrategia 2050, nuestra reciente actualización de la Constitución nacionalmente determinada, que son los compromisos específicos que define el país para lograr las metas globales del Acuerdo de París, prioriza elementos vinculados a las economías verde, azul y naranja, con un enfoque de dimensión productiva que genere crecimiento verde en el mediano y largo plazo, lo que permitirá y resiliencia en temas como energía renovable, protección de la biodiversidad y economía de conocimiento.
Las universidades públicas
sí,
la
sí,
estrategia
sí,
de
sí,
desarrollo
sí,
económico y territorial
sí,
presentada por el Ministerio de Planificación constituye, sin duda, un
ya lo
insumo
puso.
muy valioso para engarzar
Sí.
lo considerado en planes de la educación superior universitaria para los próximos 5 años. Esto porque la estrategia ofrece insumos relevantes para fortalecer la presencia de las universidades de los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Desde Rica soñamos en una Costa Rica que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño. También hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a materializar esa visión. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra matriz productiva para hacerla más digitalizada, más diversificada, para hacerla también más descentralizada, activando más espacios económicos en nuestro país y alejándonos de la hiperconcentración, poniendo en valor toda la riqueza de los territorios y también una economía descarbonizada que nos ayude a acercarnos a esa nueva ambición que tenemos como país. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta estrategia. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta Costa Rica al 2050.
Hello.
Normal is no longer normal. What then? Pause. Simplify. Think about what really matters. What holds us all together. What is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Cuando vivís en un país así, es natural que nos nazca cuidarlo, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como a nuestra gente. Así que turistea porque amas este país, porque extrañabas el frío de la montaña, ir a la playa o un simple ¿qué? Pura vida, porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturiciar.com.
3, bueno. ¿Aló?
Modern life moves faster than normal. We've lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge, to reclaim all that is pure and vital for real happiness, to get our priorities straight, rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise, to give us what we all feel truly fulfilled, to find balance, to be at peace, and discover the thrill of just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself, to visit Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos es llamado el país más feliz del mundo, y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables, pero regresan por el amor al pueblo. donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo, donde actuamos con el corazón y te invitamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona de volver a abrir
es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Ustedes puedan venir a reír.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar y a sentir.
Nos hemos estado preparando para este momento.
Hemos trabajado en los protocolos para que volver a turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
listos, ilusionados y vernos de nuevo.
Hoy vamos a turistear por Costa Rica. Para más información, ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
The normal is no longer normal. What then? We pause. We simplify. We think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Alguien define su ser, descubre lo vital, su verdadera esencia, la naturaleza que le hace ser quien es. ¿Quién soy? Soy la concentración atractiva de belleza, bosques, playas y biodiversidad. Vivo en el corazón de América. Me custodian dos mares. Soy el verde profundo que atrae por igual a quienes buscan descanso o aventuras. Y soy mucho más. En mi esencia viven la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. Pueblo de brazos abiertos que le da la bienvenida al futuro, a las oportunidades. Una nación única, alegre y solidaria, que se expresa a través de la diversidad de culturas. Cuna del talento humano de un pueblo. Gente con orgullo que no le teme a los desafíos. Soy una nación gobernada en paz, con una democracia antigua y consolidada. Defiendo la salud, la educación y la superación de hombres y mujeres como pilares de la felicidad. Mi esencia está en la preservación y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Un ejemplo para el mundo. Respiro las bondades de mi tierra y conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, siempre capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Soy una nación confiable, creíble, diferenciada por el valor de lo que hago. Me distinguen el desarrollo humano, la innovación y una comprobada competitividad internacional que me permite exportarle calidad al mundo. Quien me conoce se asombra, se admira. En mi esencia concentrada se encuentran mis grandes aspiraciones. Soy un país que atrae a conocedores que buscan el valor de la excelencia y el compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Tengo mucho para ofrecer a aquellos que quieren comprar, invertir, producir, desarrollarse. Cuento con los recursos humanos y tecnológicos necesarios para ello. Me redescubro mirándome hacia adentro. Me encuentro en lo vital, en lo verdadero. Redescubro lo importante. Soy verde, soy felicidad, soy solidaridad, soy paz, soy talento, soy innovación, soy calidad, soy diversidad, soy concentración. Soy Essential Costa Rica.
La Estrategia Territorial para una Economía Inclusiva y Descarbonizada 2020-2050 es una ruta para que durante los próximos 30 años Costa Rica evolucione y se convierta en una economía 3D, digitalizada, descentralizada y descarbonizada, y que alcance el desarrollo sostenible en todo el territorio nacional. A partir de esta visión de largo plazo, entidades públicas, privadas, organizaciones sociales y otros actores podrán orientar su trabajo hacia un norte, logrando una Costa Rica competitiva, innovadora, con menos brechas y más resiliente.
Los centros de desarrollo turístico distribuidos por todo el país y nuevos espacios para el turismo cultural, el turismo de bienestar y el turismo de naturaleza en parques nacionales estarían llamados a crear y mantener una relación sinérgica con otras actividades productivas para, en su conjunto, ampliar y fortalecer el espacio productivo del país. Esta nueva estrategia será insumo fundamental para las constantes actualizaciones del Plan Nacional de Turismo. Es un instrumento de planificación medular para redinamizar el sector turístico, especialmente en el proceso de recuperación post-pandemia COVID-19.
Esta estrategia pone de relieve cuáles son las fortalezas productivas en los territorios a las que debemos apostar y también señala cuál es el potencial de esos territorios pensando en el futuro. Con esta información, el Ministerio de Trabajo podrá hacer tres cosas fundamentales. Uno, orientar la toma de decisiones de la política pública para garantizar que ese crecimiento económico verdaderamente se convierta en empleos en todos los territorios y especialmente para las mujeres y los jóvenes. La información también nos permitirá realizar una segunda tarea y es identificar las necesidades de talento humano en los territorios para poder ir un paso adelante preparando la fuerza de trabajo de manera que podamos responder a las demandas del aparato productivo. Y 3, debemos lograr conectar a esas personas y su talento con el trabajo.
Tanto la Estrategia 2050 como nuestra reciente actualización de la Constitución nacionalmente determinada, que son los compromisos específicos que define el país para aportarle a las metas globales del Acuerdo de París, priorizan la generación de nuevos empleos de alto valor agregado vinculados a las economías verde, azul y naranja, con un enfoque de acción productiva que genere crecimiento verde en el mediano y largo plazo, lo que permitirá aprovechar ventajas que tenemos en descarbonización y resiliencia en temas como energía renovable, protección de la biodiversidad y economía del conocimiento.
Para las universidades públicas, la estrategia de desarrollo económico territorial presentada por el Ministerio de Planificación constituye, sin duda, un insumo muy valioso para engarzar lo considerado en el Planes de la Educación Superior Universitaria para los próximos 5 años. Esto porque la estrategia ofrece insumos relevantes para fortalecer la presencia de las universidades en los territorios. Constituye una herramienta de planificación diferente y un cambio en el modelo de la presencia y la estructura de los territorios en nuestro país.
Desde mi plan soñar la Costa Rica el 2050 que esté plena de oportunidades para todos los hombres y mujeres que habitan este país. Esto no es solo un sueño, también hemos diseñado con él una estrategia que nos ayuda a materializar esa visión. Una estrategia que pretende sofisticar y transformar nuestra matriz productiva para hacerla más digitalizada, más diversificada, para hacerla también más descentralizada, activando más espacios económicos en nuestro país y alejándonos de la hiperconcentración, poniendo en valor toda la riqueza del territorio. Y también una economía descarbonizada que nos ayude a acercarnos a esa nueva ambición que tenemos como país. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta estrategia. Les invitamos a ser parte de la construcción de esta Costa Rica al 2050.
The normal is no longer normal. What then? Us. Simplify. About what really matters. What holds us all together. What is truly essential to a life well lived. Like finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Cuando vivís en un país así, es natural que nos nazca cuidarlo, que nos importe tanto conservar nuestra tierra como a nuestra gente. Así que turistea porque amás este país, porque extrañabas el frío de la montaña, ir a la playa o un simple ¿qué? Pura vida, porque en este momento no hay un mejor lugar para estar que Costa Rica. Turistea porque te hace feliz, pero sobre todo, turistea por Costa Rica. Entre todos, cuidémonos juntos. Ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Modern life moves faster than ever. We've lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge and reclaim all that is pure and vital for real happiness. To get our priorities straight, rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise. To give us what we all need to feel truly fulfilled. Find balance, be at peace, discover the thrill, just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, even yourself. To visit Costa Rica, life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo. Y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo bien, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, debemos encontrar un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente y que brilla de día a noche, donde los visitantes vienen por la belleza natural y experiencias inolvidables, regresan por el amor al pueblo, donde siempre estás en un viaje de descubrimientos y jamás te has sentido más vivo, donde actuamos con el corazón. Vamos a hacer lo mismo. En Costa Rica, lo esencial de la vida se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona de volver a abrir
Es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Para que ustedes puedan venir a reír.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar y a sentir la felicidad del turista.
Todo lo demás ya nos estamos cultivando nosotros.
Hemos estado preparando para este momento.
Trabajado en los protocolos para que el sistema turístico sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
listos e ilusionados de vernos de nuevo.
Vamos a turistear por Costa Rica. Información ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Buenas tardes, señor Ricardo Mourinho. Nos hemos estado preparando para este momento.
A menudo
Modern life moves faster than ever. We've lost touch with some of the most essential aspects of what it really means to be alive. It's time to recharge, to reclaim all that's pure and vital for real happiness, to get our priorities straight and rise above the noise. Costa Rica lives that promise, to give us what we all need, to feel truly fulfilled, to find balance, to be at peace, and discover the thrill of just being present in the moment. So we invite you to make this promise, to connect with nature, each other, and yourself. To visit Costa Rica, life's essentials found here.
A menudo nos han llamado el país más feliz del mundo, y hay muy buenas razones para ello. Todo empieza con pura vida. Es un dicho que significa todo, pero en realidad es algo que se experimenta más que se explica. La forma en que nos saludamos, la forma en que vivimos, la comunidad que construimos, la forma en que nos cuidamos el uno al otro y el entorno que nos rodea. En un mundo que a menudo puede sentirse desequilibrado, hemos encontrado un camino pacífico hacia lo que más importa. El resultado es un país como ningún otro, que se atreve a pensar de manera diferente. Bien, por la belleza natural, donde siempre está de descubrimiento, jamás de sentido, donde actuamos con el corazón. Costa Rica, el de la vida, se encuentra aquí.
Lo que más nos emociona de volver a abrir
es poder recibirlos de nuevo.
Para que ustedes puedan venir a reír.
A maravillarse, a descansar, a probar.
Y a sentir la felicidad de turistear. Porque de todo lo demás ya nos estamos ocupando nosotros.
Ya que en todo este tiempo
Nos hemos estado preparando para este momento.
Y en conjunto con el Ministerio de Salud y el Instituto Costarricense de Turismo, hemos trabajado los protocolos para que volver a turistear sea seguro tanto para ustedes como para nosotros.
Estamos más que listos e ilusionados de vernos de nuevo.
Volvamos a turistear por Costa Rica. Para más información, ingresa a vamosaturistear.com.
Normal is no longer normal. Then we pause, we simplify, we think about what really matters, what holds us all together, what is truly essential to a life well lived. Finding balance and connecting with nature, with each other, with ourselves. Costa Rica lives that promise every day. And when it's time for you to come and share that kind of experience again, we'll be here to welcome you to Costa Rica. Life's essentials found here.
Alguien define su ser cuando su verdadera esencia, naturaleza que le hace ser quien es. ¿Quién soy? Soy la concentración atractiva de belleza, bosques, playas y biodiversidad. Vivo en el corazón de América. Me custodian dos mares. Soy el verde profundo que atrae por igual a quienes buscan descanso o aventuras. Y soy mucho más. En mi esencia viven la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. Pueblo de brazos abiertos que le da la bienvenida al futuro.
Buenas tardes. Invitamos por favor a
Soy una nación única, alegre y solidaria,
delegados y delegadas a tomar
que se expresa a
asiento.
través de la diversidad de culturas.
Vamos en breve a dar inicio a la sesión.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get started with this afternoon's agenda on a high-level dialogue on an innovative financing agenda for recovery. Would you kindly take your seats so that we can get started?
Alicia. Checar con ella para como yo creo que usted está, ¿verdad?
Sí, entiendo que sí.
Pase, por
A ver,
favor.
¿cómo funciona esto?
Le van a decir dónde se sienta. Nuevamente invitamos a todas y todos a
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to
Recording in
kindly
progress.
take your seats. We're going to get started momentarily. Thank you very much.
Sí, sí.
Muchas gracias. Les damos la bienvenida.
Thank you very much. And now we will welcome you to retake our working agenda for the high-level dialogue on innovative financing agenda for recovery. And now I would give the floor to Foreign Affairs Minister Solano, who will moderate this session. You have the floor, Mr. Minister.
Ahí sí.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Después, ¿el sonido está bien? ¿Se escucha? Antonio, ¿me escuchas bien? No. Esperar que me abran la señal. Estamos aquí ya, ahora sí. Ahora sí, gracias. Buenas tardes, tengan todas y todos ustedes.
The interpreter apologizes. We have sound again. Now, after lunch, we're going to be dealing with a very important topic. Here in Costa Rica, we say you can't have chocolate if you don't have any cocoa. Cocoa and cacao are essential, not from the standpoint of the figures and the interest, but rather because today it represents the difference between reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. As of now, every day that elapses is one less day for attaining those goals. This afternoon's discussion can represent a clear example of no more blah, 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 and rather to take concrete action. Something that's measurable. Why is it so hard to have discussions with multilateral agencies? Someone asked me, and I answered that because there are many of us in government. I said, if that's the case and governments were the owners, then it would be as simple as giving instructions to the Minister of Finance. But pragmatically speaking, one of the first strategies that we have to understand is that finance ministers have to be.
Así que el ejercicio que vamos a tener también esta tarde
have to be there and they have to be taking action to achieve these goals. One of the things that we did in New York is that we invited the regional financing banks, is that they take a new look at the traditional box that they of tools that they have for financing, and that they bring freshness, innovative ideas. Today, we need banks that don't have any cholesterol, banks that are willing to bring fresh blood to our minds and hearts. Today, at this meeting, we have Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of LAC. It's her birthday today. Rebecca Greenspan, essential to have her with us. She is the Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. Today with us is Fernando Quevedo, the Manager of the Country Department for Central America, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti of the Inter-American Development Bank. Julio Antonio Cárcamo, Head of the Office of Environmental and Social Sustainability, Office of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. Hyginus Leon, President of the Caribbean Development Bank. Thank you for joining us. As well as Antonella Cavallari, Secretary General of the Italian Latin American international organization, and via Zoom, we will have Adriana Areaza, the manager in charge of knowledge, or rather the knowledge manager of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. We would also like to thank the delegates for being with us today, but particularly thank you for your participation today, because it's so important for this session to be participatory. It's an opportunity for us to raise our voices. Welcome to one and all to this discussion on high-level dialogue on an innovative financing agenda for recovery. I'm going to take the liberty of giving myself the floor to give you a brief presentation on the document that we are going to present to you, which is the contributions to the innovative financing agenda for recovery, the perspective of regional and international development banks. By your leave, I shall give you this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen.
Nuevamente me complace.
Once again, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this space for dialogue, the intention of which is to rebroach, as I said, a conversation that we began in December in New York with permanent representatives to the United Nations. And during those meetings, we had a fruitful exchange with regional development banks so as to analyze from the standpoint of financing possible proposals for overcoming the difficulties that our countries have faced in appropriately responding to the crises that arose as a result of the pandemic, and to revert the poor performance of economic growth in the region, which, amongst other things, is arising so as to be able to meet the high levels of indebtedness faced by Latin American and Caribbean countries, and thus improve access to liquidity. This discussion had the basis as the special report number 12 that was prepared by LAC, entitled An Innovative Agenda for Financing for Development for the Recovery of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is the reason why we asked the Inter-American Development Bank, the Economic Integration Bank, CAF, and the Caribbean Development Bank to join their efforts, vision, and mandates, and together seek innovative solutions amongst us all to be able to look at the very narrow fiscal gap or narrow fiscal difficulties facing our countries from a structural standpoint. As we all know, this health crisis and the lockdown conditions have placed us facing the greatest economic and social crisis facing Latin America. This region is one of the most affected the world over. Ladies and gentlemen, it has not only impacted our employment, poverty, and investment figures, but particularly it has hindered the effective realization of cultural, economic, social, and environmental rights of our peoples. In particular terms, those of vulnerable groups. The pandemic has made the deep gaps of development being experienced by our societies very clear. The capacity of our countries to have resources to appropriately respond to this health, economic, and human rights crises is very limited due to several factors. Latin America and the Caribbean is the most indebted region in terms of development. Today, according to indices provided by LAC, the gross debt of the governments of the region averages 77.7% of regional GDP. Thus, debt service deviates resources that could otherwise be used to provide public goods that are key to recovery and reconstruction that is much more sustainable, green, and inclusive. The fiscal situation of many of our countries was already experiencing before the pandemic a very narrow path because of which led us to need for greater tax collection and resources. Countries have had to focus on tourism and the income coming in through that route. And this has been specifically affected, as is the case of the Caribbean countries. And they are continue to be damaged because of the closing of borders and reduced mobility. Costa Rica has also been one of those countries in which the tourism sector has been severely impacted, having a serious impact on our economy by generating, before the pandemic, close to 8% of our GDP. As the report referred to states, so far the measures adopted by multilateral organizations have been limited, and they have focused specifically on countries with lesser incomes, despite the high vulnerability of the countries in this region, Latin America and the Caribbean. The challenge faced by middle high income countries, not just access to financing, but also traditional modes of cooperation, has a great impact on our true ability to undertake and to meet our development challenges in a sustained manner. If we continue to use the same criteria of income for access to cooperation and financing, will not only make the economic, structural, social, and environmental gaps invisible, as well as the vulnerabilities of many peoples for attaining sustainable development, meaning that mid-level income countries are going to be left in a true trap. They are also going to be denied a possibility for recovery and reconstruction at the international level. We have repeatedly said that it's impossible to continue to use the per capita GDP metrics for access to financing, because it's an insufficient measure for moving countries forward in terms of development, well-being, and sustainability.
And structures in the middle income companies need to be measured in using a multidimensional system, which would reflect and properly address socioeconomic development, as well as the peculiarities and the needs of each country, of each different country, which would lay a proper foundation for a fairer and more effective distribution of resources. Along these same lines, and at the request of the pro tem chair, LAC produced this report on financing needs for the region, and especially on the financial instruments that have been proposed to the international community and financing agencies, international financing agencies, as a way for them to respond effectively to these needs. The developed countries have made major investments to protect their own populations by boosting their health care systems for recovery and green recovery and green rebuilding. Our countries need the same opportunity if we ever want to emerge strongly from this crisis. We need an innovative, daring strategy that can be led by all of us in the region, speaking the same voice, speaking the same language, leading with the same voice. The report offers 5 specific proposals in this direction. Number 1, expand and redistribute liquidity from the developed countries to the developing countries. This would involve proposals such as working hand in hand with the special drawing rights as a voluntary means of recirculating the unused drawing rights from the developed countries and channeling them toward the developing countries. The document explains why this mechanism would be useful, and it also explains the reasons why it is a feasible, reasonable solution based on the demand and the use in the developing countries versus the developed countries, and that also estimates the potential to recirculate between $169 billion into developing economies. Another possibility would be non-conditional multilateral funds, such as a trust fund for the medium-income countries or development banks in the region, in order to recirculate these special drawing rights, and which would expand the use of these funds in order to provide financial support for all the countries of our region, in line with the recommendations of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Regarding this broader use of special drawing rights, we now express our consensus agreements, and we also support the recommendations handed down by the last Sustainable Development Forum. Number 2, create multilateral funds funded by developed countries as a mechanism to redistribute liquidity into the developing economies. One of the proposals that especially noteworthy in this stage is FACE, a fund to relieve the economies as a result of COVID-19. This is a proposal that came from Costa Rica, but even more importantly from the entire region. And the idea is to increase liquidity and access to financing on a favorable footing, with interest rates near to 0% for countries such as our own. As the report says, the proposal is financially feasible. It's sound. The design is simple. All it needs is for us to all combine our efforts in order to move these funds from the developed countries and also the interest of the development banking system in order to make it operational. A second proposal is to strengthen regional cooperation, increasing the lending capacity and response capacity of the regional, national, and sub-regional banks, building closer ties to multilateral development banks. I would emphasize here that according to the report itself, the sub-regional development banks have responded better than the multilateral agencies. This is why we need to increase dialogue with them, and that's why we have proposed this afternoon's session, and we hope that they will be joining us in this session so that we as a region can shed clearer light on the needs of mid-income countries and also countries such as Haiti. We all need more flexible standards, especially the lending capacity, so that we can gain access to concessional financing. A third proposal is to reform the institutional structure of the architecture for multilateral debts. The region has extremely high levels of indebtedness, and also high amounts are being paid on debt service. So there is a need for more initiatives which are consistent with the different profiles and degrees of vulnerability of the countries in the region, so as to resolve the problem over the long term. At the initiative of suspension of debt service by the proposal of the G20 to suspend debt service has proven to be absolutely insufficient, inadequate. We need, with the countries that are highly indebted, as well as countries that, such as in Latin America and the Caribbean, that disproportionately face a restrictive fiscal policy. Given this situation, we need a fiscal policy that is more productive as it fights inflation and the flow of illicit monies, including cooperation, international cooperation, such as lowering the global income tax, and also the creation of a multilateral institution for credit operations, which would supplement the work of the private credit ratings institutions with which we are all familiar, especially because of the conflict of the public-private conflicts of interest and business interests. A fourth proposal is to provide the countries with innovative instruments to increase the ability to reimburse debt and thus avoid excessive indebtedness. An example would be better clauses on hurricanes, natural disasters, or other external shocks. Also, bonds linked to gross national income, which would consider GDP, yes, but also other external factors that have a critical impact on growth rates, such as in our region, such as remittances and trade relations. The fifth proposal is to combine measures of liquidity and debt reduction with a strategy of more long-term resilience. The proposal stresses the need to streamline investment in economic regrowth. The regional development banking system can be critical for rebuilding productive investment and construction so that the recovery and the reconstruction would be real. And this means that investment needs to be done on a systematic footing, and it needs to be in line with sustainable development, with the sustainable development goals, and consider the need for climate mitigation and adaptation. The multilateral development banks need to support efforts that are already being made by our own regional institutions along these same lines. This is the technical input that has been made available to all of you with the hope that we can move ahead with concrete measures that will have a direct impact on the populations of the countries in our region. Today, however, we have with us the experts, the high-level representatives of the development banks, to whom we have requested that they discuss specific measures to improve the ability to gain access to financing and to mobilize it. We have posed a number of questions that we want to ask them, and we would hope that they would answer these questions in response to the concerns we have already expressed. For example, what measures do they visualize for moving toward greater liquidity and redistribute liquidity from the developed countries to the developing countries without overlooking the middle income countries, which so often have no access to concessional financing? What actions can you promote in order to facilitate the countries of the region's access to new sources of financing, such as bonds, green bonds, or also the blue bonds that we're talking about nowadays? In the framework of domestic financing structures, what role should the national development banks play in order to mobilize resources for sustainable development? In the fiscal sphere, what regional strategies should be promoted in order to strengthen public income by reducing evasion, tax evasion, and make sure that the tax structure is more progressive? In the context of pandemic, where we have set in motion the 2030 agenda, we need to think about the objectives that face all of us. And in this sense, we need to ask what actions would be needed by the development banks in order to respond to the needs of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, most of which are classified as middle-income countries. In order to answer these very critical questions, today I want to welcome the representatives of the Central American Development Bank, the Andean Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, and we would like to thank the Secretary General of CEPAL of ECLAC for being with us this afternoon. To start this part of the meeting, I would like to recognize Ricardo Murillo Franks, who leads the European Investment Bank, who is with us online. Please go ahead. Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good. Mr. Minister and delegates, thank you very much for inviting me here. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I will switch to English if I may.
Al señor Ricardo Morín.
Ricardo Murillo Felix, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Fernando Quevedo, Manager of the Department of Central America, Mexico, Panama, Dominican Republic, and Haiti countries of the Inter-American Development Bank to deal with the topic at hand. You have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure on behalf of the IDB to be here together with you and representing our president, Mr. Calvarone. What has been presented here today is very important for the region, and it is absolutely aligned with our 2025 agenda objectives. That is to say, to have a sustainable economy, an economy with social inclusion, equality, productivity, innovation, economic integration, taking into account in the environment, gender, diversity. These are all the topics that we seek in our objectives. So thank you so very much for the invitation. Minister, you were absolutely right when you said that our bank and our banks belong to the countries. It is also true that the ministers of finance give us directions. One of the questions you asked was how to take money from developed to developing countries. And that is specifically the nature of our institution. How do we operate? We, with the support of all of our members, lending and non-lending members, we issue bonds in the international capitals market with a AAA rating. We pay a very low interest rate, and we help to channel those resources to the countries of the region, many of which don't have access to those rates. At this time, our regular rate is about 90 basis points above a 90-day LIBOR. And this for all members, except for members that have greater vulnerabilities, in which case we give them greater concessionality depending on the characteristics of each member and how they execute the resources that are available to them. For instance, Haiti, to whom we've been giving $200 million yearly as a donation, and this after having gone through the HIPIC debt condoning for all of the highly indebted poor countries. Now, in terms of the SDGs from 2016 to 2020, we approved 1,304 projects for Latin America and the Caribbean, amounting to $78 billion, of which $58 billion were from our IDB group, that is to say, the group that finances with sovereign guarantee, and another 20 billion from our Bid Invest group that finances the private sector, and almost 400 million from our innovation laboratory that used to be called FOMIN, and that's now called LAC. This morning, the president of Costa Rica spoke of innovations in financing schemes. And this is what we have recently been doing. And we have been very concerned about doing this. On the one hand, we have developed strategic alliances with other cooperation organizations to maximize the amount of resources that reach the region over and above what we can provide. And I can say that they have mobilized in 2016 to 2020, 10.8 billion in direct third-party financing and $21 billion additional dollars in indirect financings. Some of the examples that I'd like to underscore here in terms of support to the public sector in this region, the Mesoamerica region, the initiative for this region, where we've had contributions from different foundations such as Carlos Slim, Bill Gates, the governments of Canada and Spain, and we've moved forward in areas such as malaria, for instance, with very important investments in health. Now, in the case of the private sector, we've worked significantly to work with PPPs or public-private partnerships, channeling resources both to analyze when a PPP is advisable or not, and then afterwards how to structure the investments, for instance, that have to take into account engineering, legal topics, financial topics, and then also financing to those that could potentially win that type of international bidding processes or tender processes. Now, another topic or another reason why we believe or are convinced that we need to support the region is the support for public development banks. We are convinced and have had many negotiations for supporting national development banks, but also sub-regional banks. When the BC was in trouble a few years ago, we provided it with financing for it to continue to undertake its role, and it has overcome those problems and it has achieved a great deal now. These are some of the areas that we are convinced that we need to continue working on. Finally, as Ms. Bárcena mentioned, the topic of thematic bonds. Well, we have been very, very involved in bonds, gender bonds, blue bonds, green bonds in general. Actually, we have led in Latin America and the Caribbean 25 new issues of thematic bonds. 30% of the new green, social and sustainable bond issues issued by the private sector in the region have had participation of the IDB group. Our bid and best for the private sector issued the first blue bond in the region. The blue bond's objective is to preserve and protect the oceans and coastal areas. Now, when we speak of thematic bonds, what are we referring to? We're referring to the Foreign Affairs Minister's question, how to attract resources that are in the international markets under the best conditions, investors that are willing to give better terms or better interest rates so that those resources are devoted to a specific topic. That is to say, gender objective, diversity, or the objective of preserving our environment, for instance. We have worked also, as another example of financial products, in the case of Chile, on a loan to a power generating company that securitizes reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. This is very interesting, being able to support these objectives at the same time as being able to provide financing for these productive endeavors. Finally, I would be remiss were I not to mention the role that multilateral development banks and other partners can play in providing better mechanisms and incentives so that countries can prepare themselves to handle the impacts of climate change and natural disasters. We know that these impacts are tremendous. They can cause negative impacts in countries' macroeconomic situations. And we have stood shoulder to shoulder with countries in this sense. We have an accessible line of credit for countries that has no cost, in the sense that unless an event of a given magnitude occurs, and in turn the ministries of finance decide to use the instrument, then it's an insurance policy, if you will, without having to pay the premium. If the event takes place and the finance ministry decides to use it, then payment is made. We also approved in 2020 a new facility that enables countries that experience an event to reduce repayment of their principal if there's a catastrophe. During the pandemic, in addition, we had to change our way of working, and we quickly approved instruments for quick disbursements so as to be able to help the ministries of health of the region to be able to lead, to be able to be prepared, to invest in their hospitals, to buy vaccinations, a series of facilities that were very necessary at the time. And that was so much the case that in 2021, we placed a record amount of approvals of the institution in its entire history. We're talking about public and private sector of $23.4 billion approved in that year of 2021. And that without considering additional resources that often come in through co-financing, for instance, the financing of the private sector, banks that join in to our investments in the countries. We are convinced that the path to help countries in their recovery efforts is outlined in the sectors that I mentioned previously and that are absolutely consistent with what we have seen today. To leverage financing in addition and to maximize the impact of our actions. As a development institution, we are also promoting a capitalization of the institutions, capitalization both of our private banking sector as well as our public banking sector. And as the minister said, this will depend on our owners. The ministers of finance are going to have to agree and allow us to have greater resources to bring to the countries. And now I would simply like to thank you all very much for your attention this afternoon. And I am, of course, more than ready to do my best to answer any question you may have for me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando, for your presentation. Definitely the IDB has played and will continue to play an essential role in these topics. And I would now invite Mr. Julio Antonio Cárcamo of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration to take the floor. Julio, you have the floor. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you all. I'd like to exemplify part of the questions, the answers to the questions with a very brief presentation. I hope I stay within my time limits. So thank you so very much to the organizers of the event, the government of Costa Rica, LAC, and the authorities of the countries represented here in this forum today. Perfect. Once again, I'm going to use the history of the bank's recent history in terms of what it's done as a reaction to the pandemic and the situation that arose from the pandemic, to look at the situation and to reach certain, and then to arrive at certain quick conclusions. In terms of the bank, I'd like to let you know, for those that don't know it, the bank is an institution that just had its 60th birthday. It's made up of 15 countries, founding countries, regional countries, as well as extra-regional countries, with the highest credit ratings in Latin America, and that through its life, and particularly over the past decade or 15 years, it has become the partner as of countries in Latin America. 45 to 50% of the disbursements for our country. Very important, it's already been mentioned, is strategy. Yes, in our institutions, strategy has to be aligned with the situation we're experiencing. In the case of the bank, of the CABEI, the strategy has just been updated by the board. And it's important to mention this because as a result of this update, we have emphasized topics such as climate change, undoubtedly, the situation of our country's vulnerability, gender topics, but we've obviously also maintained the core topics that gave life to the bank: poverty reduction, promoting integration of countries, and obviously economic growth that is sustainable. I didn't see the presentation there, but I think it's still up on the screen. There you have it. Our offering, as is the case of the majority of our banks, is to support clients in the public sector, the non-sovereign and private sectors, and obviously financial brokerage, the financial sector per se. I'm going to focus on just 4 cases of the 7 products, but I'd like to underscore that basically all of the offering of direct loans, financial brokerage, etc., has been the core of the bank's work. The great gap that exists in many topics: structure, health, education, connectivity, energies, obviously, these are filled via the bank's traditional instruments, but I'd like to emphasize the importance of the development banking sector. This is what needs to foster sustainable development on the long term. And this is done through, in addition to doing other things, this financial intermediation. This also has to do with the SMEs or micro and SMEs that enables them to become part of the formal sector, where many of our countries, they are held back because they cannot be part of the banking system. When the pandemic arose 2 years ago, I think the first lesson that we learned was to adapt, have the capacity to respond, which was mentioned by a friend from the IDB, and to put on the table programs that are as integrated as possible. The support, reaction to COVID, economic development, or this is a package with the umbrella of 8 different areas, going through the operations of the public sector, liquidity of central banks, support for acquisition of vaccinations, which undoubtedly at the beginning was quite traumatic for many of us, as well as economic topics that speak to young people and entrepreneur work, etc. These are programs that continue to be very important in the bank, but they were very important in that they gave an immediate response to the region. Likewise, as we speak to vulnerability, we speak of the hurricanes Eta and Ota. The pandemic had just was only a year old, and the region had also to deal with the impact of these hurricanes. And this also represented for the bank another challenge, undoubtedly, but also the ability to react quickly with this other package of $2.5 billion that also includes investment, assistance, the bonds that I'll be speaking to in a moment, so as to be able to facilitate resources for this topic. We've had one of these after another, and the gaps that we already had that were quite large have obviously, because of this, become much broader.
The bank is new in a sense, new in the field of development policy operations, as described by our colleagues from the IDB and other banks. But I think the main message here is that we cannot be looking toward the future if we do not first fix the problems of the present. I had a boss who said, think about the land, but keep your eyes on the horizon. We have to address what's with us today, but always thinking about what's about the future. The development policy operations, DPOs, are a way to pave the road over the long term. We can't keep having a short-term vision without thinking about the future, because then something will happen which will cause us to change direction. It can happen, especially in a world where there is so much uncertainty. With respect to climate change, I simply want to note that over the past 7 years, the bank has invested 41% of all of our disbursements toward projects involving climate change initiatives, which is important not only for us, but also for the countries. The countries have woken up rather quickly and have changed direction, and they demand now that that project be much more sound in the way they're constructed, and that they address the causes and in some cases the consequences of this phenomenon, which is with us and which is here to stay. With respect to access to international funds, this is one of the challenges that multilateral development banks need to face. We need to expand our portfolios with that, even though because in some cases we can't expand our own governance structures, and that's the way we can obtain more resources. The bank relationship with the Green Fund has been short-lived so far, but it's been fruitful. So far, we developed a $1 billion pipeline, and of this, We have approved 4 initiatives for more than $4 million. The bank has access to broader openings and opportunities in this sense, and this has made it possible for us to mobilize resources in the form of loans, grants, guarantees. I come more from the area of green initiative development. I was at the United Nations at the time of the GEF, and I remember what the challenge for all of our countries of gaining access to these sources. That is what we're building today. Will be sown it's in the near future. We hope we will live long enough to see it. With the Green Fund, what we all hope is that it is this renewed global energy for addressing these issues. It's an excellent opportunity, an exciting opportunity. I've always felt that you need to knock on those doors. You need to get ahead of things. You need to look to the future. And the countries also clearly need to risk more funds on this subject. So I think we're moving in the right direction with this in terms of the relationship. And this needs to encourage all of us to keep going. And even more so to come up with the numbers. Some of these numbers sound high to us, but in fact, they're not much if you consider the great needs of the region. We already talked about the bonds. And I think we need to, and this is a question we need to answer vigorously. This bank, as other banks, has been working intensely in the past few years on the subject of emissions, especially with the Central American Bank for green bonds and social bonds, and more particularly in the case of the vaccination bonds. As I understand it, this is not my field. I don't really know that much about it, but these have been new ways to gain access to resources that at one point were not available. So the whole subject of bonds, we think, is a very important way forward. There's appetite for it. There's appetite for this type of mechanism. The bank is not only playing its role as an issuer, but also we need to be a catalyst. That means we have to build up the ability of the countries so that those that have the appetite for it and the space for it will be able to issue their own bonds. I think that's the right way to go. That is, capacity building, in my view, will always be the best way to bring about a greener future. So there are initiatives to strengthen the ability of the countries to do this if they want to, or if they need to. To close, I want to mention a couple of initiatives. There's a package of 7 initiatives in the bank. I selected 3 just to explain the need to procure new funds. They call them off-balance sheet funds. I don't really get it, but that's what they call it. The idea is to mobilize more resources because the ones we have will never be enough for the needs we're facing. So there are major opportunities in the region. I want to emphasize these 3, as I said before: a regional debt market. This is a market that is calculated to be worth $125 billion, and it can be leveraged by working together with some of the most important stakeholders. So there's a lot of room to move in that area. Also with our partners from Asia, in this case, particularly Korea, which is a partner of the bank. We are preparing an infrastructure bond for development in Central America, aware as we are of the enormous gaps in this field. And of course, there's also one on sovereign debt issue with the capital market of Mexico. It seems far away, but it also seems close. It seems Mexico is just right there. So how can we get closer to each other and get that money closer to our countries? And here the government of Mexico has expressed its interest in supporting the countries, especially of the northern cone of Central America, with this plan for issuing up to $1.5 billion. Unquestionably, the challenge then is how to bring in fresh resources. The money is there, as we already said. How can we make it affordable, accessible, and available in a time that is consistent with the problem, right? That is quickly enough to respond to the problems. I will close with just a couple more slides. I want to emphasize something I said before, which is measurement. If we don't measure, we'll never know how much it is. And just as important as measuring is reversing based on the lessons we learn. It doesn't do any good to keep doing the same old thing, even if we know what the impact is. What we want to do is seek a greater well-being for our people. And if we want to do that, we need to measure what we're already doing so that we can learn from our measurements, and all of this in the framework of the 2030 agenda. So I will close with 4 conclusions. general conclusions, but that are important for us. We continue vigorously searching for partners, collaborators, and fresh resources in order to continue supporting our partners and our clients. That's the first message. Number two, think about the path before you, but keep your eyes on the horizon. So while we continue to strengthen or bring about systemic and structural changes in our own case through these changes in public policies, as another lesson, we are urged, this was already mentioned, we urge the multilateral banks to cooperate more closely with one another. The world, regional, local, hemispheric banks to work together in order to build capacity in the countries, in order to meet short and long-term goals. We need to continue investing, continue to with capacity building and institutional building. All of that will bring about a more sustainable future. And then the final conclusion is you need to measure. You need to measure and measure again and measure again in order to figure out what you're accomplishing and whether you're accomplishing what you wanted to do, and if not, find a way to do it better. Thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure, and I would be happy to receive questions. Thank you, Julio Antonio, for this presentation. I will now invite the president of the Caribbean Development Bank to speak. Please proceed, sir.
Minister, Executive Secretary, delegations attending online. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Recording stopped. And to share
Recording in
CDB's
progress.
views on innovative financing for recovery and development in this distinguished panel. I am going to take a slightly different tact to at least be complimentary in terms of what we have heard and to mix it up a little. I think this is about tomorrow. And so I want to open this up to some future pathways. So that's the context I want to talk about this afternoon. And so I will talk in principle in three areas. One, what is sustainable development? The second is the financing arrangements that I think are needed to propel our development. And the third is the urgent need for a vulnerability and resilience framework that can support access to concessional finance for our countries. So first, what is this all about? Because I think that's where we need to start. It's not what we are doing, what is it about? I'd say this is about sustainable development. It's about people. And sustainable development we can define as improving the quality of the lives and capabilities of our peoples through building a resilient ecosystem that encompasses, we've put it through together in 5 dimensions: social resilience, institutional resilience, productive capacity resilience, environmental resilience, and financing resilience. And we may say, why those? Because I think the discussion normally talks around climate resilience, but it is more than climate resilience. We need to talk about an ecosystem of resilience. And in fact, the structural deficiencies of our region are reflected in inadequate resilience building. And that's what we have on the slide. The first one, where we have structural deficiency, shows clearly that we are short in each of the elements of resilience that I talked about. And we can make the one basic statement that we simply cannot afford to advance in one particular way that they distort the motion and dynamics of the ecosystem. Because what this does is it leads to uneven and unsustainable progress. So let me put this simply. If you create a system as a sphere and you bump out one part and you think you've made progress by bumping out that one part, what you do is you've now distorted the definition of the sphere. It no longer is a sphere, and it alters how the sphere can move, because the sphere will no longer be able to roll since you've bombed out a part. And I think that's the key message we want to take here is, if you are going to design, you have to design sustainable development in a holistic way, and it has to be temporally coherent, such that you will preserve the definition of that sphere, and you will also be able to optimize on the dynamics inherent in what you have created. And I raise this because far too often what we do is we think sustainable development is about one part, and we focus on that one part, and we think we have solved that one part, and we say we've made progress in that one part. But by distorting the whole, you essentially create more problems for yourself down the road. So this holistic view, we think, is best captured through integrating three frameworks that exist: the debt sustainability framework of the IMF, the investment growth framework of the World Bank, and the resilience building framework of the United Nations. And that is to build a bridge between stabilization and long-term development. And that, I think, is the problem that we all face. We talk about stabilization or we talk about development, but we have to bridge them. And we bridge them through an integrated system that brings all those three pieces together. But I raise this to make one fundamental point, that access to finance is critical to underpinning this integrated framework. And that's where I come to answer the question posed by the minister, the access to finance. So I make one basic statement. We cannot achieve this systemic sustainability that I talked about without financing resilience. Financing resilience, in turn, requires a financing ecosystem that can provide adequate and affordable finance to meet our enormous development needs. Ultimately, we need a multi-sourced, and there we're talking about both public and private sector funding, multi-instrument framework that embeds the appropriate governance and regulatory frameworks to develop a strong market infrastructure that can generate investor confidence. Anything short of that is not going to work over time. Establishing such a financing facility will require, as I said, accessing funds from public and private sectors, from many or multiple financial institutions that can therefore allow whichever the MDB is to blend concessional and non-concessional funding, to engineer instruments to meet different purposes while being coherent over time. That's the goal that we are seeking to do. And if I can zero in on the financing, because that's what I want to talk about today, it will be essential that we distinguish financing for rescue, financing for recovery, and financing for long-term repositioning. And the reason for that is simple. All financial instruments are not created equal. We need a suite of instruments that can be combined coherently to manage different needs while providing appropriate governance safeguards. So in addition to own-generated funds, and we've heard about the use of proper macro policies and the fiscal and so on, I think we need to be looking at categories in that suite of financing instruments that include bonds, and we've heard of the green and the blue. I prefer to think of simply SDG-themed bonds that we can manage and we can choose how we want to do them. SDR-funded resilience bonds, and that piggybacks on the idea of the SDR excess allocations being channeled MDBs for purposeful lending for development. We need not debt now, but equity, private equity elements, and that I think means now bringing in local funds, tapping into our regional stock exchanges, asset managers, pension and insurance institutions. How can we mobilize those, channel them, and direct them with a purpose, the purpose being the development objective that we need? Equally, we need to look at contingent class of instruments. And there we are talking insurance. We are talking the catastrophe bonds like Jamaica just did, GDP index bonds that we've talked about. But I want to also highlight reform incentivizing bonds that will have the ability to automatically refinance at lower rates the price of the reform as long as the reform has been implemented. So it addresses at the one time the idea of getting past our implementation deficit issue by providing an incentive to want to generate reforms that can build your stock of implementation capabilities. Derivative-based instruments would be another category, and I am thinking here like the Belize debt swap. And this is just one of a whole slew that we can begin to think about and engineer how we want to be able to do those. And then there's concessional funds, whether it's from the donors, international financial institutions, the specialty themed funds like the Global Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and equally from the philanthropists. All of those can fall within a bucket of concessional funding. Now, clearly, I've put there a number of instruments. I talked about the need for a market infrastructure and a regulatory environment to go with this. While I don't want to go down that entire line now, what I want to be able to do is to focus on one element which I think is important, the concessional finance bucket, to answer again one of the questions, Minister, you posed. The characterization of our development financing need is clearly not aligned with the existing framework to access concessional finance. As we know, gross national income, GNI, does not capture the process of development. But worse than that, it does not map well to the financing needs for development. Separate from not capturing development, it doesn't capture financing needs for development. Indeed, finance eligibility criteria and systems are often not suited to the unique challenges and constraints of small states. Given our vulnerabilities, it remains a fact that even when small states have achieved high levels of GNI per capita and graduated from access to concessional finance, they still face significant challenges following exogenous shocks, in particular, natural hazard events. These challenges, as we know, amplify high debt levels because they have to borrow more, structural weaknesses because they cannot recover, and limited implementation capacity. So even when modifications to access this finance framework have been tried, the existing vulnerability framework that has been proposed has not garnered enough consensus, and we are asking now that we do want one. And the vulnerability framework still has many deficiencies. And I listened carefully this morning as Deputy Secretary General Mohammed mentioned, the CDB has been using a vulnerability index. And we have been contributing to the MVI, the multidimensional vulnerability index that is being proposed. However, I want to be able to say the MVI as it is now will not overcome the shortcomings faced by SIDS. In particular, the existing vulnerability indices are backward-looking in calibration, and they are unable to incorporate the evolution of vulnerability and forward-looking dynamics of economies. Because the way they are constructed, they literally look behind, they calculate behind. The real issue for us is how do we look forward and how do we capture changes that are ongoing? And with that in mind, CDB is proposing, and it's an advance to where we are on the MVI, an advancement to the MVI. We are proposing that the relevant metric that should underpin access to concessional finance is a forward-looking concept of internal resilience capacity. This metric captures as initial conditions the structural and vulnerability factors that regularly constrain growth and development. So that's what takes you to where you are. It distinguishes the magnitude, the impact, and persistence of a shock event. When shocks occur, they are not just one-time events. They can persist. And it also links access to finance to determine the duration of recovery after a shock. To illustrate, let us compare the cases of Dominica and Florida, United States. They are both susceptible to the same climate vulnerability. In fact, when a hurricane hits one, it almost certainly hits the other within about a week. But after the event occurs, the magnitude of impact from a Category 5 hurricane differs significantly for the country of Dominica than Florida, which is one state of an entire country. And with a more deficient infrastructure in the case of Dominica, limited access to finance, lower levels of capital efficiencies, and limited institutional capacity, the duration to recovery for Dominica will be significantly longer than for Florida, or for that matter, for the United States, which can count on, Florida that is, can count on the federal government to provide resources. And what we do know is that our countries, our small SIDS, take on average 3 to 4 times longer to recover than developing countries. And therefore, we think where we need to focus is not so much on the susceptibility, but on the ability to recover, what it takes to recover to where you were before. That is what's going to make the difference. That is what's going to provide a rationale for the concessionary finance that you need. So I want to illustrate this with the slide that's on there now. By comparing internal resilience capacity for a developing and a developed country. The developing country, because of its peculiar vulnerabilities, the state of development and limited capacity, faces the reality of a much longer recovery period. As you could see here, when the shock occurs, there is a sharp fall, but then it may actually continue much longer if it has low resilience capacity, and the ability to get back to where it was before the shock takes a much longer time. But yet that is where the market fails. Market fails because you cannot price that high risk to be able to generate financing. And consequently, that is exactly the reason why you do need to have more concessional financing, because that is the only way you can provide the means to shorten the recovery duration. And so, as a result of this, we can make one particular point, that a key implication of the internal resilience capacity is that your pre-event GNI is an inadequate metric for determining access to concessional finance. That is what we all know, but we're going to zero in on why. In the context of shocks, particularly where your capital is decimated and your output is decimated and your resilience capacity is low. And let me give you again for an example. Can we argue that if Dominica, and we'll use Dominica since we used it before, if Dominica had a per capita GDP of $8,000 before Hurricane Maria hit, and the hurricane provides a catastrophic decimation of the country, 200% of GDP damage, can we still say that that per capita income of 8,000 is what we should be using to access concessional finance? Clearly no. Now, if it were the case that Dominica could recover within a year, we could say this is transitory, temporary. Let's use 8,000. But if we do know, based upon the magnitude of the event, the impact, the structural conditions, the ability to recover will take 7 to 10 years. How can we in all good conscience say 8,000 per capita is still the metric, the measure that we need to use to determine concessional finance? And so this is where we enter the picture. We say clearly this measure should not apply after the event occurs. and surely not for the duration period through the recovery phase, given the overestimation bias that will exist having been hit by a catastrophe event. So we propose instead an internal resilience capacity adjusted measure, which we are calling the recovery duration adjuster, quite clear, recovery duration adjuster, that adjusts GNI on the basis of the duration to recovery. And that we believe is a more appropriate and equitable measure for use in classifying countries for access to concessional finance. And at that point, we are feverishly working on this. It's an extension, as I said, of the MVI. It incorporates a forward-looking element that is not in any of the MVIs we are talking about, and takes into account the particular peculiarities that our countries face. In addition, to close, the potential uncertainty of duration, because we could argue it is variable, can be captured through the very state contingent and repricing instruments that I talked about before, such that you can incentivize implementation with the effect that you will minimize the duration to recovery, so that in fact you have a win-win situation if you design it in a particular way. And so this then has the potential to not only increase access to concessional finance, but also to crowd in affordable private sector financing. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, Minister, for the opportunity. I think it is an opportune moment now where, as we are talking, go for the MVI, an opportunity to rethink, can we advance the MVI? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chair of the Caribbean Development Bank for bringing us this vision from the Caribbean that places us on the path of the correct analysis required by our region. Thank you, sir. And now I would like to give the floor to dear Antonella Cavallari, Secretary General of the Italian Latin American International Organization. You have the floor, madam. Thank you very much, Minister. Alicia, thank you very much for the invitation to this very important event that I find to be extremely enriching. I've learned a tremendous amount, and I truly think that we have that many questions have been answered, and of course there are many challenges. Since I am an optimist, I see many advantages in speaking at the end. One of those advantages is that I don't have to repeat all of these brilliant things that have been said by the speakers who took the floor before me. What I'd like to say is briefly, the second advantage is that I can be very concise. Why are we here? We are an international organization. ILA, the institution that I represent, is not a bank. So you may be asking yourselves, why is ILA here? ILA is an international organization made up of Italy that founded it in 1976 and 20 countries from the Latin American region. The idea is that we are a bridge, a space for dialogue, but also a place where concrete things are done. So our work agenda is specifically a way of contributing our very little grain of salt, if you will. As President Carlos Alvarado mentioned this morning, he invited us all to contribute our little grain of sand or salt, if you will. So what are those little grains that each of us can bring to the table, particularly in terms of cooperation projects that we are developing and undertaking in the region with organizations such as the Italian Latin American Organization or other European cooperation organizations, as we are accredited with the European organization. Access to financing, but also it enables us to reach people per se. We've heard the word macroeconomics. We've heard very important speeches that deal with macroeconomics, the large funds, the great operations of the regional banks and the European Bank as well. But the question is, how do you get that to the people? How can this be translated into actions and initiatives that actually involve people? Because economic reactivation, in my opinion, has to involve the people. So it's a process that, yes, it starts from up high because big funds are needed, but also below. We need to involve the people, the companies in the private sector, for instance. So ILA is not a bank, but it can contribute to the search for new forms of sustainable development. So it performs this role of bridging Europe, Italy, and Latin America, and it works together with our partners. And this is what we call multilateralism, and it's also necessary today. Now, with respect to the topic of the panel and the enormous questions that the minister posed or set us to answer, I would particularly like to refer to an idea that could perhaps contribute to an innovative agenda for financing development for recovery. I'd like to refer to the sixth question, which refers to the conceptual note that was given to us. What actions are needed by development banks, and I understand other actors, to respond to the needs of Latin American and Caribbean countries? I'd like to be very concrete here. And as a result, I will synthetically illustrate one initiative, not all of them, just one that developed with the Italian Savings and Loan, which is development bank, rather, that works with the European institution. And it's a proposal that wants to contribute to the post-pandemic economic recovery, focused on the recovery of SMEs that work in the agro-industrial field that is one of the sectors most hard hit by the pandemic. And we need to reactivate this sector, but also to have a gender focus, learning from feminine or women's entrepreneurial work, which is another very important matter in our agenda. The proposal focuses on how to increase productivity and competitiveness of agricultural SMEs, and to identify in the introduction and innovation and technological transfer the key mechanisms for achieving these objectives. From the standpoint of finances, we think about adopting the blending instrument so as to combine the two first elements of financing for cooperation: non-reimbursable funds and conditional fund instruments, and adding in another component, technical assistance to the beneficiary companies, as I'll tell you about in a moment. For Latin America and the Caribbean, the use of blending can have significant practical benefits. On the one hand, since it detracts from the difference between priority and non-priority division of countries that has left Latin America out of the discussion, the famous trap that we find ourselves in. And on the other hand, financial instruments and funds can facilitate the entry into cooperation for development, that is, as a source of development and as a receiver of credit. Finally, because an alternative is offered to sovereign debt, reducing exposure to this type of debt in Latin American countries, which is something that's been discussed quite a bit today. So the idea is to build a project that would work with three legs. One, a guarantee fund given by the European organization to the Italian Development Bank, and it would enable reducing the pricing, the interest rate that is, and the conditions of the loan. Local banks thus would have incentives for reducing the cost to SMEs. We all know that they experience many difficulties in accessing loans because of the absence of asset guarantees or guarantees per se. We've seen this over time in terms of micromanagement vis-a-vis economists that obviously know the problem much better than I do. But the topic is that SMEs, a woman who wants to open a company or a small businessman has a trouble gaining access to liquidity and financing. There's a lot of liquidity, but how can this person come in and have access to it? So what we've thought is to have this project with a blending of resources so that there is a guarantee fund that guarantees the loan to these people so that the local bank can provide the loan and reduce the percentage of risk to a certain extent. It's not going to eliminate it, clearly, but at any rate, there is a reduction of that risk, and it's shared between CDP and the local bank. And I'll tell you afterwards how it can be reduced even more. The second leg is the intervention of CDP, the Italian Development Bank, as a lender for local banks that can introduce fresh funds backing loans. Local banks will share the risk on unpaid loans, and this will facilitate mobilization of own funds by local banks, adding in their own resources to the line of credit that was opened by the Italian Development Bank. And leg number 3 is what we do, the ELA, the technical assistance, because technical assistance is necessary to reduce risk, because entrepreneurs have to understand how to do their businesses better. So we have to train them. So technical assistance from ELA to the micro and SMEs so that they can do their business better, feeding into a virtuous cycle and increasing the possibilities that their businesses will be successful, and thus ensuring payment of the loans received. Now, in that sense, the technical assistance is functional to the financial component. The idea is for technical assistance to contribute to strengthening the offering of technical services for agribusiness SMEs, with training programs enabling them to have access to sustainable and adequate financing within the context. We can't think about using a very sophisticated technology in a country where there are concrete limits on the ground. So we have to adapt a little bit that technical assistance as well.
For example, we have identified a few technologies, enabling technologies in Latin America, especially for agriculture. Training is an activity that we carry out. We in ELA, we've been doing for decades and very successfully, and it gives us an opportunity to share with the countries of the region, and by sharing our experiences and good practices from the best public and private institutions in Italy. What's especially interesting when you talk about the SME system is this. So this function, our function as a bridge, it provides us a way to transfer good practices, training experiences to the countries of the region in order to strengthen them. I deeply believe that training is the key. It won't do any good to have money if you don't know how to use it. I will close by telling you that in just a few days, we will be holding a forum of small and medium scale companies in Medellin, Colombia. I will be going there in March, the 14th to the 15th of March, bringing together almost 200 delegates from the 21 member states of our institute. And we will be talking about these issues, technological innovation with a gender approach. And I want to tell Alicia that we're doing that because I know it's something you're interested in, Alicia, women in business. So that's our focus. And we will be talking about blending as a way to finance projects with particular with a particular view on agro-industry, agri-food, and again, the gender approach. I hope this gives you at least a clear idea of how we work. And I hope that the sharing of knowledge through this project will speed up the use of this blending instrument as a new financial tool. Thank you so much for your attention. And I appreciate being here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Antonella. And our next speaker will be here online. So I want to invite Adriana Arriaza to take the floor. She is the Knowledge Manager of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. I don't know if you're ready, Adriana, if you're online yet. Could someone confirm that, please? Yes, there you are. This is Adriana. Greetings from San Jose, Costa Rica. And we are grateful to CAF and to the President Sergio Diaz for your support. Please go ahead. The interpreter apologizes. We do not have sound. We want to send greetings to Cepal. Congratulations on this event. I want to start talking about the interpreters can't do this without sound. We apologize. We're doing this in the framework of the 2030 agenda. Of course, we also want to applaud efforts for transferring resources from international organizations and with other cooperants, international cooperation institutions. In the face of economic difficulties and the difficulty of obtaining international financing, the multilateral organizations, especially it's especially to think about counter-cyclical programs, and we've been talking about themed bonds and other contingency funding mechanisms for to obtain liquidity to finance and to support the management of public debt in the face of external shocks. When the pandemic of COVID-19 hit the region, we found that some countries were in a position to provide economic support for mitigating the social impact, and all of this led to the approval of $7 billion, which combined with the long-term development funds for that year, led to the approval of $14.7 billion. The CAF continues to be a lead player in the financing agenda for economic and social development in the region, and one of the reasons why CAF was first founded was for development, regional development, unlike multilateral banks. And we will continue supporting the countries to narrow the gap, the social gaps, and improve the quality of financing available for social and economic programs. Nevertheless, CF wants to be a bit more forward-looking about what we would like to do in the future in the framework of the proposal for strengthening our capital, as was already discussed. So the board made the decision that this increase in the capital from $7 billion would be allocated to financing non-sovereign risk operations, including the private sector. This means that by 2030, the non-sovereign portfolio could make up more than 20% of the total portfolio in the CAF. What we emphasize here is how important it is for our shareholders and our stakeholders to be involved in the cooperation with the public sector, which needs to strengthen the private sector in order to consolidate growth in the countries and achieve the sustainable development goals. With this mandate, strengthening the work of CAF in the non-sovereign sector, this would be a way to improve the work in Latin America and also in the short term to support economic reactivation. Specifically, the value proposal of CAF to support the non-sovereign sector is taking 3 strategic directions. The first strategic line is climate change, sustainability, and green bonds. The second one is equity, social inclusion, and the provision of public services. And the third one is economic recovery and improving competitiveness and productiveness for the producers in the region. The private sector, of course, is the driver of economic growth and the main source of employment in the region. Also, it is the lead player in all action to fight climate change and to bring about environmental sustainability. And of course, it's a critical partner in efforts to achieve the SDGs in every dimension. However, there is a very wide financing gap in the region associated mainly with failures of the traditional market, which makes it so difficult to find financing for projects which will have a greater development impact, but that are more risky. For example, medium-term investments, business investments, support for SMEs, or infrastructure based on their own flow of funds. The guarantee of the funds by CAF, which as a multilateral development bank is to work with a top priority on credit for sustainable growth and equity, focusing on a balance between development and risk protection. Of course, by incorporating the private sector, there will also have to be changes in these risk profiles that will need to be approved by our stakeholders and ultimately which will be carried out gradually to the degree that the capital disbursements take place. In addition to providing financing resources, CAF also helps its non-sovereign clients to securitize sustainable projects which meet governance and sustainability goals and also provide technical cooperation to strengthen the institutional regulatory frameworks in the region, and that will make it possible to develop the private sector in the domestic financial sector and also the work of public enterprises, public institutions. CAF in the non-sovereign sector is working in the framework of networks and works in coordination with partners from the national and subnational banking sector, commercial banks, funds, and other financial vehicles, microfinancial institutions, venture capital, and new financial institutions such as the fintech sector in order to reduce financial and operational costs of interventions overall. This is consistent with our goal of channeling funds that are in the international markets and bring them into the region under this framework where CAF would serve as a catalyst for getting these resources into high impact loans to improve development of the region. We also seek out direct action through relationships with the large companies in sectors that are strategic for the countries. For example, the anchor institutions for integrated technologies, which bring together a number of companies that bring about great change, innovative technology, pioneering companies that are part of developing infrastructure with an eye to inclusion and PPPs, and also with state-owned companies that provide public services and goods. Also, we want to expand the scope of subnational government institutions. For example, in Colombia, they approved the proposal to create a fund with sovereign guarantees in order to intervene in subnational governments by sponsoring projects that meet certain requirements. and that are still being consolidated. This is our way of reaching the cities, of reaching subnational governments with sovereign guarantees that will reduce the risks that we ourselves would face. And these are loans that very often have a very high impact. Another instrument is to promote the management or participation in special vehicles, which would make it possible to mobilize institutional funds to provide long-term financing. And this has been the experience of CAF involving the infrastructure funds, which are one of the foundations of this proposal, and also mobilizing co-financing for global funds with the support of countries in meeting the decarbonization goals. The CAF's experience as a which implements the main funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, is a key player in this proposal, and CAF has extensive experience in mobilizing funds of this kind. We have been working for many years with financing, for example, from JV or KWF, and there's already broad experience in co-financing these projects. Finally, and I know that time is of the essence for all of us. As part of the strategy for non-sovereign financing that our stakeholders have requested as part of the process of capitalization, we have the CAF's relationship with the local and regional development banks. As part of traditional intervention in the development banking system of the region, we have financial inclusion of persons, also micro businesses, infrastructure, support for farmers in the rural sector, and working with the SME sector. These are the areas where we have been active, and all of these are sectors where intervention is easy to justify on the basis of market forces. And this leads to a situation where the private sector, the commercial banking sector pay very little attention to projects and sectors of this kind, which is why we do it. So the relationship between CAF and development banks has been around for a long time. Not only is there a convergence of our objectives and visions, but also as a result of the interwoven capital structures between CAF and the financing structures, the quality that makes CAF and the banking system, whether national, regional, or local, perfect partners, is that they play an active role in these counter-cyclical processes of the governments at times of low liquidity and economic difficulties. Here I will point to a cornerstone of the CAF strategy with the development banking sector, both locally and nationally, which was the possibility of the region to provide counter-cyclical support for the CAF shareholder countries, and we were able to intervene quickly and effectively in response to the COVID-19 emergency and the need for economic growth. The strategy for the region was designed to support the development banks by providing financial and non-financial assistance. Initially, it was $1.5 billion, and we were able to support actions up until June. We will support actions up until June of this year, but there may be a possibility to extend that. The facility funds are used to support actions in response to the health emergency and taking care of vulnerable populations, financing companies, especially SMEs after the crisis, and also institutional support for development banks. Together with operations for the regional fund, CAF also holds credit lines with the development banking system and will continue to do so and to deepen them. From the very beginning of the pandemic, this has been the situation which has made it possible for us to continue supporting micro companies and SMEs during the health emergency, and also to support other sectors affected by the crisis. We have considered other loans for over the medium and long term for a total of 1.4 billion portfolio credits, and also these have been allocated to support the development banks. One of the central factors in the renewable strategy with the development banks has been to multiply the impact of support for the private sector by building partnerships with different financial institutions in order to catalyze more funds for specific projects. And this will make it possible to deepen knowledge of local situations and make special use of the capacities of these institutions and those of larger multilateral institutions that we work with. There are a number of instruments we use for bringing this about. Mainly the guarantee lines of the CAF that it offers to development banks as a mechanism for sharing the risk for an operation or for a portfolio of operations. For example, partial guarantees for financing in public infrastructure using models of public-private cooperation, or partial guarantees for the SME portfolio so that we can share the risk of these operations if they meet certain conditions involving these clients. Also, partial guarantees on debt holders in the development banks in order to gain access to certain conditions under international markets. CAF has provided lines of guarantee of this kind together with development banks from other financial partners that are involved in mobilizing third-party resources for financing projects or co-financing with development banks for developing projects for infrastructure, promoting and managing and participating in funds and special vehicles for mobilizing institutional investment resources for long-term actions. And here I would point to CAF's actions with infrastructure funds and the mobilization of co-financing for global funds that are committed to supporting the countries as they meet their decarbonization goals. CAF's experience has been especially encouraging with the use of these funds. I would also add that we have operations for capital investment and direct financing for development banks using traditional modes of participation, lines of credit and senior or subordinate loans, and also financing the development banks for CAF in local currency, which makes it possible to carry out projects with co-financing for repayment schemes. So here we have a large number of instruments available in order to continue channeling these resources as depending on the demand and the mandates of our stakeholders in order to strengthen support for the private sector by mobilizing third-party resources and at the same time continue supporting the countries in our traditional line of business, which is economic and social infrastructure, and also operations that are not only financial, but also involve sharing knowledge with our member countries. And here I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana, for your participation. And I'd like to thank the CAF and its president, Sergio Díaz-Garado. Thank you very much for your participation in the 5th Forum. And now, participation for the interactive dialogue on this topic, Rebecca Greenspens, Secretary General of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. She will give us a perspective of the discussions, and then we would invite the delegations to intervene. Thank you, friends. Thank you. I'm freezing. Is everyone else freezing? Well, you know that I explain the difference between sex and gender through air conditioning because blood pressure in women is lower than it is in men. It's biology. The question or the matter of gender is who is controlling the air conditioning. So if the Minister of Foreign Affairs would like to reduce emissions, then let's change the person who's controlling the air conditioning. Thank you so very much. We've heard some excellent presentations. Let me begin by giving you two very important messages, two messages that I have for you. First, what we've heard today on the topic of financing makes us think about what President Carlos Alvarado said this morning. That is, how is it that our voice can be heard in the concert of nations to be able to move forward towards a recovery and a transition to attaining the SDGs? So I have some requests for the countries and the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean that is here. We have this opportunity, and that is first to claim again for the role of the United Nations in the financial international architecture. We need to do that and do it together. And the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean can be very important for achieving that. And now we're going to have the spring sessions of the IMF and the World Bank, and that would be a very good opportunity to make our voice heard in an agenda that's been raised here, that was raised by Foreign Minister Rodolfo Solano when he presented the document at the beginning of this sessions, and that the development banks that are here with us today, who have made a series of proposals that could be very important in that vein. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was saying that we have to take cholesterol away from the banks, but we can't do it without cocoa, because you can't produce chocolate without both. So we have to go out and to make sure that that topic is placed on the agenda of the concert of nations, because we have systemic issues to which we can all contribute. Secondly, let us not allow the conflict that's being experienced in Ukraine allow people to remove their focus from the topic of development. Over the past 10 days, I've been at a series of international meetings. They're not talking about COVID anymore. They're not talking about the COVID pandemic. They're talking about the fact that development has to become part of the agenda again. And so the SDGs are no longer on the agenda, as is no longer development or financing for development. The people are only talking about the conflict in Ukraine. So I say I'm going to maintain the voice of developing countries so that the agenda that's so essential for us is not marginalized. And there we need the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean so as to continue to hear. The third task before us is to support the agenda of the Secretary General of GDP Plus. And we heard a very excellent presentation of the Caribbean Development Bank with the elements for achieving that. And I think that if we continue to measure badly, we are going to continue to make bad decisions. When after 10 months of pandemic, as Alicia said, we lost 2 or 3 decades of progress, and we go further and further into poverty. Something's happening, something is off if in 10 months we are losing 2 decades of poverty advancement or progress in this region. 4, I think we heard it today. We need to build the ecosystem of development banks at the global level, at the regional level, at the national level, and at the subnational level. That's an essential element of the agenda. You've all referred specifically to that today. And finally, we must also have the voice so that in all of these new financing instruments, the gender bonds, the green and blue bonds, the social bonds, we need to have transparency in them. There has to be reporting, accountability, and verification, because what we're seeing in that financing is what we're calling, what we call today greenwashing. If there's a lack of transparency, a lack of reporting, there's a lack of verification, then we're not going to be able to achieve the results that we all expect via those innovative instruments. So allow me to take a look at that agenda for financing that we were initially referring to. At the beginning of this crisis, a series of decisions were made globally. Many of those decisions headed in the right direction, but they were taken thinking that the crisis was going to last for a couple of months. Well, we've been in the crisis for over 2 years, and the agenda that was set at the beginning of the pandemic has not been renewed. Therefore, the multitude of crises that have been added into that first COVID crisis continue to hit our countries hard, and that we continue to need the systemic answers to deal with the depths of the crisis that first originated and that came as a result. At the beginning of the crisis, the following decisions were made. The decision to non-payment of debt service for low-income countries or the low-developed countries. And that decision will expire in June of this year. And it has not been extended, the non-payment of debt service. That means that those countries are going to have to pay $60 billion of debt service in arrears, and the growing service that's required on those loans. We must demand that that initiative be extended. Otherwise, we're going to have a domino effect on the debt at the international, in addition to the problems of intermediate level income countries. At the beginning of the crisis, we agreed on a common restructuring framework that took place in the G20 for restructuring debt. Do you know how many countries have adhered to that framework? Well, it's 3, just 3 in the world. But this is designed in such a way that does not enable countries to become part of the mechanism, and it does not allow mid-level or intermediate level countries to adhere to it. The only 3 countries that have adhered to it are Ethiopia, Zambia, and Chad, because they already had a devaluation of their risk indicators the risk agencies had already devalued their risk levels. So they knew from the get-go that they were going to be getting lower ratings for their debt. But other countries can't do it because there's no mechanism that is going to assure them that that's not going to happen to them. As a result, the mechanism does not work, as was initially said very correctly here. As a result, we need to do something that's serious, new, an institution to restructure the debt totally. Otherwise, if the private sector doesn't come in, the majority of our countries that have debt with the private sector would not be able to have an orderly mechanism for restructuring debt. As a result, we need to require a new mechanism, also a new debt sustainability model, not just for small island developing states, as was said here very rightly so, but also for other countries. The debt sustainability models do not enable debt sustainability, so we have to go to a different model. Development banks could help us to achieve that to a great extent and pressuring to achieve it. And finally, we
Que yo puedo. ¿Verdad? ¿Aló?
Hello. Here we go. The IMF developed unconditional emergency funds and gave them to countries when the COVID crisis arose, but we need a new round of that from the IMF, unconditional loans. Why? Well, because as I said, it was insufficient for a 2-year period because the crisis has lasted for this long. It's not over. We're saying that the Caribbean countries have 14% vaccination rate. The least advanced countries have 5%. This year, more third vaccinations or booster shots have been given in developed nations than the first shots received in developing countries. So we're not in the second stage of COVID. We are in the first stage of COVID. We need capitalization from developing banks. From the presentations heard today, only the CAF said that it had a recapitalization. But in 2008, there was a recapitalization of developing banks, but in the World Bank, in the IMF. But we need a recapitalization. Indeed, the tie between special drawing rights, which was a proposal of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in 1970, there was never a tie-in between special drawing rights and financing for development. Over and above the topic of liquidity, we need long-term investment, which is something that was also said here. As a result, we need those $400 billion that are in the hands of countries that don't need special drawing rights. That need to be recycled, not just for the resiliency and sustainability fund of the IMF, which is about to be approved, but we also need that it goes to long-term financing that's needed by our countries, because without long-term public financing, we will not be able to attract private capital. Here you were telling us how to bring in private capital into our countries. In today's situation, with the uncertainty and the volatility that we have, we're not going to be able to do a de-risking project by project basis. We have to be able to compatibilize, as was said this morning. We need to make public investment compatible with private investment. If we don't do that, that liquidity capacity that we have in the world, $3.5 trillion in public financing, that could reach up to 10 trillion with private financing. Well, never in history have we had that type of capacity, an opportunity of that magnitude, but that is not reaching developing countries. That investment that was recovered after the crisis, and that's going to go back to having problems with the conflict, has not reached developing countries. We're being skipped over, if you will. There's investment out there, but it's not coming to us. We have not been able to manage to have it assigned to the hands of developing world. So we're in the Keynesian world, in which there's a divergence in the paths of recovery. There is no convergence between the two realities that we are experiencing, recovery between the developed and developing world. So all of those things could be done by us together if we are indeed able to shout out in one single voice from our region to the global stage, because countries can't do it on their own. Because if that's not enough, inflation and interest rates are also going to be hitting us hard once again. I believe that SIDS, small island developing countries, have not, or states rather, they have been facing vulnerabilities because of climate change and natural disasters. You know what's happening in trade and the disruption of international trade. That disruption of international trade has meant that the costs of transportation have increased 5-fold on average the world over. And that added to the world's inflation 1.5%. just because of the transportation costs. So do you know how much that is for SIDS? That 1.5% average global is 7.5% in SIDS. So vulnerability is not just to climate change and the environment, not just to natural disasters, but it's vulnerability to when there's a scarcity of containers and a scarcity of ships. They don't go to SIDS, they go to Los Angeles, but they don't go to Barbados. They don't go to Jamaica. As a result, those countries have seen a much greater inflation rate and inflation together with scarcity or shortages, because often, even though they want to pay for those commodities, the commodities are not reaching their countries. And that has been a second shock to the most vulnerable countries. So as a result, we need instruments that are stronger than those that were initially designed for the COVID crisis. And in international trade, what's happened, and this perhaps is that we're going to see a deepening of it now, is that there's an increase in energy prices and an increase in the price of foodstuffs. As a result, we're not talking about a food crisis. We are now asking how deep it's going to be. And there you are, Julio, because this is a problem that we're going to be experiencing in our region as well. Because with the crisis, the prices of food and of energy and the prices of fertilizers are going to increase by amounts that, or today we're looking at the projections of it, but they're not small. They're going to create a very serious problem in our countries, specifically for the most vulnerable households that devote the majority of their income to those sectors, to food and to energy. As a result, we have to prepare ourselves for that, and we have to do that preparation together. The only opportunity that I see in trade, and Minister, you asked me to speak of trade with a human face, that the rules of trade, as you know, the World Trade Organization postponed its conference, and it has been made very difficult to have negotiations and regulations for that trade disruption. And the fixing or solving this seems ever more distant in our future. And as a result, the dialogue, we're not seeing the dialogue that would refer to the standards, international standards for this. But value chains are going to be shortened. The sources are going to be more diversified, and this is a possibility for us. There will be more or greater regionalization of trade, and that has to be an agenda that we take on in Latin America and the Caribbean, because regional integration, regionalization of value chains, and the possibility of nearshoring in our region is a real possibility. And if we can make the most of it, it's perhaps the only thing that we can take advantage of in this crisis, and that is to strengthen our regional integration and to make the most of these trends, the only positive trends that we are experiencing.
Internacional.
The Cabe said this about regionalization. So maybe we need to stick to the agenda. We cannot allow this conflict to silence the discussion of development, the issues of interest to developing countries, and the problems of the crisis that are still hitting us so hard, and especially where the developing world is facing the risk of a new lost decade for our countries. And a new lost decade, in turn, would mean that we would have nothing. We would not be able to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, because we will all be too busy trying to get out of the lost decade, the loss of progress in education, the loss of progress in sustainability, a crisis in so many of our political systems, and the domino effect of non-payment of debt. I am not talking just about Latin America, by the way. I am talking about the reality for developing countries all over the world. We can make a contribution, and I think we need to focus our energy of our lives to make this happen. We still have time to prevent a lost decade for developing countries, and this should be what holds Latin America and the Caribbean together as a body to speak with one voice in the international arena. Thank you. And we can now proceed with the interactive dialogue with all of you. First, I want to... We have a list here of those who have requested the floor. First, I want to recognize those who are here in person, and after that, we will turn to those who are online. Mexico. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and also good afternoon to the ministers and the other authorities that are with us here today for this dialogue. And I also want to extend recognition to the panelists and thank them for this very enriching discussion. Mexico is very grateful for the proposals that have been made by LAC, and we agree with the high priority measures that were described in this session. We all know the levels of debt in our region are unsustainable. The resources, which were always slim, are now even more so in a situation that the situation has intensified inequality in the region and inside the countries. The Secretary has already said that. And this is why multilateralism, as we said before, needs to prevail at these times when we so much need it. It is essential to rethink the international architecture and make sure it responds to the needs of the developing countries. So we agree with the call that has been issued by Secretary Greenspan, and as a region, we need to demand this to the United Nations. Another thing, we do recognize that it was a great achievement to create the environmental themed funds. Access is a long and tortuous road, access to development. We need to create institutional capacities in our countries so that these resources will truly come into the hands of our communities. We heard that it's no use to have money if you don't know how to use it. Nor is fund of any use at all if you can't get at it. So we feel that ECLAC may be the one that can offer the technical platform that it already has and make it available to us. We need to share one another's good experiences that we have already acquired and those funds that we have been able to obtain. And if not, we need to demand that these funds and these facilities and these opportunities would be made available to all of us. We've also been talking here about how innovation can contribute to reorienting resources toward more sustainable cooperation. In this regard, we would like to tell you that Mexico issued a sustainable sovereign bond with support from UNDP for an amount of 750 million euros at an interest rate of 1.35%. And this is less than 7 basis points than compared to a sovereign bond. So right now we are incorporating the impact of this fund into sustainable development, and the idea is to align our public policies with these international commitments that we have taken on. We would be delighted to share the details of this experience with UNDP if anyone is interested in that. Also, we think it's important to put on the table an issue that we have not been hearing about so far, which is the complex situation being faced by subnational authorities when they try to gain access to multilateral funding, even if it's through the National Development Bank. We know that every country has its own regulations, but this is a fact that we need to think about. We need this is part of implementing the SDGs at the local level, and it requires support for structuring and financing development proposals that specifically to take action in the cities and the territories. We have seen that there is a great opportunity here to align the agendas, the new urban agenda with the SDGs. We would be delighted to be able to discuss this in more depth. Because it has not been addressed in the multilateral agenda. Mexico will continue contributing to the process of rethinking development financing because next March 16th and 17th we will be holding online the 7th retreat in Monterrey, Mexico, to talk about fiscal measures for bringing about inclusive and green and equal response to the pandemic, and also responding to the needs in the financial system and the local economy. The result of the discussion will feed into the discussion at ECOSOC and the United Nations, and you can be sure that everything we are discussing here in this forum, this regional ECOSOC forum, will be shared clearly and in a resounding voice with the rest of Mexico. Thank you. Thank you. I would now like to recognize Cuba. Thank you, Secretary Greenspan. First of all, I want to express my appreciation for the presentation given by Foreign Minister Solano of Costa Rica concerning this very important subject. The question I would address to the panelists that led this very interesting discussion is that I think what you have said demonstrates that the initiative of the pro tempore Secretariat of Costa Rica and ECLOC to convene this panel discussion to discuss the important subject of financing for development at this time when we are facing the crisis as a result of COVID-19 and the overall deterioration in the social and economic situation in the region I think it was a very wise decision to do this. We are very clear, I think we all agree, that the demand for resources is as big as the development gaps that we are all facing. We feel that the developed countries need to be reminded of how important it is for them to meet their commitments for development, while still recognizing the primary responsibilities that each country has to ensure its own prosperity for its own people. The implementation of innovative mechanisms for financing the sustainable development objectives needs to favor access to fresh resources, additional resources, predictable resources, technical assistance programs that we've also discussed here, also the exchange of knowledge and technology transfer, all of which is environmentally sustainable, and also all of this under conditions that are manageable for developing countries, especially those countries that have particular situations, such as the middle income countries or the small island developing states. In the case of Cuba, unfortunately, the unilateral sanctions that we had experienced make it even harder for us to gain access to international banking, and this includes the multilateral institutions. We cannot take part in these resources. And all of this, of course, limits the availability of financing for development in Cuba. This is an old issue. It's been around a long time, but we would like new sources of financing to be opened up to Cuba so that we could, to supplement our own efforts to finance our work toward the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite all that, in Cuba, we have not applied shock therapy in the midst of the crisis. We haven't left any worker without a job or without health coverage. We haven't let anyone lie sick. All of this has required a major effort of national investment. We have been able to develop a vaccine against COVID. So, and by means of this immunization, we have been able to exercise certain control over the pandemic, and this in turn opens up the possibility for a degree of recovery that we are implementing even in the midst of all the changes that we are introducing to modernize our economic model. We are seeking complementarity between public sector and state sector, and the idea is to encourage production and implement the National Development Plan for 2030. On a positive note, I would like to point out that recently we have had access to the regional banking system, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, and we are now in the final phase of implementing financing specifically to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent recovery. We will be implementing this together with the United Nations, with UNDP, and this will be partly in the sector where we are producing vaccines, which will be useful not only for Cuba but also for some of the other countries that we can supply with vaccines. And finally, reiterate our commitment to continue working together to bring about comprehensive and full compliance with the 2030 agenda, where the subject of financing is so critical. We will also continue to believe in developing of cooperation and working together to renew and strengthen multilateralism. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I would now like to recognize the British Virgin Islands, which will be with us online. Andrew Fahid, Premier and Minister of Finance. You have the floor. We are ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rodolfo Solano Criaros, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship at Costa Rica, Honorable Ministers, Ms. Alicia Barcina, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, representatives of development banks. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Excellencies, before I get into the detail of my intervention, I would like to first commend the President of Costa Rica, His Excellency Carlos Alvarado, and Mr. Rodolfo Solano Criaros, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, for the exceptional leadership of the government of Costa Rica as chair in hosting this forum. I'm particularly pleased by the decision to include on the program the issue of an innovative financing agenda for recovery as Latin America and the Caribbean slowly emerge from the global pandemic. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the tremendous leadership of my dear friend, Ms. Alicia Barcina, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. She has been steadfast in her work of helping our region to navigate the various challenges and crises we have experienced since she took the helm in 2008. She has seen us through the financial crisis, natural disasters of different kinds, COVID-19, and other external shocks and disruptions. At the same time, Alicia has worked tirelessly to help keep us on track regarding the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The British Virgin Islands salutes her outstanding contribution to Latin America and the Caribbean as her tenure at ECLAC draws to a close. As a final introductory comment, the British Virgin Islands, as an associate member country of ECLAC, would like to thank Costa Rica and the Executive Secretary for the generous invitation to all 13 associate member countries to attend this forum. This underscores your staunch commitment to leaving no one behind. I'm very pleased that many of the associate member countries are participating as we consider the key issues on this year's program. Turning to the innovative financing agenda for recovery, the contribution of development banks is absolutely critical as we build back from the global pandemic. The British Virgin Islands knows firsthand how challenging it can be to secure concessional financing, particularly when designated middle or high income. Across the Caribbean in particular, many countries for this reason remain largely locked out of overseas development assistance and international environmental funding for this reason, as we all know. You will recall that after 2 Category 5 hurricanes struck the British Virgin Islands in 2017, the only concessional financing received for reconstruction were loans of $115 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, known to us as CDB. These funds have been instrumental in our recovery thus far. I am very happy that Mr. Huygens Leon, President of the Caribbean Development Bank CDB, is present today. It is important to mention here that until vulnerability is accepted as a factor in the eligibility criteria for development financing, small island developing states will not have access, and I repeat, will not have access to the level of funding support that they need for recovery from natural disasters and the global pandemic, and to also achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. In our case, we still need hundreds of millions of dollars more just to complete hurricane recovery. This does not include the cost of rebuilding our health services and tourism industry from the negative impact of COVID-19 and adapting to climate change. Furthermore, we are already forecasting a large funding gap for sustainable development. With generous technical assistance from LAC, we have completed a draft National Sustainable Development Plan to help us achieve the SDGs by 2030. As we finalize the plan in the months ahead, we will be scoring the financial cost of implementation over the course of this decade and beyond. We preliminarily estimate that massive investment will be required, which the government cannot do alone. Excellencies, of course, we are not simply waiting to be rescued. We are examining adjustments to our fiscal and economic risk strategies to try to raise additional revenues and unlock existing fiscal resources. For example, as a domestic measure, we have placed modest levies on money transfers and tourism travel receipts to raise additional funds for education, agriculture, health, and other areas of sustainable development. However, while helpful, this is not near enough to do what is required. To access the level of financial resources needed, we have to reassess our economic risk strategy. Presently, we maintain a high national saving rate to build up cash reserves in the event of another hurricane, which we are not eligible for overseas development assistance. However, this is unsustainable, especially with the existing demands for hurricane recovery that were unmet due to the need to shift significant financial resources to public health in response to the pandemic. The British Virgin Islands is at a critical stage where we must shift from simply saving and holding high levels of cash reserves for the purpose of mitigating economic risk from natural disasters to investing in catastrophe bonds and other insurance instruments that can provide us with a degree of financial security that will allow us to lower our saving rates in order to spend a greater share of national income on hurricane recovery, COVID-19 recovery, and sustainable development. We would greatly welcome if the British Virgin Islands could receive technical assistance and services from a development bank, preferably the Caribbean Development Bank, to structure and issue catastrophe bonds as well as invest in other insurance instruments and economic risk mitigation products that will serve as a more physically prudent means by which to mitigate economic risk. Madam Chair, as I close, I believe it is critical that this forum agree that a specific follow-up technical meeting on the innovative financing agenda for recovery is held before the next forum to make even more progress than what has been achieved thus far, especially in light of another hurricane season swiftly approaching, and no one knows what storms loom on the horizon. We are also in an era of pandemics, and no one knows what is next after COVID-19. One thing we know is that due to climate change, among other areas, something is next, and we must prepare for how to deal with the potential fallouts. Once again, I wish Alicia Barcina all the best and thank her for her commitment to ensuring the associate member countries of ECLAC receive greater attention in the regional dialogue on sustainable development. I look forward to the next meeting of associate member countries this year to further discuss their unique challenges. For that, Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I would now like to recognize Giovanni Tirano, President of CEPLAN from Peru. Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to be here with all of you from all over the region of the Americas, especially Foreign Minister Solano, who started off this meeting, who was the keynote speaker. And also, I very much want to emphasize the important work that Dr. Barcina has done. I'm a fan of hers, I have to say, because the special reports from April in 2020 gave us tactical information, strategic information that we needed for making decisions in our country. I would like to stress how important it has been to hear about the improvements and the developments in the development finance investment sectors, and also the green bonds, the blue bonds, the gender focus, because the multi-dimensional sector developed with the breakdown of the supply chain worldwide. And this has alerted us to the multi-dimensional nature of the system. Having support from the development banking system has been fundamental, not only for creating economic counter-cyclical actions to correct national value chains, but also to improve employment and development. The support of international banks, the development banks, the development funds, all of this made it possible for us to clarify certain policies that needed to be targeted. The pandemic fragmented our logistics chain and opened up the possibility to help, and the pockets of poverty were hit the hardest. I would point out that in May of 2020, we received $600 million, which made it possible for us to develop direct benefits for the most vulnerable population groups, which was very severe in Peru, but also we were able to offer, we were able to see how benefits were transferred into better education, better internet connections. We discovered how poorly connected certain sectors were, the sectors that were not receiving any of the benefits of poverty reduction, and especially the stimulants, the financing stimulus made it possible to improve the process, the budgets for the most vulnerable sectors. We've talked about multi-dimensional factors, which include the pandemic impact and all of the related impacts. As part of this effort to move ahead with financing tools in Peru, Peru does often have a unique access to a robust and macroeconomic economy. That is to say, we are still a developing country, but we have a low level of public debt, The budget is under control. We have international relationships, which are very interesting, and it's been better protected than some countries of Latin America. But all of the aid that has come in has been very valuable because Peru, using the information from the special reports of LAC, and even more so the information that we're receiving now, all of it means that we are about to launch our policy strategy to measure the strategies for 2021. We have seen a big change in the development matrix because of the pandemic. And I would also point out an important fact, which is that we feel very optimistic right now. I believe that the pandemic, as Antonella Cavalieri said, is moving to a second place on the agenda, lower place on the agenda. All the relationships we've seen involving the problem with Ukraine and Russia, we're seeing all that in the media, but we need to be positive. We need to be optimistic and think about the vital relationships of production chains and value chains worldwide. All of this will lead to redimension our regions. Peru's commitment is that our economic development plan involves decentralized governments, subnational levels, and all of this will be done with investment funds, which involve public-private partnerships, and all of this is linked to the new modalities for girding up development funds and social development. I would say that in Peru, in February, we developed a roadmap to point us toward the circular economy at many levels of the government. This means central government, regional government, and local governments, municipal governments. We are working on management instruments so that we can evaluate public services that ultimately will be lent to final beneficiaries. We are currently developing this, and our main objective is to evaluate the impact and also measure the results. I think the support of the banks is especially important to cover this deficit in this time of the post-pandemic, and we are grateful for every suggestion we can receive and contributions from funds and new funds, and to build better relationships in this context. I would again urge all of those who are present in Costa Rica and all of the Peruvians and other high-level participants in the meeting who are part of multilateral organizations and neighboring governments. Thank you so much, and good evening from Lima, Peru. Thank you very much, Peru, President of CEPLAN. And the final speaker, it will be coming from Panama, Mrs. Carla Ramirez, Director of International Economic Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please proceed. I would ask the technical team whether we have connection, where we are connected with Peru. Do we have a connection? Excuse me, with Panama? Carla Ramirez is not responding. We don't have her online? No, we do not have her online. So we will now recognize Daniel Peterman, who will give the closing words of this session. Daniel Dieterman. Good evening. The Executive Secretary, Alicia Bárcena, had to leave, unfortunately. So she asked me to represent her in this closing session. It's been a long day. It's been a fruitful day. It's been an exciting discussion about the needs and the challenges of financing for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean as we look to the future. It's been a lengthy discussion. Many issues have come up. And in these brief closing words, I would like to touch on 2 or 3 points which I think are particularly important for us to continue talking and go into greater depth about how to mobilize financial resources that the region will be needing. First of all, as was said, and we've been saying it all day, Latin America has been in a growth trap ever since before the pandemic. Before 2019, the region was already growing very slowly, and 0.3% on average from 2014 to 2019. Along comes the pandemic when we had an even greater contraction, the worst contraction we've seen over the past 100 years. And then we had some recovery last year in 2021, 6.1, 6.2. And then we see a slowdown, which was expected in this year. And probably, as was already said, we are looking at the emergence of a new lost decade. With this very slow growth, the pandemic has left serious social costs that the region will take a long time to meet. Greater poverty, greater inequality, very slow employment growth. There has been some generation of employment, but it's slow, it's difficult, and it is revealing serious inequalities, not only the impact of unemployment, women versus men, or young people versus adults, and also recovery of employment where the most vulnerable groups are falling farther and farther behind. So in the context of great challenges to inject a greater dynamism into growth that is more dynamic than what we can anticipate in the near future. But in addition to that, it needs to be green growth, environmentally sustainable growth that is able to change. And this means changing the productive structure in our countries. It means changing the energy grid and calls for very high needs for investment. All of this at a time of low growth and in a macroeconomic situation which is becoming more and more complex, because there is less and less fiscal room in our countries because of the efforts they made to respond to the pandemic. The situation you all know about, the adjustments that need to be made, the monetary and financial policies worldwide and also in each country. So macroeconomically speaking, it's very complex. Growth is complex, it's slow, and it's certainly no better than it was before the pandemic, which was not very good to begin with. Clashes of supply, the problem with the increase in the cost of the value chains of transportation, needs for financing that are growing very fast, and the need for Latin America to mobilize resources. All of this will be critically important as we try to recover and bring about a transformative recovery, which is what LAC wants, and to take on the challenges of energy transformation, productive transformation. Am I on? Can you hear me? Yes.
¿Aló? Ahora sí.
We're on now. As I was saying, in the context of slow growth, where the need to change the model for growth and development, it needs to happen if we are to achieve any environmental sustainable and economically equitable growth. The challenges that the region faces are enormous in terms of investment, production, and social investment and social expenditures, and the ability to mobilize resources will be critical to all this. So I would like to share a few factors that I think are especially important and that have come up in our discussion today. One of the first has to do with global financial opening. It was said very correctly, we heard it in several presentations, and Rebecca Greenspan said it as well. One of the problems the region has, because of this definition of middle-income countries, is that we have access to the global financial architecture for development financing, but also to the private world financial architecture, and it's very complex. All of the things that happened during the pandemic hit the middle-income countries, and left them outside of these opportunities, the liquidity initiatives, extra resource opportunities, and so forth. And nor do the private banks provide much access to the countries of the region in terms of timetables and ease of access. So the region is facing a very complex situation of access to the financial system, both private and in the framework of development financing, which will be a major challenge for transformation in order to mobilize resources from global liquidity, which are less and less all the time, toward the countries of the region so that they can finance their needs for investment, both human and economic and productive investment, as well as energy. And there's a big challenge here. We cannot continue in the private world to depend on private financing. We cannot continue to depending on the risk appetite and letting it determine how much resources will be available to the countries to finance their investment. When the risk appetite is favorable for the developing countries because there's high liquidity, because there's low interest rates, the region starts to receive money, outflows in. But when a shock happens and it's external to the region, but risk appetites change, then the region suddenly stops receiving money. So one of the central elements that we need to think about changing in the financial architecture worldwide is how the financial systems can, in some sense, go back to their basic function, which is to finance investment and not financial speculation. We cannot continue saying that allowing the risk appetite to be a central variable. When I talk about risk appetite, I'm talking about what the financial investors say. This cannot be the reason to determine whether or not the region would have access to private financing or public financing to finance their needs for investment, which is so critical. With respect to the development financing architecture, it is essential, critical to improve the capacity for access and break away from this idea, as we were just heard from Rebecca Greenspan, that the per capita GDP or vulnerability indices, they need to measure correctly either the degree of development or the needs for financing and the ability to mobilize financing. So I think one of the messages that came out of this debate, and which I think we need to emphasize vigorously, is how the region can continue working to change the global financial architecture, both in terms of the private system, financing system, and generate new mechanisms so that we will be able to mobilize resources toward investment needs, and also the development financing architecture per se, improving access to concessional credit and financing. This is one of the key issues that have come up in this discussion. Another topic I would like to place on the table at this point, because it's so important, has to do with, before I go into that, I would like to emphasize something that has to do with what was just being said, and which I think is essential, which is this. The World Bank during the 2018 to 19 crisis mobilized nearly $28 billion. In the COVID crisis, they mobilized only $13 billion. Think about it. Maybe this is because of the perception as to how long the crisis would last, but it also could have to do with the perception of who was being hit harder by the crisis. And there's a very important issue here. The regional banking system did have an attitude and an ability to mobilize resources much more impressive than that of the world banking system during COVID. The CAF mobilized nearly $9 billion. The CABE mobilized nearly $3 billion. IDB mobilized nearly $8 billion. If I'm not mistaken, but the World Bank, maybe $4 billion. This reflects the imbalance, the asymmetry in access to the global financial architecture, which is what needs to be changed if the region is to be able to mobilize more resources. Another issue affecting the risk appetite, is that we cannot allow the risk rating agencies during a pandemic. Many of our countries lost their investment grade during the pandemic. The risk situation, and this made it even harder for them and more expensive for them to gain access to private financing flows. Not only does it make it more expensive and more difficult to get it to the private sources of financing, but it also adjustment policies in the context of a crisis, which becomes more complicated when the investment grade is changed.
As a result, that's part of the architecture aspects that has to be changed. Together with the financing architecture that came out are the innovative instruments for financing. And many examples were given to us, the presentations in terms of issuing different types of theme bonds, blues, greens, etc., as well as methodologies of instruments to having more focused instruments using blending public-private, but with the object or the objective of being more focused and more global. Also, in terms of the development banking, we looked at instruments to try to mobilize more resources. That is to say, together with the logical architecture and the instruments that were novel, the region has environmental risks, economic shocks that sometimes don't depend on it, not just environmental risks. Rebecca reminded us that in the case of the increase of transportation, 5 points for the majority of countries in the region, in the Caribbean, it's 7 or 8. All of those risks have to be managed without giving us the account of directly of when they happen. So this leads us to development of new instruments that can facilitate access and protect countries from the environmental, economic, and ecological ups and downs of the world. We need to continue to work on this and to deepen it. And finally, another topic that I thought that was essential that was tabled today was coordination and cooperation between global, regional, and national banks. Sometimes one would seem to think that there's a type of a separation between the role of multilateral, regional, national, and subnational banks. One could think that national banks are the main instrument, or regional or global banks at the country level. So we need to have much greater coordination between those banks for mobilization of resources. One could think guarantee funds that are global to help development banks at the regional level to mobilize resources. Regional development and sub-regional development banks could help national banks to mobilize resources. Why? Well, because as we were seeing, the availability and the possibility of mobilizing resources internally is limited, and it's going to continue to be limited according to the forecast that we're seeing in these countries. So coordination among these different levels of banks is a core element to be able to move forward on improving capacity at the end of national banks, so to be able to mobilize resources and provide investment funding. This is something that is, I think, very, very important. It needs to be underscored on the table as an agenda of future work. Now, in closing, and without going on too much in a long afternoon, perhaps Latin America and the Caribbean have growing financing needs. And I say that because one says the great challenge is to make low growth more dynamic. It was slow before the pandemic, and macro global indicators mean that the mobilization of resources at the national and global level is essential. And there we have those three elements of how they're changing the international financial architecture, not just that referring to financing for development in terms of improving indicators for middle income countries so that they can have access to better instruments and financing mechanisms, but also to improve management of financial risk. And that's at the heart of it as well. That could get greater potential with better coordination and cooperation of national banks, regional banks, sub-regional, and global banks. And finally, of course, everything that has to do with blending mechanisms of mobilizing private resources. We have to continue to give them potential. They're sources of saving and of financing, but it has to fall into the logic of development. And we think that there's still a long path to be pursued there. There's a great potential there. The blending, the means of blending, bringing together public and private funds towards one same objective, how that mobilization can support objectives for development of the SDGs. And there's a great deal to be done there. And I think this is part of the topic that was discussed today. So those are the topics that I wanted to make sure that we saw on the table for future work. Unfortunately, the executive secretary had to leave us early today and wasn't able to give us this summary, but thank you very much. Danielle, thank you very much for your conclusions. And now we've reached the end of this segment without first thanking each and every one of the panelists for their valuable participation. The innovative agenda for financing for recovery has to be maintained up to date. It has to be today. The information produced by CEPAL is valuable for decision making. And in that effort of what little grain of sand or salt each of us can contribute, that is basically to take to our spaces in our different cabinets and our political cabinets, is this: regional banking plays an essential role that goes through understanding the signs of the times. And in this area, it means modern, fresh mechanisms that keep the citizens of our countries at the heart of these policies and developments. Thank you ever so much.
Muchas gracias, señor canciller.
Thank you, Minister. We invite everyone to the beginning of our work sessions tomorrow, Tuesday, March 8 at 8 a.m. according to our schedule for tomorrow. We will be beginning with the commemoration of International Women's Day in this room at 8 a.m. on the dot tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Para quien busca descanso o aventuras. Y soy la vive en la calidez y la autenticidad de mi gente. Que le da la bienvenida al futuro. A través de la diversidad de culturas. Del talento humano de un pueblo, gente con orgullo que no le teme a los desafíos. Soy una nación gobernada en paz, con una democracia antigua y consolidada. Defiendo la salud, la educación y la superación de hombres y mujeres como pilares de la felicidad. En esencia, está la preservación y el cuidado del ejemplo para mí. Conozco el ingenio de mi pueblo, siempre capaz de dar más de lo que se espera de él. Soy una nación confiable, creíble, diferenciada por el valor de lo viejo.